You know what's better than just one day of competitive Flesh and Blood? A second one. I'm a big fan of Day 2s of Callings. They're some of my favorite games of Flesh and Blood you will ever see, and that's a real hard sell after some of the fab that we saw yesterday. HowlingMines in the booth. Gabe Sher, welcome back. Sleep well?
I slept okay. I had a pretty good night last night, but I am also here very eager to see some Day 2 Flesh and Blood, some tense Flesh and Blood and stakes Flesh and Blood.
I think maybe our mindsets are a little different. You're like, I want to see people compete. I want to see people find success. I want to see some rocks, and I want to see us hit the gas. I think I've been hyper-fixating on that Max game all night, frankly. It was very much a unique piece of Flesh and Blood. Still X and 1, and I'm very hopeful that we get to see a little bit more of it.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see a little more. Incredible that he made the run to 6 and 1. I think, you know, we were excited to see him at X and 1 when we saw him in round 5, and then for him to win the rest of the day was pretty sick. But there are some cool decks left in the room that could still legitimately make it up to the top 8.
Well, let's check in with the schedule to start us off for today. If you are joining us for the first time, well, you missed 7 rounds of CC yesterday, which probably wasn't the smartest move. I would highly recommend going back and watching your fair share of those. But good news, there are 4 more around the Swiss for you today, followed by a top 8 cut for the top players in the room.
So that's 7 more rounds of CC today, if you want to watch it.
Quick
Of course,
math.
if you're with us in the chat, please send some messages, talk about the games, talk about what you ate for breakfast this morning, and you can get a cold foil hot stamped drinking buddy promo just by engaging in the chat throughout the course of the day.
Fun fact, it's known there's a 25% higher chance for you to win that promo if you subscribe to the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel. I don't know. I don't make the rules. I'd probably press the button. I've broken Gabe. It took me all of 3 minutes to break
no
Gabe
logic
this
to how
morning.
that could be the way. Okay, anyways, this is the card that you could earn. This is the cool version of drinking buddy card. This is like a really cool version of this card that's just come up as a World Tour promo giveaway recently, but you have that sexy hot stamp in the bottom right. I kind of want them to give this treatment to a couple more cards.
Yeah, I'm a hot stamp enjoyer for now. I think the exclusivity does do a little bit of that for me.
Sure.
I don't want it to be overdone, but like we saw it on the hero cards in London for the world premiere of Compendium of Wraith. I think event celebrations are kind of the right places for this. Giveaway promos, like I'm down for that, and I think that adds a lot of charm, a lot of character to this. There are, of course, a few more prizes up for grabs in the room this weekend for our players who are still in contention. $20,000 of cold, hard cash being paid out across our top 32 players, with $5,000 going to our eventual champion.
We've had this conversation too many times, but you look at that side and I look at the other side. It's the World Tour points that are all on the line. Of course,
money.
Of course, in the EU region, we've talked about Jacob Clemens being far and away the leader and probably locking up the top seed in that region. But there's a lot to fight for the podiums across all 3 regions, and 10 points by taking down a Colin can really help influence your run to a 1st or 2nd place in your region in the World Player of the Year this year. Of course, if you make top 8, that's the goal for everyone in this room. If the goal isn't just to win it all, you get a gold foil legendary and a PTI as well to earn your way onto the Flesh and Blood Pro Tour.
Yeah, something about those gold foil legendary envelopes that really just have an aura to them. If you've never had the pleasure of opening one, it just kind of hits different. Would recommend winning at something. Tends to give you the opportunity to do that one way or the other.
Winning is cool. If you're not winning, though, we do still have goodies for you. If you're in the room or if you come to any calling, there is this tournament pack that is the new way you get participation promos at all major events, callings, showdowns, everything of this sort. These are great because it always looks the same, but inside just will change over time. So we've already had 2 sort of generations of these tournament packs released, and we don't know when there's going to be more cards added and more goodies to get, but it's cards from the history of Flesh and Blood that are staples in all classes, given that beautiful full art Marvel treatment.
Yeah, much to my blessing and or curse, many of my local players opened cards I needed to acquire yesterday, and so yesterday was a slightly expensive day for me, which is fair. And in a roundabout way, LSS paid for them. It's a bit of girl math, but we make it work. Of course, not the only Marvel that will be a topic of discussion at the end of today. We're quickly running out of opportunities to win this Marvel Calling Champion version of Quick Dodge Flexes, which is bad news for me. Makes me wonder why I've been in the booth so much.
Yeah, that's not going to be attainable for you and I very much longer, if at all, at this point in time. But of course, there's other things on. There's on up for winning. We've talked about the 10 World Tour points, the 5K, and the PTI, but there is always a very hefty, beautiful trophy that you can put on your mantelpiece and tell everyone who is not a Flesh and Blood player when they walk in the room. Then you have to go explain what Flesh and Blood. And I play card games and I travel around the world. And then, but I won this trophy that's so cool, and it goes over really well every time.
Okay, but I'll believe you. Like, most of the time, I just have like the little black like envelopes from my legendaries and stuff on my mantelpiece, and people just think I'm weird for keeping envelopes. But you know, that's fine. I'll get a trophy one of these days. World Tour points, of course, huge deal for one big reason. The Player of the Year race is firmly underway. We're about halfway through now. This will conclude ultimately at the World Championship this year in Paris. Each region does have something worth fighting for. It's the top 3 slots you want to pay attention to on each and every leaderboard, as there is prize money up for grabs for every region, not just our eventual overall champion.
Yeah, nothing final for sure. Brodie looks like he has a good lead in the North American region, or in the Americas region, I should say, showing my background. That's my bad. But lots to be played for in position 2 and 3. And honestly, Brodie does not have that throne locked at all. Yuki and Michael, 2 great players there, filling out the podium, but they're in 4th through like 10th. Reasonably could get a couple good runs at some callings and have a good performance at Worlds and try to snatch that throne or make it onto that podium this year. Shout out to Felipe for being the only non-American and Canadian on this list, representing Brazil off of the amazing performance at the Pro Tour in Las Vegas last week.
Goes to show you that a strong Pro Tour finish and ultimately a finish at the World Championship is likely to sway this leaderboard pretty significantly. But huge household names here are current World Champion Michael Yaska, Pro Tour champions like Michael Fung, Chris Jarl, now a multiple-time calling champion, Evan Herndon there, also taking down a Pro Tour earlier on this year. Goes to show you that there is some serious contention in the Americas region. Over in Europe, Jacob Clements is kind of running away with it.
Yeah, I've heard someone describe that, I think it was Michael Fung described that the way that Jacob doesn't win this race is if he gets shot down in the street. So unfortunately, it looks the players are considering Jacob has successfully locked up this race.
I'm worried the players are considering something else.
There is still a lot to be fought for in the EU region. Of course, that 2nd and 3rd place currently on hold by Paul van Gijsel and Bartosz Dobrowolski. But it's not locked at all. I mean, even 41 points over or 10 points over Bartosz with Paul, that's a single calling win. You can even that out. A good performance at a PT evens that out. There's a lot of callings and still the Worlds left this year, so this is not locked at all. Yeah,
I think it's kind of intriguing to look at this. Like, if you ignore the outlier that is Jacob Clements, it's not easy to do. But any of these players, again, just huge names: Tommaso Oscilio, Pablo Pintor, Vari 7, Simon Nielsen, Juan Chacon, like. All of these players could have a deep run at Worlds and just be in the conversation for silver or bronze, which is impressive stuff and is going to be worth literally thousands of dollars. It's not a bad place to be. Over in Asia Pacific, this is the region that is always just razor thin. Down to the wire, a breakout performance could definitely sway everything on its head. We saw Nova Chan last weekend in Las Vegas, unfortunately coming up 1 game short of a top 8 berth there, but just about holding on to a lead in this region over the likes of Sam Sutherland and Justin Koo.
Yeah, nothing settled here, of course. We've got incredible names down further than that podium. We have Shoma, the Pro Tour champion. We have Gordon, multiple-time calling champion. Eugene C., Pro Tour top 8. Ryusuke, recent calling champion again. Again, you win a calling and you come top 8 at Worlds or top 16 at Worlds, and suddenly you're in first place.
Yep, very much a conversation to be had on the Asia Pacific region. If we smash it all together, looks a little bit like this. It is a near insurmountable lead for Jacob Clements at this point, but I know we said that last year about Brodie Spurlock, so every now and then there is some belief in my blood that somebody really could still go out of their way to make a run at that $25,000 eventual Player of the Year prize. But for now, there are maybe 5 names I'm watching super closely: Jacob Clements, Brodie Spurlock, Yuki Bender, Michael Hamilton, and Nova Chan.
A lot to be played for the rest of the year. Of course, if you want to make your stamp on this either this year or next, keep your eye on the upcoming callings and the future callings. This is a great way to make your name as a player, even if you don't make it onto the podium this year. You know, for example, Paul van Gijsel ended 4th in the EU region last year. Now everyone knows his name. So this is your way, have a good run of performances at callings, and you can be one of these people. It's not unapproachable. It's not unattainable. Just gotta play the game, see the world.
I mean, we saw yesterday numerous people making their first ever calling day 2, and that is how the journey starts. But I want to see exactly what made the calling day 2. So let's check out the metagame one more time and see how things panned out. We started day 1 with 221 players this weekend, and it was a tie for our first place most represented deck between Oscilio, Constella Intelligence, and Arakni, Marionette.
We talked about a couple surprises on this board. Vynnset being so represented was probably one of them, but that is maybe expected for the region where we often get an uptick here in the European callings. Some downticks were the representation of Kashy. We felt that got split up over some of the other warriors like Harle and Dorinthia, eating into that pie a little bit. Syndra and Phi combining for the Draconic Ninja still come third place overall, but that was a bit less representation than we were expecting maybe. Of course, a huge uptick in Guardian representation based on the performance last week at the Pro Tour from Vetreiði and Jarl.
Had some standout performances, a little lower down in our metagame representation. Some sweet games we had on camera yesterday included the likes of Marlin Treasure Hunter, Zyggy Starlight, Max the Hype Nitro, Tuffnut Bumbling Hulkster. These were all decks that, to be frank, looked kind of impressive.
We didn't have it on stream, but also there was a Fang deck that ended up at 6-1, I believe, at the end of day one. So maybe that is also another rogue deck that's fighting its way towards the top 8 of this event.
So let's see how it all shook out as we made our way into the second day of competition. Big standout for me here has to be Oscilio. Constella Intelligence off the bat was tied for the most represented deck in the room heading into day number 1. A 41% conversion rate is quite impressive for a number 1 deck in the room.
Yeah, when it's represented that highly and it's converting that highly, I think that should be saying, you know, the truth of the deck. I don't think anybody doubted that this is probably the strongest deck. Of course, Jacob's performance last week on Arakni, which is itself a very strong deck, brought people back to Marionette when they'd been dropping it since the introduction of all of the prevention pieces from Omens of the Third Age. But Oscilio, I'd say, should be considered probably the default best deck in the meta right now. It's just such a strong hero. He's been putting top 8 performances in callings and PTs for the last several months at this point, and I'm not surprised to see Oscilio end up top dog in day 2.
A reasonable performance, I'll say, here for Arakni Marionette, given the level of them that were in the room. But some of the standouts for me that kind of underperformed here, Vynnset, Iron Maiden. We kind of alluded to the surprise that there was more in the room than we expected. There always is in this region, but it really is the best players on this deck who make their way into day 2. We know that at least 2 of these are just juggernauts of the hero in Axilleas, Siskopoulos, and Brodie Spurlock. And I'm unsure who the third one is, unfortunately, but I'm sure they're probably equally good at piloting the Shadow Runeblade. And then Betsy Skin in the Game, which kind of had the breakout performance last weekend, put 2 copies in the top 8 of Vegas, has only put 2 copies in day 2 of the calling here in Edinburgh, just a 22% conversion rate.
Yeah, I know that these sample sizes are small, but I am drawn to the fact that Betsy has this only 22% of conversion, but Jarl has 36. So maybe that is shaking out. I've been talking to some people and hearing some discussion about what is the best Guardian, and some people say, well, I think Betsy is the best Guardian, but I'm just not that drawn to it, or maybe I think it is a little bit weak, and Jarl has some specific matchups it really targets. So I'm interested in how this continues to shake out over the coming weeks and in the release of a new meta also, whether these heroes are able to continue to hang with the top heroes, but also what plays out between them. So now that we've lost Victor, which of these is the stronger Guardian? On the evidence of this weekend, it seems to be Jarl, but there's a lot still to be played.
Think so. A lot of math to figure out in that regard. I've just remembered it's our third Vynnset is Radoslav. Of course, we had him on stream yesterday. So it is just fantastic Vynsets all the way through. Got to highlight, of course, the 1 Tuffnut, the 1 Max. Still very much in contention, still very much at X and 1, playing for top 8 here from our top 48. Exciting stuff all the way around. Maybe not the most surprising for a lot of folks, but I want to kind of see who is bundled up next to each other and might be playing against each other in these first couple rounds of the day. So let's check out the standings as well and see exactly where everyone lies. We have 2 undefeated players overnight in the form of Aaron Boyhan and Michael de Kork. It's 2 copies of Oscilio at the top of the standings.
Once again, as I said earlier, I don't think that's the biggest surprise, and I do think this has put its stamp on the meta as the strongest deck. That's not to say you have to play Oscilio to be able to win. We saw that last week at the Pro Tour with Jacob Clemens showing up on Arakni and showing he just understands that deck so well that he's able to pilot it through a field of Oscilios and through a field of Guardians and through a field of so many other strong decks. But Oscilio does seem to be, on a power level, a very strong deck at the moment. It's funny you said that there's not too many surprises when we were discussing the conversion, but there are a couple surprises. It was like right after you had been talking about Tuffnut and you'd been talking about Max, and there you go. 11th and 13th, Tuffnut and Max. 12th, there's a 6-1 Huntsman. 10th, there's a 6-1 Zyggy, which maybe we should stop considering a surprise given some of the recent performances that hero has put up, but it still feels a little bit surprising and a little bit novel. Even in 14th, Evan is still 6-1 on Gravy. I know he's a star on that deck, but that deck has been losing some of its representation recently and losing some of its respect from top players on account of the recent banning of Remembrance, which hurt its matchup spread a little bit.
To double back on that Zyggy comment for Jason Rolfe, a deck that we know has not been super well represented outside of a couple of Nationals wins. We know Jason was kind of going in the dark on the deck this weekend, didn't have too much in the way of representation, but Ward lines up well into arcane damage from Oscilio. It lines up well into those Flick Knives activations from Arakni Marionette. Does seem like a pretty reasonable call there. Do want to give a shout out to Nathan Hills there in third on that Fang. We know it is a Decimator Great Axe variant of Fang, but is finding a way to fatigue on through and just have that undeniable weapon do some serious work.
I think that's 9 or 10 different heroes at the 6-1 and better bracket itself, which is crazy to begin with when that was only like 14 players. But we still have a bunch of 5-2s fighting for their lives. These players have to either win out or win most of the games today, the first 3 games today, but they are still live for top 8 as we have 48 players still in the day. We have a couple heroes here that also stand out. We have some of our Betsies represented still on this page. Both of Betsies here. We have a Marlin still live with Dennis in 27th. We have a couple more Gravies, and this is maybe where I would expect them more. Like, it's a strong hero. You can day 2, but it's not feeling like oppressive to be that 7-0 or 6-1 deck right now, at least so reliably. I do want to give a shout out to a couple Jarls. They're all seeming to be grouped in this 5-2 bracket, trying to make their icy way through day 2 into the top 8, including Pablo Pintor there, very noted player and also recent champion of his nationals with this deck.
Absolutely. I do want to draw your attention to a hero that is mysteriously missing from our standings this weekend. Kashy the Golden Sand did not convert this time around and was on the cusp of reaching Living Legend this weekend. If managed to put up a stellar result here in Edinburgh. That's not something we're going to be seeing when the curtain closes this weekend.
Yeah, it's not going to happen this weekend. It's not that she's a weak deck, but I do think she's maybe not so wonderfully positioned now that there's the introduction of a couple Guardians with unique approaches in the meta in Jarl and Betsy. They're very different than other types of Guardians we've seen, but also we have some of these like arcane decks which just roll over Kashy. And there's just, and maybe even a Vynnset will be quite tough for Kashy, and we had such a big representation there. So not able to make the conversion this weekend, but hey, new cards in 2 weeks. I'm sure Kashy is going to get her last day in the sun quite soon.
There was certainly some card reveals yesterday between ourselves and a few other content creators out there that have got people excited. And well, I'm sure we can make sure there's another reveal at some point today. Don't want to make it too easy for you to tune out of the stream at your convenience, but yeah, sure. I'll make sure that we can reveal some more warrior goodness at some point today. Sounds good to me.
I would be pretty happy to see some more warrior goodness, as I'm pretty excited for that set.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Okay, well, it's only fair that we start our day with our pair of 7-0 players. I did kind of want to allude to it because I saw some comments in the chat that it's kind of strange that our undefeated players are not at table 1 right now. And that is because Michael is with fixed seating this weekend. I don't like to ask why when people ask that to be the case. It's completely up to them. But does have crutches. So clearly some kind of injury or one way or the other. So he's sitting there a little further down. You can always request fixed seating in those spots. And we did not want to disrupt Michael as best we could over the course of yesterday, which is part of why he wasn't on camera. So it seems only fair to make sure he gets his moment in the spotlight. We bring him on camera to start today, and then we're unlikely to bring him back on camera until the top 8 one way or the other to make sure he just has the most comfortable event possible.
Yeah, it's not an injury. This is, Michael often deals with this at tournaments. This is a sort of permanent issue. He's a local to mine in the Netherlands, so a good friend. I've played plenty of games against him. I enjoy chatting with the guy, but yes, he does have a fixed seating at tournaments typically.
Just a good way to be, and so we wanted to explain that for the folks who were curious about that at home. But it will not be affecting our game one way or the other. It will be a lamp-off. Will be Oscilio versus Oscilio. We know it's 2 different versions of the deck, though, between Aaron Boyhan and Michael. It will be that kind of arcane-focused deck versus the Gone in a Flash-style aggro deck. Do you have any impressions about who is favored in this situation?
It depends how defensively slanted the arcane is. Like, you can build an arcane deck that is trying to just blast your face off, and you can also build an arcane deck that brings quite a lot of block 4s into the matchup and tries to just slow down the game and then be able to blow your face off. I think I would generally lean towards the arcane variant of the deck in the matchup, but you know, you can always find Gone in a Flash for 28 damage early in the game and then just have enough tempo to close the gap afterwards.
He's not wrong. Shuffle up, Buttercup. It is time to dance. Let's make our way down into the feature match area, where it will be Michael de Kock against Aaron Boyhan. 7-0 on both sides of the table. Oscilio Constella Intelligence mirror match will start us off today. Tell me, Gabe, what can you gauge from Michael choosing to go first here?
I think both versions of both decks are probably wanting to go first. I don't... Do you know which one's which?
Unfortunately not. Okay. I'm being told Michael is the arcane version here. Aaron is the more attack-centric version.
So first of all,
would
that
make
makes double
sense to me. Yes.
But even if not, and you know that the opponent is the arcane version, you want to be denying them that. You probably want to be denying the risk of that no matter what.
Sure.
And even on Gone on a Flash, you can get a couple points of arcane chip in and you know, get more cards to draw and cycle through to try to get to that Gone on a Flash as soon as possible. It's not that the first turn of tempo is going to really swing things that much if you go second. Often you might not even be able to convert that hand if you're a little on the unluckier side with the way you draw in both versions of this deck. So you just want to get opportunities to deal damage, and the first opportunity to deal damage in a deck with arcane damage is always turn 0.
Let's see how our players got here this weekend and follow their journey into the feature match area. Unsurprisingly, it's going to be a lot of W's. Makes a lot of sense for our first round of the day, but some interesting ones here for Michael. Couple of Arakni Marionette was a bit of a Betsy Slayer in the middle of the day, but also got through some ninjas at various points as well.
Yeah, arcane Oscilio beating up on those ninjas probably makes a bit more sense. I think that's typically considered one of the weaker matchups for Gone on a Flash. I know Michael has played quite a bit of Ira himself, so I'm sure he was pretty happy to see Ira in round 1 where he understands what the opponent is doing. But then round 3 through 7, just ping-ponging between Arakni and Betsy, that feels like a pretty comfortable place to be for an arcane Oscilio.
Some recognizable names here. We had Shy on camera yesterday at the hands of Max Nitro. Did have an unfortunate one there as well. But two-time calling winner Francesco Giorgio, friend of the stream, Erica Forslerv, both falling victim to Michael over the course of the day. On the other side of things, Aaron Boyhan ran through a different range of heroes. It was a Jarl. We had a couple of Oscilio mirror matches to get through. Matthew Fawkes on Volder fell here alongside that Decimator Fang in the final round in the hands of Nathan Hills.
Definitely bodes well that he's played the mirror match a couple times and taken down a couple of wins.
All right, looks like our players are ready to dance, so we're going to get ourselves down there and into the game. Unsurprisingly, same hero this time around. We've alluded to this deck a number of times already. The filtration ability of Oscilio, very powerful for both variants of this deck, either getting you closer to Gone in a Flash or just kind of filtering through those instances when you need more defensive tools or when you're looking for tool pieces of Arcane. With that said, it is time to see which of these two players can come out on top when it is Arcane Oscilio versus the aggression of Gone in a Flash. Michael DeCork versus Aaron Boyhan for our final undefeated slot.
I do really want to shout out the inclusion of Cap of Quick Thinking on Aaron's equipment suite. This probably says he expects the opponent to be on the Arcane deck, or he expects that no matter what the version, I don't know whether this is default plan, but if he doesn't expect the Arcane, maybe he says, my default plan is to try to race to my Gone in a Flash as quick as possible. And what Cap lets me do is filter more of my hand and get a point of value for each one I filter. Just stay a little bit defensive early in the game, but it gets me to my combo as soon as possible.
I got my eyes on that Shock Charmers as well. Definitely going to play a relevant part in shutting down a card like Aether Flare later in the game. For now, Kindle plus Volzar will add some charge to the first copy of that card, and we'll jump it up to 5. Aaron will respond with an Oscilio activation, goes spinning, finds an Astral Bridge in a hand that is already Gone in a Flash and a pile of instants.
The hard thing here is you kind of want to be spell voiding this, which probably includes Cap of Quick Thinking for an extra point of it. You maybe even want to AB, because this is turn 0, but do you really want to give up on this hand? I mean, this isn't necessarily the combo hand because it's a 4-card hand, but you could just like do... I guess because it's not the combo hand, you just have to sacrifice the fact that these are good instants, but you will get some version of them again, and you just want to be putting that Gone in a Flash in Arsenal at the end of the turn.
You understand the pause of Aaron, given the nature of the hand, does indeed AB1 with the Astral Bridge. Will mean 4 of this is coming through. Michael drew a blind card off of that Kindle, and it was a Flash Bolt. That is a bonus 7 points of Arcane that was found from that Kindle. That is absolutely back-breaking.
I'm sure Aaron was considering the Spell Void and the Cap and then thought, this is turn 0 and that card was blind. There's not going to be that much punish. This isn't set up and he doesn't have an action point. So it's going to be hard for him to use that Aether Flare to deal that much significant amount of damage. No.
That was the punish.
Yeah,
It was
I guess
the best possible in this scenario. Going to see Constella Contemplation from Aaron Boyhan at the end of the turn there. Will make the Ponder token as a result. Does a little bit of chip arcane damage, as we did see Lightning Press discarded at the start of the turn. He'll draw back up, finds a hand that now contains Echo Flash, Snatch, and a copy of Enlightened Strike alongside that Gone in a Flash, which does feel like an important part of playing catch-up here. Going to discard that Echo Flash, will trigger it on the way down, so a point of arcane damage coming through to Michael, who will now need to reevaluate how to address that scenario. Decides it is worth some Arcane Barrier, blue copy of Meteoric Impact being pitched to keep that one in check.
I wonder whether we're going to see another Aether Flare over the course of this game, because if not, then not choosing to activate the Cap and the Spell Void there is going to be less value than any time he uses that later. Of course, they're still worth that 3 prevent later, but what they're not worth is the multiplicative effect of preventing on an Aether Flare and then preventing on the thing that the Aether Flare was going to buff as well, functionally. So if Michael just, takes that early lead and is able to just throw normal spells like Meteoric Impact through the rest of the game, then Aaron will be, after this game, kicking himself for not having cashed in on the first time he saw an Aether Flare.
Twine Lightning was the find. Will come in for 4 go again. Had to fuse this one with Gone in a Flash, so both players now acutely aware of where we find ourselves at the moment. You can suggest that might change when this Enlightened Strike no doubt comes down, but I think both players would be very surprised if any other card was going to the bottom there.
I don't know if Michael's on any attack actions, whether he's sided in anything like Command and Conquer, for example, but all it tells you is that you know that the card is there. It doesn't necessarily change your game plan other than just trying to deal damage and do it as fast as possible, which is probably already Michael's plan.
4 into 7, and Michael happy to foot the bill on this one. Now 26 plays 26. Gonna see that Ponder token kind of thumbed there briefly for a moment.
Michael just said, hold on a moment, I might want to do something before you end your turn, because Ponder is at the beginning of your end phase trigger, and of course Michael has to take activated abilities during his before the end phase, during the action phase.
We'll see that Oscilio activation discarding Sigil of Aether at the end of the turn. More than happy to do that to fish up a fresh card, given that Chromatic Refinement will activate this Comet Collision either which way. So we'll see this one go away. We'll make it cost 1 less. Volzar will be active due to an instant entering the yard. So 2 amp total will line up with Comet Collision, makes this one come in for a mighty 6. That's a weird-looking Burn Bear.
It is still a 2-card Burn Bear, so I guess you could just call it a normal Burn Bear, but it's a pretty clean one.
Is indeed.
Cashing in a card from last turn to foot the bill into making this turn more efficient. Still gets to put a card into Arsenal after preventing just a little bit with a 3-block last turn. And, life totals even. It's kind of hard to say who has quote-unquote real tempo in a Wizard match, because you can always kill your opponent on either turn often. Not from 26 in this case, but when we get lower. So walking life totals down at the same rate can lead to some very interesting end states. So yes, it's 26 plays 26, and Michael's dealing 6, taking the advantage here, but then Aaron has a full hand, so you could argue I would give Aaron the tempo advantage, but it's really hard to say when life totals are this close to even who's actually going to get to fire first at the end of the game.
We see a post-damage Thunderous Retort. Aaron not interested in using this for the Arcane Barrier mode, just wants both an instant in the yard at the start of the turn and potentially a source of go again to make the hand function. We're going to see that Retort pop, which will enable this copy of Gone in a Flash. We'll be 4 with go again, and we know there is a Sigil of Solace in the hand alongside Ravenous Rabble and Comet Collision to make sure this Gone in a Flash jumps right back where it belongs.
Well, there's a funny reason they run Thunderous Retort, and the reason is that they want to have a go-again giver like a Sigil of Lightning or a blue Thunderous Retort, but they actually want it to be red for the sake of Ravenous Rabble revealing it and it still being a red, meaning he doesn't actually have enough blues in the deck to reliably use that AB3, so though it looks like he has prevention in his deck, it's very rarely going to be real prevention in this case, and here just bouncing back a Gone in a Flash efficiently with go again, the best way to fire Gone in a Flash.
Does have to let the Sink Below resolve this time to make sure we don't fizzle that go again, but Ravenous Rabble will be the follow-up here. 4 go again, reveals Comet Storm Shock on top.
Pretty good turn. This is 4/4 into 5 Arcane, and still gets to Arsenal that Gone in a Flash at the end of it. So quite nice for Aaron the way this is all lined up in terms of his efficiency early on after taking that big thwack of damage on turn 0.
Oscilio activation for Michael will discard a copy of Echo Flash, does leak in a point of damage as a result. Finds a fresh new card to attack this Ravenous Rabble with. We're looking at Chromatic Refinement, Snapback, Sigil of Solace, and Sigil of Aether. This is what the kids would call unimpressive.
I mean, yeah, you have a 2-card 5 functionally. And then the Sigil of Aether is either you're going to play it out to try to deal a little bit of Arcane because Aaron's probably not going to pitch a whole card to AB, or you'll just Oscilio that away and try to get more powerful cards on the next turn, or sink it right here.
Yeah, Crown of Providence will go fishing to find something that improves this hand, finds a Flash Bolt in the process. We'll see 2 damage come through. Now 22 plays 24. Before the Volzar activation will charge up this Comet Collision for Boyhan. Comes in for 5 here. Michael looking at that hand again, does not have the best options now that Sigil of Aether went away in terms of Arcane prevention.
He traded that blue away to try to get a card that maybe works better with the snapback. Maybe something like a Comet Collision would have worked great. But with the Tunic coming up, that is. But unfortunately here, he finds a Flashbolt. So he does have the red spell, but not necessarily the one he was looking for. Snapback cares about playing a non-attack action, so even if he's able to use Chromatic Refinement and Tunic for the Flashbolt, then he's not able to pitch into the Snapback. You know, there were good finds here. Meteoric Impact and Comet Collision were really high-end finds here, but unfortunately he's got a little bit of an awkward one and is maybe going to go fishing again on his turn.
Down to 19 for the Cork, who will now take a look at this hand one more time and see whether or not we are better served digging deeper with Oscilio. Constella Intelligence does have some arcane damage available at the very least. We will activate that hero ability. Flashbolt is not the name of the game. We'll find Comet Collision off the top. Very much rewarded for taking that more aggressive line here. Volzar activation will join up alongside this one and continue to put the pressure on Boyhan.
That was a very good find. I mean, it could have been an quote-unquote even better find if he had played the Chromatic Refinement on the last turn. But it's actually fine because he can just stick this Chromatic Refinement into Arsenal and he ends up using the same amount of resources this turn. And that functional 2 value of Chromatic Refinement pushes forward to next turn where he might need it for the Volzar activation anyways.
Cellular activation for Boyhan will sculpt the hand further, finds a copy of Strike Twice by discarding Comet Storm, joins Ravenous Rabble's second strike, and another copy of Gone in a Flash. Don't need 2 of those, so we will AB1. Takes 4, brings Boyhan down to 18 here as the life totals continue to walk down between both parties. Michael, deciding how to continue, will reach for the Tunic resource to enable this copy of Snapback. 3 more Arcane coming in.
Game has swung here a bit. Aaron, since that first turn where he had to give up that sort of perfect-looking Gone on a Flash turn, has had good efficient damage, but he's never been able to find the instant grip to combo with that Gone on a Flash he's been sitting on in Arsenal. He's had quite a number of attacks. Now, Michael looked like he was falling behind for a couple turns because Aaron's able to deal more efficient damage just by nature of being a physical damage deck rather than an arcane deck. Arcane damage value is often N-1 or N-2 on cards, depending on their other effects. So he's dealing less damage. But a turn like this, which is able to deal very let's call it evasive damage with all of these arcane spells against Aaron, especially aligning with a hand where Aaron had not much going on and just has to pitch 2 reds for 1 value each on Arcane Barrier, really helps Michael take back control of the game.
Boyhan back to playing a 2-card hand now. 16 plays 22 in favor of Arcane Oscilio. Ravenous Rabble finds Sigil of Aether on top. 2 go again was not the threat we were looking for.
No, it's kind of funny because Michael wanted to sink possibly to, you know, first of all, get it out of his hand, but possibly also filter this hand. There's some options. So hoping when he takes this 2 damage that he's going to get hit for 4 again and he can get that full value. And
he certainly will because second strike is enabled by that Ravenous Rabble. Makes it 4 go again as the follow-up. The Cog looking at that sink below alongside Aether Flare consigned to Cosmos and a Sigil of Aether of his own. Sink below might very well sculpt that. Consigned to Cosmos goes away. Fresh one will be found off the top of the deck. Copy of Scour is the follow-up there. Not super impactful in this matchup, but blue block 3 will do its thing.
Kind of maybe would have held the Consigned to Cosmos as the ability to push that Aether Flare damage onto the following link. Or I shouldn't say link, but the following card. I guess he's kind of relies on his deck to be kind to him in terms of the... he has a filter on this turn with that Sigil of Aether, and if he draws into another instant, he has another filter on the next turn. So he has ways to make sure that he's going to end up getting these cards into, or has the opportunity to draw spells next turn anyways, and didn't have to rely on the simple shock for 1 of the Consigned to Cosmos there.
Did get rewarded for it, finds a copy of Snapback to pair up with this Aether Flare by discarding that Sigil of Aether. Means Chromatic Refinement will come out of the arsenal, gives a second point of amplification to this Volzar. Will potentially enable Aether Flare for 5, and I would not be surprised to see Metacarpus Node reached for here to make this a 6. Nor would I be shocked if Shock Charmers decided to dampen this just a little bit.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier, where Aaron will have to hope for an Aether Flare to come in the future to take full advantage of this Spell Void with the Cap of Quick Thinking and the Shock Charmers. He is able to get it here, so he's going to get full benefit from the Spell Void, quote-unquote 3 here, let's call it, but it's actually Spell Voiding 6 in a way because it's preventing this multiplicative effect. Michael got possibly the best card because he doesn't even have to commit the boots to be able to use a spell on this turn. He got one of the Snapback Strike Twice type of spells. He had that Consign to Cosmos as an instant that he shifted away, decided I'd rather go for max damage, and he found it. We still have 3 damage coming through on the Aether Flare because it's just the Spell Void and no AB committed, so this will still be a spell for 6/7, 6 base, and then buffed up by the Metacarpus for an additional 1 to make it 7.
Gross in more ways than one.
I like was saying it and then realized I was saying it and I decided, let's just do it. Let's just lean in.
It will be 7 damage on the snapback, courtesy of the Metacarpus node. Second activation here. We'll see Oscilio activation in response. Potentially, Aaron rethinking that one. Does have access to Echo Flash to discard to the hero ability. Will decide that is the way to go. Point of Arcane available. Gonna tap the staff in response. So 2 Arcane bleeding through here as Aaron finds a fresh card.
I think the life totals are a little bit out of date because he should have taken a bit more damage on Aaron's side. I'm not sure. I wasn't following the number at the top very well, but of course Michael didn't take those 2. So we'll see these players update the screen in a moment with both. Yeah, there you go. So the 6 wasn't taken from Snapback. I know it was 7 base or 7 actual being dealt, but there was Cap of Quick Thinking, so that effect lasts through the whole turn.
Of course.
He just needs to discard another instant to get that prevent on the next source of damage, which is what he did right there. So 6 taken on the Snapback and 2 taken in return for Michael.
Now, this is where things get dangerous. If you look at the hand for Boyhan, it is time to do the thing TM. Break those Lightning Greaves and have a Gone in a Flash turn, but with only 7 health remaining, I am side-eyeing that pair of Stormstriders as the hand comes together for Michael, who will find Voltic Veil, double Meteoric Impact, Aether Flare. One of those impacts is red.
That's damage. Impact 5, Veil 1, Volzar 1. That sounds like lethal to me.
In theory, does mean the damage is there. The Lightning Greaves being popped would open the airwaves to do all of this. Would want to get an instant into the yard. Voltic Veil would do that. Would need to pitch a Lightning card to make that happen, but Blue Meteoric Impact has the ability to do just that. So Michael de Kock looking at a window that would make some sense to steal away lethal if these Lightning Greaves get exploded, but it's kind of hard to see Aaron not doing that here with Gone in a Flash as the first attack of the turn. Will take the 4 damage, falls down to 14. We'll have Oscilio tapped, Old Knocker activated, and Lightning Greaves destroyed. And that will very much open the floodgates here for Michael to do the thing. Sigil of Brilliance, the first play, as Gone in a Flash comes bouncing back. The old wizard trick, of course, don't blink until they make you. No need to get reactive until it's time to not lose to Sigil of Solace.
I know it looks like he could win guaranteed on board, but you're correct. You don't want to lose to Sigil of Solace. You don't want to lose to Thunderous Retort. There's a couple things that could end up saving Aaron by exactly 1 or 3 points of life. So Michael's saying, I have these 8 points of damage, 18 points of health for a reason. I'm going to make you kill me as much as possible, and then once your guards are down, I'm going to kill you. And worst case, I can just block the last Gone in a Flash if there ends up being a Sigil here.
4 more damage comes on through. We'll see Constella uplift, untapping the staff. Gone in a Flash, jumping on back into the hand one more time. 4 more damage coming through for Boyhan here. 7 into 6 as things stand. And Michael doing that quick count. Does the Sigil of Solace, does make sure that we have knowledge of which tricks are still available.
I think the thing that we want to count out here is, first of all, there's a Sigil of Solaces. There's not going to be any Thunderous Retorts because we've talked about how that card doesn't work. Unlikely to be able to pay for it. Also, there's only 1 card left. So it's Sigils being counted. There's an option for Michael here if he can just Voltic Veil anyways, because that's still going to functionally prevent 4 of this damage and maybe present a little bit of a chip. And then you get information from Aaron, where if you Voltic Veil and you try to deal that 1 damage and prevent this 4, then are you still safe?
So I think I'm correct in saying Voltic Veil doesn't need to prevent damage to deal an Arcane, right?
Correct.
It's a separate trigger here, so there's no worry about Gone in a Flash being bounced and denying a point of Arcane damage.
It's an instant, so it'll happen when it's the Lightning Bond happens just if a Lightning card was pitched to play this. So the card gets played, it doesn't matter whether the damage is being prevented. 1 Arcane will be dealt to the opposing hero, and we're preventing the 4 here. But Michael wanting to play it safe. Maybe he's thinking, in case that is a Sigil, I'd rather hold the Voltic Veil in my arsenal for next turn, and then and then play or cycle it with Oscilio to enable the Meteoric Impact on my turn. He's playing it safe, given that he, again, still has the life total to be able to do this, because it's Gone in a Flash. You know, you could Lightning Press it and then deny the Gone in a Flash bounce, and then Michael would be dead on board, but then Aaron would be dead on board in response. So Michael here sort of playing safe around whatever this could be out of Aaron and really forcing it to be a Sigil of Solace.
This is a large part of playing Wizard at the higher level, is understanding what you can beat, what you can't. And when you're safe to just move into your own turn, sometimes throwing this Meteoric Impact into Aaron with no Arcane Barrier is going to put Aaron to 2 and let you draw up with a Storm Strider's active. I mean, there's just as much a chance that you get to blow your opponent into oblivion that way as well. And so more than happy to make Aaron do the work, pull the trigger as is required. That Tunic is playing defense for now. Michael hovering sheepishly over that Voltic Veil. Decides that we do not need to fire that off right now. 3 damage comes through, falls down to 3.
He's also just got Aether Flare Meteoric Impact on his own turn, so he's just got so many options available to him that he's just going to force Aaron to do as much as possible, and that is the benefit of having that life lead against this kind of turn.
3 into 7, but Michael keeps the entire hand. Aaron forced to draw up. We're going to see that Oscilio activation. Discarding the Voltic Veil will enable both Volzar and Meteoric Impact. Reaches for a card, finds Cosmic Flare on top, which will be more than happy to pay for everything.
I'm a little scared now. Hold on. We didn't pull the trigger there. And what this turns into is now Michael risks dying to arcane damage because Aaron, sure, he's a Gone in a Flash deck, but he's a Gone in a Flash deck that has instants that deal arcane, and I'm looking at 2 of them here. And if we pop this Storm Striders, we don't have access to Arcane Barrier 2. So I don't think the Aether Flare Meteoric Impact line is available to him anymore. He just has to go in for this deal 5 on Meteoric Impact and try to kill with Striders next turn. But you're kind of opening yourself up to the exact same thing if you pop Striders next turn. If he had decided to go off last turn, assuming that wasn't a Sigil of Solace, or at least forcing it to be a Sigil of Solace, then once that Gone in a Flash had hit the grave, he had an opportunity there, but he's deciding to pop here when he might just fall to this.
Okay, so Storm Striders for that Meteoric Impact. We're going to see Oscilio activated. Is forced to discard one of the Constella uplifts to get an instant into the graveyard. Finds Electrostatic Discharge on top. Means there is only 2 points of Arcane in the hand for Aaron Boyhan. Is there another Arcane effect in the arsenal to line up with the untapping copy of Volzar? That is the question. The weapon is tapped. It is not there. Michael finds a way. Storm Striders lining up perfectly with that Meteoric Impact alongside that 3rd copy of Aether Flare to send Aaron Boyhan somewhere into next week.
Having to play risky at the end of the game, both players there. Michael deciding not to pull the trigger, doesn't want to be blown out by certain cards like Sigil of Solace, and then lose access to his Storm Striders, which might be his win con if that doesn't work out that turn. And then played it a little bit riskier on the following turn, playing into the fact that there could have been some Arcane drawn, but safely it knows that 3 Arcane is relatively hard for Aaron's deck to hit.
I mean, it was
have to
close
hit like
there.
3 instants.
It was like double Constella uplift in hand. If there was another instant to discard, things got real nasty, real fast. So surprisingly close coming down to the wire at the end between Aaron and Michael. I think a pretty good showcase of the 2 different premier variants of Oscilio and how that matchup shakes out.
You're calling Counterburn not a premier variant of...
I think that deck is incredible, but I think it's arguably less popular right now,
Definitely
having a showing
popular.
just from Las Vegas last week. So it's almost have to discover there. I should say 2 more popular versions of Oscilio is more what I meant.
And I think this is also part of the reason to bring the Arcane Oscilio at the moment, is it does seem a little bit like it has the edge into the Gone in a Flash Oscilio. You have more cards that block 3 to begin with, which is kind of nice. A lot of... you still run some of those preventative instants like Voltic Veil. You might not be running Cosmic Suture, but you still have the ability to prevent and run defense reactions. And then Arcane is just so hard to interact with for an aggro deck. So he's got that Spell Void 2 kind of 3 with Cap of Quick Thinking on Aaron's side of the board, but that is all you have in terms of like real ability to prevent efficiently.
Yeah, that Kindle into a Flashbolt on turn 0, absolutely backbreaking. Speaking of popular things, we have quite the popular event on the horizon later this year. The World Championship in Paris is not all too far away now. Make sure you're joining us in the City of Light between November 5th and 8th.
You and I will be there, and oh, what a joy it will be to be there. And oh, there are some exciting things to get. I know we have in our ear some yapping from a Levia lover, Ethan, all weekend, and he has already promised to buy out every single one of these Levia marvels that exists in the world. That's right? So if you want to...
Somebody's in trouble, and it's not me.
If you want to get the souvenir package on your way to Paris or as you come to the tournament, then you can get one of these very beautiful Marvel treatments of Leviah Shadowborn Abomination, as she is sure to dominate the meta in the next couple of months.
Yeah, I'm being told it's a very real threat in the wake of Usurp the Shadow Throne. I'll believe it when I see it, but I'm willing to see it. Definitely willing to see it. Souvenir package contains more than just that cold foil Marvel, of course. Usurp the Shadow Throne booster box, the full playset of those rainbow foil outed promos, and a matching playmat to boot.
If you're not getting a souvenir package and you'd rather just buy merch at the venue, at the tournament, then you can get these wonderful promos. We'll have a whole merch wall, and if you spend $150 or more, you get a set of Pull From Beyond promos in extended art rainbow foil to buff up any of your Shadow decks, no matter which of the heroes you decide you want to play.
Yeah, I think Pull From Beyond is proving to look pretty powerful. Gate to Arathiel tokens just kind of at a premium, and opting to make sure that your Viscerai banishes the right thing is also not half bad in the process once you banish that top card. Big fan of this card, looking to get my hands on some of these sets myself. Of course, the promo event is quite a good one this time around.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Shadow gets their own CNC. It's kind of like, I mean, I guess it's not CNC++, but in a way it's CNC++ because you can play it from your banish zone with gates. It's just so crazy to just have access to more CNCs and to not lose the tribal shadow effect of being able to play it. Yeah, it's just really good, man. It's just really good. And this really treatment is really cool just to get it in the full art Marvel here. Corrupt and Conquer will surely be a mainstay in the decks that we're seeing out of Usurp the Shadow Throne.
I will be chasing down my copies of those. I'll be chasing down my copies of Outed in the process. Saw this one on camera a few times yesterday. This card is very pretty. Love the Dorinthia-infused artwork here as well. And as production would love for you to know, another promo for the Leviah deck in the process, apparently.
Surely there will be enough new cards that she won't have to run Outed anymore.
We'll cross our fingers. We'll have to wait and see exactly how that one shakes out. That will, of course, come alongside a copy of Corrupt and Conquer in that World Championship competitor package, alongside a matching playmat to boot. If you're playing the main event, make sure to pick this one up somewhere along the way. World Championship in Paris is going to be a pretty spectacular event. Hopefully, we will have the pleasure of seeing you there. Now, there are a few fan favorite players in the room that are still in contention this weekend, and I am hearing from the floor that Daniel Correas won the first round of today, which means we can continue to believe in Tuffnut, who will be coming up for you next. On one side of the table, Daniel Correas' Tuffnut Bumbling Hulkster. On the other, Siskopoulos' infamous European Vynnset Iron Maiden should make for quite the game this round.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. This is not a matchup I have ever seen played out in front of myself, so I don't know what to expect, but I would expect that both of these players, if not having played this matchup, then they know roughly how to pilot their decks into a type of matchup, and I expect we're going to see a masterclass of these heroes.
Both of these players sitting at 7-1 heading into this round, but let's see who is surrounding them after the first day of competition. Check out the standings here. Of course, one undefeated player left. Michael, our feature match last round, finding success. Now 8-0, but our 7-1's narrowing down, but it contains some fan favorites, including Jacob Clements, Jason Rolfe, and Evan Tanguy.
7 different heroes in the current top 8, which is the 7-1 bracket, by the way. But pretty impressive performance from a bunch of players. We have the Fang still alive, we have Zyggy still alive, we have the Tuffnut we're about to see on stream, and Vynnset we're about to see on stream, and of course Gravy. Like, this is crazy to see still alive. And of course, I'm just skipping over Jacob. He's just like a constant, you know? You just kind of assume Jacob's there. If there's a Marionette near the top, oh, it's probably Jacob. That's a pretty safe bet.
For the Max fans in the room, unfortunately, Matthew Sanford took a loss in that last round. Still very much alive for top 8 right now, but sitting at 6-2, fell at the hands of Jason Rolfe Zyggy, which does admittedly seem like a bit of a rough one.
Yeah, there are some rough matchups left over for Max, I'd say, with a couple of the more aggressive decks like Oscilio and Marionette remaining in the field, although I have heard that he was able to take a couple of those down yesterday, so we'll see if he's able to actually prey on the fact that there are more Oscilios up here, but currently in the standings surrounded by Marionettes.
Peter Henriksen's Arakni Huntsman on the top cut here, alongside 18th Ira, 19th Betsy. Still some options that might bleed into our top 8 yet that are still very much alive. But if you would ask me to put money on a 7-1 Tuffnut at the start of today, I would simply not have done that.
At the start of today, I would have. That's just 50-50.
Okay, for start of the weekend, I misspoke.
Yeah, there we go.
You pedantic. No, okay. No, I am really proud of Daniel. I mean, a player of Daniel's caliber doesn't typically play a deck like Tuffnut, is the way that I'd put it. So you have to imagine there's some belief there. And I know Daniel has played Tuffnut in the past, I believe, in some other tournaments that have been well documented by folks online. So it has some repetitions on this one, but it's just a surprising choice. But I think in the hindsight of Betsy from Pro Tour Vegas, a few other highlights from that event, it seems like it might have been a really heads-up one.
I mean, the last couple of months, we've just had such a wide-open meta that heroes like this can make their stamp once they're understood by some of the players who are putting in time and really trying to crack them. I do have to say, Daniel sent out a tweet yesterday just saying how much he enjoys playing this hero, and it's so cool to be able to take him to this level. And Pablo even responded saying, so glad you finally have your hero. So it does feel like Daniel has really fell in love with Tuffnut from what we've seen so far. Obviously a very good player, and don't expect him to necessarily stay on Tuffnut if there's some better options, but well, yeah, he has been playing Brute quite a while. His PT top 8 is on KO.
Of course, yeah, of course, absolutely. No, I'm very excited to see how this one shakes out, clearly in the hands of our current Tuffnut master, so there's only one way for me to put this. Let's rock. Make our way down into the feature match area between Daniel Correas and I knew I was going to do that eventually. Siskopoulos on that copy of Vynnset Iron Maiden, just the most infamous Vynnset in all of Europe. I've found every event you and me jump in the booth together, there is always some kind of shadow nonsense coming from the Greek.
He's either on stream or he's in top 8. Like, he's always part of the story when we cast a tournament together. Of course, we do see that Daniel chose first, and this makes sense. Generally, against Vynnset, you want to go first, or as Vynnset, you want to go first. So it has a lot more to do with that than it has anything to do with the Tuffnut side of the table. But this will be a show for the lovers of weirdo decks, that's for sure.
One way of putting it. Let's see how our players made it into the feature match area. Just the one loss for our Vynnset player was at the hands of Matthew Brown, who we saw reach 6-0 on camera yesterday against the Arakni Marionette. Has felled several assassins on the way here, but has also made the way through a Marlin, a Jarl, a Dash.io, even an Oscilio in the first round of today.
I mean, we saw a Marlin beat a Vynnset on stream, so the fact that he was able to do it the other way around and take down that Marlin, quite impressive. Also taking down a Jarl, I'd say, is quite impressive.
I would say so too. Not a matchup I would think particularly easy for Vynnset Iron Maiden. On the other side of the table, let's see how the Tuffnut looks. I gotta be honest, it's arguably even more impressive that the only loss here for Daniel is at the hands of Jacob Clements.
Yeah, if you want to say you're having a good weekend, that's a good way to say, oh, I'm X-1, but I'm feeling really good about myself. I lost to the #1 World Player of the Year leader and recent Pro Tour champion, Jacob Clements. But a variety of heroes played up against here, including one mirror match, able to take down the majority of them. In fact, able to take down at least a game against every hero he played, because he did play 2 Marionettes and was able to beat one of them. Also Matthew Brown. Poor Matt. Playing up against both these guys.
No, I think it's fair to say, taking a look at this breakdown, this has been a favourable set of affairs here for Daniel. There's just some matchups that you hope to see when you're playing a deck like Tuffnut, but it's hard not to deny that very first round of the competition, Vynnset Iron Maiden in the hands of Graham Dow was a win for Daniel at the beginning of the weekend.
I said mirror because I, for some reason, thought I was looking at the Vynnset side and I saw that there was a Vynnset opponent. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Yeah, that's very important here, but there have been some of these Guardians that are good matchups, some of these aggro decks that are kind of bad matchups, like a Bolton and maybe Marionette. I don't quite know how that one would shake out, but I'm eager to see what he's able to cook up.
Will it be the Sunflower Samurai or the Shadows currently in Solana? There is only one way for us to find out. At this point, surely you're familiar with Tuffnut Bumbling Hulkster. Pitches the top card of the deck on your behalf if you tap this hero. If you find an attack with 6 or more power, the crowd will cheer you. That has numerous beneficial effects, but the one you see on the hero card is to make a toughness token, makes your cards block far more efficiently, and helps to make up just a little bit for that 3 intellect.
And of course, this is functionally a 4 intellect because you have the access to the pitch off the top, but that means you are forced to pitch that 1 card. What it lets you enable is the real hero power, attacking with rock.
It's certainly quite the hero ability. Vynnset Iron Maiden on the other side of the table will be making rune chants slowly but surely at the start of every turn, and will look to use those to fuel these powerful rune gate attacks, playing out of the Banished Zone, generating virtual card advantage, and pulling off some nonsense with cards like Cull.
Yep, both. Yeah, there are some real nonsense in this Shadow Runeblade pool here, card pool, which is going to be expanded in just a couple of months. So keep your eyes open for some spoilers, not this weekend, but in the coming months, and pay attention to whether Vynnset's going to get a lot better, because I wouldn't be surprised if all the Shadow heroes do.
Will it be Vynnset or the Nutter Butter? There is only one way for us to find out. Players now ready, locked and loaded in the feature match area. Equipment suite locked and loaded, and we'll start things off with a Scabskin Leathers roll, as we have a tendency to do. Well, there is no better time to fluff it, as they say, than turn number 0. Daniel here is going to find a Rockyard Rodeo off the top with the Tuffnut hero ability. Will discard that, wind up the crowd for some additional value here as well. Means toughness and ×2 and a Vigor token here to start the game off, despite kind of not doing much. On the other side of things for Axilleas, we're going to see a brand new one, the Nationals promo card, Runic Reaving. If you're not familiar with this one, I don't blame you, but I would get familiar with it real fast. 0 cost, 4 power attack. Gonna see this one with the ability to usurp in the future. Unlikely to do that right now because rune chants are kind of important to Vynnset, but you can just discard it to generate a rune chant, which means Axilleas here is going to start this game off with just a little bit of extra juice in the tank.
I mean, Daniel, of course, always going to be rolling scabs on turn 0, but one of the benefits is having access to these extra plays, like getting that toughness off the top and that discard effect. So Daniel having a super safe scab skins there, but Axilleas saying, actually, I can do my own thing if you take this non-turn and get my own game plan going forward. Unfortunately, it looks like maybe not too much else going on. He's thinking on the banish at the start of the turn. He's going to banish a Deathly Wail, so it doesn't look like that will be cast from the banish zone this turn just yet, as he's running the Grimoire of the Haunt and not the rune chant generating book in his offhand.
Looking like Eloquent Eulogy, Painful Passage, and a copy of Feasting Carcass. So chose not to banish the Eulogy. Not surprised. This is very much going to be a matchup that requires some serious setup to get through the wall that is Tuffnut Bumbling Hulkster. So we'll take a pass, take a point of blood debt, and hand ourselves back over to Daniel. Resource will be made. Scab skins will be reached for. We're going to be seeing a fair amount of this while Vynnset is playing setup. Second action point scored this time around from 5 means there will be the ability to convert multiple cards for Daniel Correas.
We talk about Vynnset matchups as either being setup matchups or being a semi-mid-range matchups, and it seems like Axilleas has preordained this as a setup matchup, at least at this early stage of the game. So deciding to bank that Deathly Wail and not throw something like that Eloquent Eulogy on that first turn, choosing to build up a pool of rune chants instead, and maybe several attacks in the banish zone to go a couple points wide, especially when Daniel had those 2 toughness on turn 1.
I admire Axilleas picking up the Japanese copy of Dig In and giving it a read. I do have to wonder if there's some fluency there. But this one will come in for 6 from the Arsenal. Not a premier Arsenal target. You would much rather be defending with this. But we're finding a way to make it work one way or the other thanks to that second action point. Still 2 cards in hand here for Daniel Correas. Would expect it to be slightly difficult to rock here, but there are some wind up the crowds and similar effects that might make all the math work out.
Of course, he does have access to go again in this deck with cards like Buck Wild and Jaws of Victory. So he has access to turns where he's going 2 or 3 wide without using the Scabskins. But in this case, having Arsenal to dig in and having these cards available in hand, he's just choosing to throw a couple points of damage or roll for a couple extra points of damage while Axilleas is doing nothing at all.
Rip off the top is pretty darn good here. We'll find a card being drawn. And in this case, there is a card in hand, so you don't get to control the pitch. You're going to have to pitch one of these at random. If it is a 6 or more, you're going to gain a little bit of extra juice. It's the red Buckwild that finds itself being pitched away.
Probably wanted that to go the other way around.
Yeah, leaves us with, I think, a blue Wrecker Romp in hand, which, to be polite, sucks.
Yeah, I'm sure he really wanted that to go the other way around, hitting a... Oh boy! Oh boy! That was
bad.
That was unfortunate.
That was bad. All right.
I wonder which of those cards was in hand when he played the Rip, because there could have been lines with like activating the Gauntlet and then pitching into Rip. But I imagine it was that the Buckwild was already in hand, and he was going for the dream play of drawing a blue, having that be the one pitched, and then you can Buckwild and then maybe still rock.
Maybe you can still hit. Yeah, I mean that was some high upside real estate right there for Correas. Not surprised. Eloquent Eulogy does find its way into the banished zone this turn for Axilleas. And we'll be looking at a hand that contains Fasting Carcass, Movrian Skies, and a Deadwood Dirge.
And part of what Daniel can afford to do with these turns that have a good version and a bad version, so to speak, is he can take these risks on account of the fact that he's maybe not expecting to be hit so big by Axilleas at this stage of the game. It does look like Axilleas is actually saying, screw it, we're going. You know, like, I'm hitting you big time. This is double go again?
Yeah, interested in double dipping here. Wants the shadow non-attack action to make the unpreventable rune chant, force that through and trigger the Deathly Wail, but still wants the on-hit of Movrian Skies alongside it. Doesn't think the card will convert in a more meaningful way. So we are going to see 3 arcane, 5 physical damage. One of that cannot be stopped. And an on-hit here from the Deathly Wail that says, if you ignore me, I will make 3 rune chants. Would be pleasantly surprised to see that come to fruition.
Not lining up with the toughnesses for Daniel here, so deciding to activate the Tuffnut ability to be able to pitch for these rune chants and create a toughness. This toughness is not here for this turn, though. That will come in the future, so possibly relying on some equipment to be able to block this out, or possibly just shipping his hand and saying, I'll get that Wrecker Romp out of there eventually.
Definitely a quirky part of Tuffnut. Using the hero ability in the opposing turn does provide you with resources for things like arcane damage. So we're going to see 5 block declared on this Deathly Wail. Red Buckwild, an unexpected backhand. Chain being broken here. So damage was forced through. Deathly Wail will generate some rune chants. It's worth noting that Fasting Carcass did not give this Deathly Wail go again. It's a red carcass, yellow whale, which means we're still banking the go again from that Fasting Carcass for this Eloquent Eulogy, which will pick that up.
It wasn't doubled up.
It was not indeed.
That's real good. This is a good turn. This is crazy.
Fasting Carcass does some stuff. I've fallen victim to my fair share of Funeral Moons and Culls being played as instants that suddenly regain action points due to a Fasting Carcass that triggered Vynnset to play the Cull and Funeral Moon.
Yep. That's... Wow. If you're worried that this hero is going to get boxed out by Vetreiði, I mean, it's already a relatively powerful hero. It's already a really rewarding hero for learning about and going deep on and learning more, being able to express yourself with. It's just going to get more cards and more ability to like play to the full extent of the card pool.
No hero stands alone, finds itself on defense duty here. Clash is won by Correas with one of those various smash-ups. So we will see the shrink on Eloquent Eulogy. The follow-up here will be Flail of Agony. Happy to pay another point of life to enable this. And Daniel says, yeah, fine. I think you're okay to have your rune chant now. I've given you my last card in hand. I don't think I want to give you equipment on this. I will take a point of damage and let the flail connect.
Yeah, I wonder whether this is worth equipment blocking. I guess he's afraid of like Movrian Skies effects types in the future, and because both of his equipments that do block are 2 blocks, it's better to save it to try to Movrian something that might be coming in for 5, like another Deathly Wail or a Deathly Delight or I should say another yellow Deathly Whale or a Deathly Delight. So I respect that. One Runeshine is often not the scariest to give your opponent, but if they're stacking, like if they have 1 or 2 from a Deathly Whale or a Mavrian, then you don't want to also give them that flail hit so they don't start their next turn with 3.
Excellent.
You see that Eloquence token made, which is aptly excellent. We'll make our way back over to Vynnset once more as Correas refills the grip. Continues to play some level of defense. Will be Deep Recesses of Existence banished from the hand to start the turn. Makes the second rune chant. We're looking at a Funeral Moon that we saw in Clash mode. Was made available this turn. Other 2 cards currently unknown to us.
I think there might have been another Funeral Moon. The Deadwood Dirge, that's the one he IP'd in the last turn. Unless that's a second one and there's one in Arsenal as well.
I think you're right. I think we did IP last turn. Looks like a blue in the middle there as well. Looks like
Painful Passage in the Arsenal. So that's
like
the Deadwood Dirge
Whale
from
in
last turn.
hand, I think. So Painful Passage will eat the Eloquence token. We are going to respond, of course. Now, if you've never seen this trick before, you can pay a life to Vynnset when you play a Shadow non-attack action. Eloquence tokens trigger, you see. So if you respond with a Funeral Moon or a Cull, the Eloquence token is technically still there. It will trigger again and attempt to give you a bonus action point in the process. So 3rd Rune Chant token being generated here, and we will double dip on action points here. Go again, we'll resolve on Painful Passage, and we will have 2 AP available as the Deathly Whale goes into the banished zone from that passage this turn as well.
I really love the way he was so careful about indicating the action points there. It was resolving the banish effect from Painful Passage, and Daniel was going to go touch the die and put it to 2, and he said, well, technically I have to resolve this before I get my second action point back. Even though at that point in the middle of a card, it does not matter whether you mark it then 2 or 2 later. It is the same thing, but very diligent about representing the game state, which I respect from Axilleas here. Deathly Whale, this is the blue one, but it's coming in for 7 thanks to the Painful Passage.
Will meet 7 points of defense thanks to the toughness. Quick gesture, have some rune chants first. Yeah, no, you're right. Let's take care of those. Arcane will bleed through, brings Correas to 33. We will have a clash from this vigorous smash up. Is currently playing defense on Deathly Whale.
So I block 7.
Clash declared. Let's spin the top card, see what we find. Thick Height Hunter meets Widespread Annihilation. So just a tie this time around. No vigor for Tuffnut, Bumbling, Hulkster.
Players clarifying who can use the smash up ability to put a card on the bottom of the deck. That's just the Tuffnut player, just the controller of the vigorous smash up can put the card on the bottom. The it's Reckless Stampede, I believe, that lets both players try to bottom cards.
Yes, it is. Deadwood Dirge to follow here means this Deep Recesses of Existence will also come crunching through. And we're starting to see what Tuffnut needs to do in this matchup. You are essentially a 4 intellect hero. You're having to pitch the top card of your deck during the opponent's turn, make a toughness, and use those resources you find to soak up Arcane as to not just get smashed about. Good-natured brutality, good-natured indeed, jumps in front of Deep Recesses of Existence to suck up 6 physical.
Yeah, we saw Daniel debate whether he wanted to bottom that card. I think he was happy that most cards in his deck are yellow, and I think he expected that this Deep Recesses was going to be fired this turn, whether through a Vexing Quill Hand or a Deadwood Dirge, and he knew he had this 6 block and was just happy to say, okay, I'm going to pitch the top card. I'll get 2 value. That's the average my deck is going to give me, but I don't want to risk getting 1, and then I'll just block out a 6. Only taking a couple points of damage despite all of the work that Axilleas put into this turn. I do have to say, though, he put a lot of work into that turn. Yeah, he came into it with 1 rune chant, so we had some setup, but we still have the Quill Hand available. We still have, we're putting a card into the banish zone here with the Deep Recesses, so he is setting up a little bit, you know? Like, there's a lot of ability for Axilleas to just continue to chain these turns. There's nothing costed out of his deck just so far.
Gotta love this from Axilleas. Found the Funeral Moon off of Deep Recesses, replayed it for an extra rune chant, says to Daniel, is there anything I care about in here to banish from you? And Daniel's like, oh, I don't know, I can't be sure. It's like, well, fine, I'm taking the foil Buckwild. It's about sending a message at that point. Runeblood Incantation will be the follow-up for our resident Runeblade. This one going to slowly trickle out a flow of rune chants in the coming 3 turns. Happy to take a little bit of blood debt and park a card in Arsenal here. It's about setting that chamber back up to fire the volley again and says, hey, Tuffnut, can you convert all of those cards you find yourself with? And in this case, Daniel Correas can. We're going to overpitch for that copy of Buckwild. Leaves 2 floating, and I imagine a Tuffnut activation will make for a nice and timely rock.
I wonder if he's just waiting for a widespread annihilation. Sorry, widespread destruction with that card in Arsenal. Just hoping he's going to get Arsenal disrupted at some point, and he was willing to Arsenal that Wrecker Romp because it's a bad card, but it'll get disrupted. In this case, it's a pretty good turn that Daniel's able to put together in response to the setup turn from Axilleas, but also I think both players kind of understand this is how that matchup's going to shake out.
Yeah, it just wouldn't surprise me if the Arsenal was a very uncontested zone for Tuffnut in this matchup.
Yeah.
I have to imagine you're not banking cards very often. If you intend on swinging Rock in the own turn, you have no cards to Arsenal in the first place. And if you're using your hero ability to prevent arcane damage and blocking with the rest of your cards, you're not going to be putting cards in your Arsenal either. So I guess it's just kind of fairly safe to stick this brick there under the assumption that eventually it'll go away. And I'm not really sure I need to be Arsenaling cards anyway.
Daniel is posing as if it's maybe a playable card by continuing to look at it every once in a while. So maybe he's not going to let the other player know that he's waiting for it to be widespread destroyed away.
We'll see 6 block declared on this Buckwild. Point will bleed through, brings Axilleas down to 28. Rock activation finds wind up the crowd, pretty much the perfect, makes the toughness token from the Tuffnut effect, fuels gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex, and we will see a rock swing for 8 here, which is quickly eaten by Vynnset, all the way down to just 20 health remaining.
Looks like the hand has a Maverian Skies and maybe another attack. That would be quite the setup for him.
Looks like Deathly Whale is that second card in hand, so both pretty premium cards. We'll see that Whale being banished away for the 3rd rune chant. Incantation will tick on down for the 4th. Maverian Skies in hand, unknown in the arsenal for now. We'll play out the former and line it up very nicely with this Deathly Whale. Got to set off some mild alarm bells for you if you're on the Tuffnut side of the table here. 4 rune chants were available, and the Annihilation was not the choice.
Right.
I mean, maybe he's relying on getting at least 1 generated from this Deathly Whale because 4 rune chance is so hard to prevent while blocking 6. So he can comfortably assume he's going to get 1, and then maybe Daniel thinks that means it could be something like a Funeral Moon and the Vexing, or there are other safe ways to create the remaining 3 rune chance he needs for the Annihilation. Could also just be that Axilleas wants to continue to set up, and he'd rather do so in a way that creates rune chance for next turn, which is the Deathly Whale, rather than blow the load on Annihilation and then have a Deathly Whale next turn that's going to be quite hard to fire.
6 physical go again here alongside that Maverian Skies. Poses the question for now to Correas, who seems happy to foot the rune chance at least. Brings Tuffnut down to 28. Looking at a hand that contains another copy of Good-Natured Brutality, Song of Sinew, and a tough smash up this time around. Going to be eager to hold on to that final card to allow Good-Natured Brutality to block for 6. We'll see 6 block here thanks to the toughness token will clash. Sees rip off the top, read the runes. Neither player lucky enough to find success there. Rip off the top will be bottomed thanks to that smash up. Correas looking for something else.
Chain closed to create 1 rune chant, so it could still be that we're dirging this away. Oh, it's a Revel. 1 more way that we can create a whole bunch of rune chants in a thwack, and we don't even want them at the end of the turn, so this is the better order to go in. Widespread Annihilation for 5 and 6, and threatening to take that last card out of Daniel, but of course, it's a 6 block, so it doesn't even matter.
Good-Natured Brutality, not just a 6 block, cheers you in the process and makes a toughness for the following turn as well. Really successful turn for Axilleas. But 20 plays 23 here. The rock swing will be coming in off the tunic. So tempo still very much in favor of the bumbling Hulkster and Daniel Correas.
These are like the only 2 decks in the game that are able to do this sort of thing where you're like, oh, I'll block 9 and then hit you for 15, you know? I mean, of course, that's not actually what Tuffnut can do, but it does feel like that. That was crazy. He just blocked, what was it, 12 and dealt 7.
Eloquent Eulogy being banished away here for the first rune chant. Runeblood Incantation provides the second. Read the Runes quickly reached for here by Axilleas. We'll see more rune chants generated up to 5. Happy to take a point of blood debt. Park the card and Arsenal says, I don't want to attack into your 2 toughness tokens. Correas, can you convert? Is there a Buckwild? Will you need Scabskin Leathers, or do I finally get some breathing room? Gonna overpitch for the Buckwild in the blue variety here. The rock will continue. until morale improves.
Lucky this time it's a blue one and not a red one. I do have to say, every single time Axilleas has taken a setup turn, 2 toughness. All 3 times there have been 2 toughness on the board. He's denied the value from that every single time. Of course, even the single points of toughness have been very good for Daniel, helping him block around the breakpoints that have come earlier in the game, but very aware of what his opponent is doing and how he can deny the extra value from those toughness tokens being created.
Tough question for our Vynnset. It's like Phantom Banshee at the front of this hand, if I'm not mistaken. Another copy of Read the Runes, Deadly Delight in the hand there, alongside one more unknown shadow.
I think it's a fasting
in the
carcass.
back. Looks like it looks like fasting carcass to me. Shadow frame standing out at least, but no big surprises here. All reds, 2 attacks available. Has the option to be a little more passive. Set Read the Runes up again. Alternatively, can decide to swing for the hills.
Read the Runes can get go again from fasting carcass.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if he's able to lead with an attack and then creepers in the carcass, and then
creepers in the Read the Runes.
well, I guess then creeper in. It kind of works out to the same, no? Because you give the Read the Runes go
depends if
again.
you want to play the Shadow non-attack to have the Vynnset ability, pay the life ahead of time. No need to hold on to the carcass if you want to enforce your on-pain effects. Some permutations to consider, no doubt, but they're hard to process when you're getting lumped by a rock.
Knows he's facing, let's say, 12 to 13, because this rock is either going to be 7, but most of the time in this configuration, it's going to end up being 8, 1 extra point of value coming off of the gauntlets. So that's not lethal, but he is a blood debt hero, so he doesn't really want to be going down that low to 2 or 3 points of value, or 2 or 3 points of life. Can he deal 23 on this turn? I mean, sometimes they produce that out of nowhere. He does kind of have 9 damage, 11 if you count Vex and Quillhand already represented on board. So it's just what can the rest of the hand provide. But of course, Daniel will be able to block, and we've seen him block very efficiently. So not too incentivized to go down that low at this stage of the game.
Phantom Banshee forced to play defense here. Will block 3. Means 2 damage comes through. Brings Axilleas down to 13. Tuffnut activation will find the yellow, means Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex will be paid for this turn, and the rock swing will be for 8.
Maybe have to take this 8. Given the nature of the hand, you want to get a second Blood Debt card into that arsenal, into that Banish Zone in order to be able to attack twice this turn, but he is putting some of those cards sideways and considering maybe taking a bit of a smaller one off the back of this Rune Chant stack.
Definitely seems like we're considering giving up the carcass, maybe just a Spellbound Creepers of Read the Runes to utilize those resources is where we're willing to go. If it means we can save an extra 3 life here, 4 life, I guess, if we're not paying to Vynnset.
Well, it happens.
We'll see that carcass forced onto defense here. 5 damage comes through from the rock. Will bring Axilleas down to just 8 health remaining in the face of Tuffnut.
We heard him say, well, it happens there, which I think is an implication that he wanted to keep that fasting carcass, but knows that the life total is too important and has to control it, and therefore can't afford to hold on to that 3 block. It's better to just defend, even though it's worth quite a lot to him on this turn.
Deathly Delight banished the hero ability at the start of the turn, means there are now 7 rune chants in play. We see Sonata Galaxia emerging from the arsenal. We'll go and fetch an Aura of Choice and pop it directly onto the table. Typically, Malefic Incantation, Rune Blood Incantation are the targets for this, depending on if you need a slow burst or a fast burst of rune chants. It will be the former this time. Second Incantation makes its way onto the table.
I think it's also taking advantage of having the Rune Chant stack. Might as well get that incantation out of the deck when keep those Malefics in the deck, where if you draw them, they're a little easier to just fire off of the rip.
We'll shuffle on down as the Aura is put into play. Plenty of cards remaining for Axilleas here. It's more the life total that's proving to be a concern, as Tuffnut takes no prisoners, just swinging for the hills with those Buckwilds and Rock so far has proven to put some serious pressure on our Shadow Runeblade. Just 7 turns in, only 8 health remaining. Seems our players got jump scared by our announcer, and frankly, I don't blame them. That was rather loud. 7 and 4 is the first attack of choice here, if not the only one. We know it's Read the Runes in the hand, could come out courtesy of those Spellbound Creepers.
You can probably safely fire the Tunic Creepers here, given that these 7 Runechants are most likely connecting with face, and it just avoids the risk of having to find a way to get that Read the Runes out next turn. You're going to start with more Runechants next turn, so if you create a Rune Gate 4 off the banish next turn, you're able to lead with it. Something like Deep Recesses that's going to be able to power up the future turn.
Now the decision falls on Daniel Correas, who is looking at a hand that contains another blue Buckwild and a pair of yellows. Looks like an unexpected backhand in there as well, wondering exactly how much defense it is worth playing.
Oh, maybe deny the Creepers line by going all in the Arcane defense. It's less value, and so he decides against it in the end. Those 3 blocks should be converted for 3 block, he says, but it was an option available to him if he wanted to be able to convert to deny any sort of Creeper's Trickery here, or at least say if you want to do Creeper's Trickery, you're also losing a card, that card.
Difficult to give up the toughness value by blocking with that unexpected backhand. Chain will close. We'll see the Eloquence token made, which means this Read the Runes will get go again, thanks to our Eloquent Eulogy. Means these 3 Runechants will facilitate this Deathly Delight from the Banish Zone. Axilleas just again finding ways to make these turns function, continues to press damage when the toughness is down, forces a Tuffnut activation on defense here. We'll see a thick Hide Hunter found, means 2 resources and a toughness generated. We'll soak up 2 of the Runechants, 1 bleeds through to bring him down to 18. And we will see Deathly Delight for 5 as the next question. Will be quickly blocked up by Crowd Goes Wild. 2 damage coming through here means that Daniel will fall down to 16, and 2 life should be gained by Axilleas at the end of this turn, bringing him back up to 10.
I think he didn't ping himself.
Oh, you're right.
So.
We couldn't get our shadow on because we had to block with Fasting Carcass. You are correct. So just the 1 life gained means it's 9 plays 16 as things stand. A quick pass back from Tuffnut means it is time for the questions all over again. Some questions including those of how do your triggers resolve?
Yeah,
Where does
what's the
Vynnset
order?
go? What does your Tunic do? When do Runeblood incantations tick down? It will be Deep Recesses of Existence that is banished here to start the turn. Worth noting that Vexing Quillhand is still there, so these big, powerful 4-cost Rune Gates definitely have plenty of room to breathe.
Doing it in the correct order here, Tunic and Vynnset are start of turn, and Runeblood Incantation is start of action phase. These are going to go away. If you ever played against Icelander with this card in your deck, you know that caused yourself a little bit of a headache and sometimes got sided out in Viscera back in the day. 2 Runechants off of the Vynnset and the Runeblood Incantation does open up options regardless of what other cards are in his hand. Of course, Deep Recesses requires a 4. He's got that Vexing Quill hand, but he might be able to fuel it up another way.
Will be the Quill hand that we reach for here. Will be Shadow Puppetry to follow. Happy to pay for Vynnset to make sure that one of these Runechants finds its mark. No big surprises when Deep Recesses of Existence is bound to be the follow-up. Looks like Deathly Wail, and if I'm not mistaken, another Revel in Runeblood in hand.
Oh, that's...
If there is a Cull in the graveyard, I didn't see if one was blocked with earlier on, this has potential to get real messy.
I think one was, because I remember seeing the art, and he doesn't really pitch, which means if it existed, it got blocked with. So I think there is a Cull there in the graveyard. I could be wrong. We definitely haven't seen one played so far.
7 physical, and of course 4 total arcane, one of which cannot be prevented. So 3 Runechants left. We'll be met by Hulk up here to soak that up. 7 physical left over. Deep Recesses trigger bound to happen as the damage has been forced through.
There's also a Shadow Puppetry on hit, which Daniel might be cognizant of wanting to block. Toughness will help this out. I believe that's 2 3-blocks in his hand, so put him both forward with the Toughness, and that will help block the 7. That's one advantage that Daniel has been getting throughout this whole game. Is one of those a 2-block? Am I wrong?
Looking like we're blocking for 8 here this time around. Rockyard Rodeo, unfortunately, if I'm not mistaken, is a 2-block.
2-block, okay. That card would be kind of nutty if it was a 3-block. That's fair.
Fair enough, yeah. We'll see our smash-up clashing. It's 6 into 6 again here. These clashes been a little bit awkward for Correas this game, so no additional toughness made.
What I was saying is that Daniel has been getting a lot of value out of these toughnesses to be able to take some of that breakpoint value that Vynnset often gets, throwing 7s or 5s or these weird things that sometimes have on-hits, and like Shadow Puppetry or Mauvrian Skies. Axilleas has not been able to hit any of those the great way for the on-hit. So Daniel always able to play around that thanks to the toughness sort of smoothing out the defense. In this case, actually making it a bit awkward having to overblock, but generally toughness buffing up and smoothing out the defense.
Deep Recess's turn face down, immediately reaches for Phantom Banshee as the banish of choice here from our Deep Recesses. Makes me think we're about to get our creep on to make Revel in Runeblood do the thing.
Yeah,
immediately snapping that one off is impressive, I think. I think knows the big attack is the nature of the beast, does want to make sure that breakpoint comes through. So of course, we have go again naturally, no need to get our creep on.
Yeah, we don't need to get our creep on. The big thing is, if you are wondering why Banshee, not Deathly Wail, the reason is Banshee deals 7, and Revel in Runeblood doesn't let you keep rune chants at the end of your turn, so it's not like you're going to be able to stack them from Deathly Wail anyways. I guess this means we haven't seen a cull, because I would oh, no, because of the Deathly Wail in his hand, there's the same effect of the Revel that allows it to play. There's no reason. Phantom Banshee is just more damage than Deathly Wail, whether the Deathly Wail would have come from the one from hand or the Bandage Stone. So we missed that earlier when talking about looking for the call. And it's not necessarily standard. I think Banshee is one of those cards that comes in and out of the Vynnset decks. We often see people debate it. 3 gates are hard to pull off in the first place, and the reason we run Whale is it's just so core to the identity of the deck that we have enough 3 gates in the deck, 3 cost rune gates in the deck with the Deathly Wails already of all of those colors. So Banshee can be hard to fire sometimes, but finding its moment here.
Yeah, definitely hits like a bus when you find it. I want to just commend Axilleas again. This has been a game where 0 copies of Malefic Incantation have been found, and we have still just time and turn again found a way to chain these turns together despite an otherwise somewhat awkward draw. The question is posed again. Are okay? Question mark.
We were also talking earlier about how Daniel is having all of these great defensive turns. Axilleas seems to be putting on these amazing overlap turns every other turn, basically. And then Daniel was just always having the 6 block in the right spot, always able to block the on-hits and deny that extra stuff. And Daniel had the life lead for so long until this moment. It is now 8-7. Of course, Daniel attacking for 7, so there is some ability to regain it on this turn. But I would say that Axilleas has really gotten back into the game off the back of that 3rd or 4th really big turn that we just saw.
Phantom Wraith, Malefic Incantation, Sonata Galaxia, and Widespread Annihilation. The 4 cards in hand for our resident Rune Blade.
This is the first, I wouldn't even call it a stumble. We're going to be able to create 2 rune chants at the start of this next turn, thanks to the Widespread, the Rune Blood Incantation. Crown can help us fish for some stuff if we'd like it. It's going to be hard to get the max value out of this Sonata Galaxia, unless it comes off of creepers, but Tunic not coming online on this upcoming turn. See, we have finally gotten through one piece of sort of meta progression from the Vynnset side in having lost that Vexing Quill hand. So awkward hands get a little bit more awkward from here on out, now having popped that resource. If he wants to try to put together one of these 15, 16, 17 value turns in order to threaten Daniel's entire life total and try to win the game on the spot, or at least put his opponent to 1, he's going to have to do a little bit more work to be able to set that up, especially with no Malefics currently on the table.
There was almost a little bit of begrudging frustration at that copy of Sonata Galaxia in hand for Axilleas. Difficult decision as to how to navigate this rock. It really isn't something you can afford to ignore, but this hand is very much a culmination of its pieces. If we want to put something together, as you say, that Crown can go fishing. I've got half an eye on the Grimoire of the Haunt. This one starts getting really dangerous to break in the late game if you are intending on using that Eloquence token for value. But I feel like it might be required to kind of force through this last chunk of damage to the wall of Tuffnut. So keeping a close eye on it to see whether or not it is finally time to take the risk, per se.
There's also a Deathly Wail in Arsenal that could be quote-unquote hard cast using the blue in his hand, but then it's kind of hard to do anything additional after that on account of not having access to the Tunic.
Yeah, Deathly Wail might be Deathly Delight. One of the Rune Gate attacks available in the arsenal as a extender in one way or the other. We say, okay, we need it all. We need all the resources to make this work. Unlikely to be a Grimoire game this time, I would think.
Cannot
unless
turn
we're
any
firing
blood
it
on.
off right now, one way or the other. One will play 7 as Phantom Wraith is the banish. Nice and simple to start here. 2 rune chants generated. 6 and 2 with no blocks declared and the creeper's still there. It's fairly obvious this isn't the end of it.
I can't say take 7 was the line I was expecting. I was looking at a whole bunch of options that maybe had him taking a little bit of damage, even just block with crown and take 5, but take 7 is bold, wanting to hold on to that crown to save a future turn because he found a suitable line that deals a good amount of damage and then also probably keeps him alive this turn by not getting any blood debt stuck in his banish zone. But it's bold to go to 1 on Vynnset, that's for sure. You take off your flail, you make it so that you have to clear blood debt every turn. You're not allowed to do any more Vynnset pings. He has lost access to some of the kit that he has in his deck by choosing to hold on to that crown for a future block.
A removal of that ability here with... Yeah, I guess the absence of the ability to use that Vynnset ability means we're not guaranteed to force through Arcane at any point anymore.
I'm intrigued by this block. It really means confidence in his deck. I think we know he we know he's been playing this hero for so long. We know he understands this hero so well. He's clearly weighed the option of blocking with crown to keep 2 more life for that Vynnset ability versus not. And he's understood that that crown could be more important on a future turn now that that Vexing Quill Hand is gone.
Yeah, I guess there is some fail rate in a deck like Vynnset, and clearly the insulation provided by a card like Crown of Providence more important than forcing through that hero ability one more time. Spellbound Creepers will be activated after blocks are declared here. Malefic Incantation will jump on in, return that action point to Axilleas Siskopoulos, who will then play out that Deathly Delight from the arsenal. Extends for, 5 more physical damage. Another rune chant being generated courtesy of that incantation means that we will have access to 3 rune chants at the start of the following turn as well.
That's your last action point. Yes.
Worth knowing, there is a risk here that we haven't alluded to so far. There's a cheeky little yellow in the deck of Daniel Correas in the form of Unexpected Backhand. Each and every clash you see going forward has significantly more risk.
So we definitely know that he weighed the trade-off of blocking with crown against his own effects, like the Vynnset ability and blood debt. But I do wonder whether he went through the deck of Daniel Correas and the graveyard of Daniel Correas to look at whether any of those are left over.
So we see this Deathly Delight that has, in theory, the ability to gain a life, but it will be met by a vigorous smash-up, which will get to clash before that trigger is going to resolve. Correas debating if any of the equipment is getting in the way alongside it. This is going to be a sweat. We did see a smash up already this turn. 3 block declared here. Clash will happen. Flipping the top card. A Song of Sinew against that widespread ruin. Song goes on the bottom. Free Vigor token, which I guess could have some implications.
I mean, Creeper's on the board. That's got some implications. Admittedly, Tunic's coming up next turn anyways, but it lets you hold on to the Tunic. So that's actually pretty nice for Axilleas, and quite a risk for Daniel to go for it there, knowing there was a 6 on the top of the deck for the Vynnset player. Interesting, but I guess he was maybe fishing for one of those copies of Backhand. And I will say, we now knowing that Arsenal was Deathly Delight, it changes the view of Axilleas' previous block a little bit, knowing that he was most likely going to get a bit of damage through on this turn. That gets him back up to 2 life, so it enables at least one more ability to take a blood debt or to deal, or to use a flail, or to use a Vynnset activation.
Wrecker Romp hit in the dark. Correas rewarded for digging. Will send in a rock swing and make a toughness token. 7 physical damage the demand on the other side of the table. Will force blocks from Vynnset Iron Maiden. I imagine our Iron Rot Jordans have done their job at this point, as Axilleas quickly thumbs that piece of equipment alongside 2, what I assume are block 3s, to try and keep this rock in check.
Yeah, without having access to already built-up cards in that banish zone or a huge hand because he's forced to block, it's just going to be quite hard to activate that Creepers one more time, even though it was staying alive. So getting advantage of that block is definitely important. Also, as Daniel gets lower, he's more incentivized to prevent all of the rune chants, so doesn't want to risk those Spellbound Creepers getting blown up, having given up Tunic without ever getting to activate them one more time. So definitely the better block there for him. Up to 3 rune chants, as we said at the start of this turn. That Deathly Wail's already online.
Going to see Sonata Galaxia now available for X is 2, thanks to that Vigor resource. The Tunic saved thanks to the donation from Daniel Correas. And the last card in hand is another Malefic Incantation, which means we are in this endgame state, and all of these rune chant generating effects are still available for Axilleas Siskopoulos, who will now find a way to continue the assault. Deathly Whale yellow in the Banish Zone to line up with the 3 rune chants already in play.
This is at least 2 turns in a row now that he's going to be able to do 3 rune chants into a 3-gate, hopefully, if he's able to draw one next turn. Because next turn will even be 4 rune chants into whatever he's able to draw, thanks to this finally set up Malefic Incantation stack. But the thing is, Daniel's kind of able to deal with that. So without Axilleas having access to so many overlap turns, like this is going to be really efficient turns in the upcoming couple turns with a couple rune chants into a 5 or a 6. But what it isn't is go again into another attack, which would guarantee lethal. And I think this is one of the weaknesses of both of these decks, where you have access to these really efficient numbers turns, but as you have to start blocking late in the game, all you have is the efficient numbers, and it's really hard to create the overlap that actually causes lethal. A lot of decks in Flesh and Blood need some kind of win con at the end of the game. Some decks are fatigue decks, some decks have tricks like Reckless Swing, some decks have Dominate to end the game, and some decks just produce turns that are big enough that they overlap over the expected 12 block, and then they can end the game that way. And these decks do that, but they only do that really in the mid game and not so much in the late game. So it's going to be a little bit of a funny position over the coming turns as we see both of these heroes try to deal really efficient damage to each other, but maybe not be able to deal lethal to each other.
It's me, it's AB3, and a quick block of 5 to keep that Deathly Whale in check. Wind Up the Crowd will be discarded at the end of the turn here for Correas. Will make the Vigor token, finds the yellow on top to go alongside it, means the rock will come crunching in one more time. Perhaps more importantly, it is 2 toughness available this time around, thanks to Wind Up the Crowd. Should hopefully mean that a block 5 on a Deathly Whale or otherwise awkwardly sized Deathly Delight should be just a little bit smoother.
This is the example of this. We have a 7 coming in. Axilleas has to give up at least 2 cards and the crown. That's probably the easy way to do this. Of course, he could just give up 1 3-gate or 4-gate and do a very, once again, efficient small hand. But is it going to be presenting lethal either way is going to be the question.
The knowing tap of Good-Natured Brutality. 2 copies of that are expended so far. Means there is 1 in the mix somewhere when it's time to smash into the wall and try and get through these final 3 points of health for Tuffnut, Bumbling, Hulkster. The hand for Axilleas, Machinations of Dominion, Deadwood Dirge, Widespread Ruin, and that copy of Widespread Destruction. We know that Wrecker-Romp has been sitting there for what feels like an age.
Speaking of win cons, Overpower is a win con, and Machinations of Dominion does help you get that. Daniel still has Tunic as a block, and he has Toughness, so it takes away some of the ability for Overpower to be lethal. He would probably need something like a Beseech the Demigod that makes an attack bigger and then apply Overpower to the same attack, and that's going to be a couple too many cards for him to pull off at this stage of the game. So once again, one of these ways that the efficiency of these decks, the toughnesses that Daniel's creating, gets around the opponent's ability to kill you. Like, this is going to... My anticipation, we only have 12 minutes left in the round, but we're going to be in this 2 to 3 state for quite a couple more turns.
The sweat is on for both of these players at 7-1 here in Edinburgh. The stakes are incredibly high. You can see why each decision requires the time that it does. 2 plays 3. Tuffnut plays Vynnset. It is finally time for Crown of Providence to get in the mix. Axilleas with 2 cards in hand can, of course, filter one of those away to look for something fresh. Alternatively, this may just be a case of sustaining life to pay for a Shadow non-attack action at some point during the game. Some decisions to be had based on how Axilleas intends on navigating these next few turns.
I think one of the rethinks he's considering is what if I just block 3, because that Crown of Providence is a 2-block on the board for the future, and there might be better configurations of hold 2 cards in the next couple of turns. You know, he's going to have this opportunity of 4 Rune Chants this turn and 4 Rune Chants next turn, and then 3 Rune Chants the following turn as well. So he has the ability to use this, take advantage of that second card over these next couple of turns very efficiently. So which time does he want to fire it? Is this the hand where it's best to give up 2 cards and crown, or is the next hand the time where it's best to do that, and this time we actually want to give up 3 cards?
is the crown we reach for alongside Deadwood Dirge and Widespread Ruin. Means we can utilize a 2-block to keep ourselves nice and healthy here. Means we hold on to Widespread Destruction, which is no doubt being banished here at the start of the turn to the Vynnset trigger. We'll see the rune chant generated from that one.
Do you fire the Dominion here, or do you end up arsenaling that with the interest of, when there aren't 2 toughness, I'd rather set up Overpower? And maybe this Widespread Destruction, because of the 4 enchants, actually gets one over on Daniel, so Daniel knocks down to 2 at the end of the turn with pitching a blue and blocking 6, and then that could help that Axilleas is able to overpower in a future turn. Like, there are ways where he can just continue to sort of chip and use that overpower as a setup.
I think Axilleas is thinking about passing. I
Oh
think
my
he's
God.
considering parking this machinations, taking a blood debt and saying, Tuffnut, can you convert the hand?
There's too many ways he can convert. I don't think he's going to take that risk.
Will not do so. Fans through the graveyard comes to the same conclusion as you. Needs to be 4 arcane, 6 overpower, and a fistful of malefic incantation triggers.
Yeah. So there is definite reason, as I discussed, to hold on to the Dominion and try to do the overpower next turn. But I kind of like throwing it here also because while he's still on 2, it does give him the option of flailing. If Daniel is fully out of block in having to commit to this Widespread Destruction, he has the option to try to flail to create an additional rune chant at the end of the turn. That's going to be difficult with his Tunic on board, but it might be that Daniel has an awkward hand or not a lot of resources, has to pitch 2 yellows, and then only has 1 3-block left, which has to combo with the Toughness and the Tunic to block this out. So there are lines where he could be rewarded for having the go again here.
This hand looking slightly sheepish, if I'm not mistaken. I think that is a no hero stands alone in the hand for Correas, which may very well need to win a clash in order to successfully block this Widespread Destruction. Rip off the top there, being hovered in front of this as well. Looks like Jaws of Victory in hand. Red block 3, almost a slight liability in this spot, given the need to present Arcane Barrier.
Yeah, no hero stands alone is just such a risk when your opponent runs as many 6s and 7s as Axilleas does, and we've seen throughout this game he is able to win or tie so many clashes.
Blocking 5 with Jaws of Victory thanks to those toughness tokens. Will take a point now. 2 plays 2.
And this is something I dig, is Daniel is like, I could just block 6 and try to not take any damage here, or I could hold on to this Tunic in case the go again becomes a flail. So Daniel having the correct read that go again rewards the situation where Daniel is pants down after the first attack.
This is where it's really interesting. The flail could earn the Tunic. If you don't, the Tunic might enable a rock swing. If there is only a yellow on top of the deck, the resource is required to send the rock.
Hold. Flail also produces attack with 3 rune chants, so it turns off next turn a little bit, but this is a lot of damage.
You now force Tuffnut to be activated on your turn as opposed to the opponent's. Toughness Made provides 2 resources, means we go down to 1, and the Tunic has to go under the bus in order to stay alive. Means there will be no rock in retaliation, and Axilleas Siskopoulos will have all the momentum. The danger is there are no rune chants in play. Needs to find a meaningful way to convert these cards. Deathly Wail, Eloquent Eulogy in the hand. 2 unknowns behind them.
I believe there's a Runic Reaving at the back, which is the new promo card, which means that will be able to create an additional rune chant. Of course, Eloquent Eulogy is always a self-enabling rune gate with that 1 cost as well, but it looks like he's found the ability to throw some damage. The question is, will he have the ability to throw a lot of damage and threaten Daniel's hand once again?
No armor remaining for Tuffnut. And a dream in front of Axilleas Siskopoulos on Vynnset. Iron Maiden now piecing together the pieces of this puzzle. 4 cards to work with, just 1 point of life required, but not enough life available to pay the point and force it through. The Banish being hovered. Looks like we do have Runic Reaving and a copy of Cull in the mix there.
Eloquent Eulogy also coming in, which, I mean, it doesn't actually work well with Cull because players are both on 1, so we're never getting an Eloquence here, but it is just about doing as much damage. No, Cull kind of sucky, actually, at this state of the game. I'm just realizing live. I don't think there's going to be a way for him to fire that efficiently. Of course, it was available as a just play that and don't threaten any damage, but that just feels worse. This is a better call. You know, these cards are still going to the graveyard or out of the hand, more importantly.
AB1, I should say, will block 4, leaves 2 rune chants in play for Axilleas, but leaves the card available for Correas. It is Thick Hide Hunter, no need to discard when the hand is empty. 6 physical, the question posed in return. The hand for our Runeblade now contains 2 copies of Carl. Definitely wishes these had turned up just a bit earlier. Chose to Arsenal that Runic Reaving as a 0 for 4.
If he's able to avoid banishing a Blood Debt, he can just have an attack still available to him in that arsenal for the rest of the game. And also not taking so many cards out of Daniel is quite interesting because it makes it harder for him to rock at this stage, leaving him with just 1 card in hand, forcing him to attack for 6 the old-fashioned way.
Daniel just saying, hey, we have to play. There are less than 5 minutes left on the clock. I understand it's tight. I understand the words. I understand the decisions are important, but we have got to go. Deathly Wail into the banish zone here. Makes the 3rd rune chant, and a moment of pause required for Axilleas, who now needs to decide, what do we do with this remaining card? Do we just throw this Wail? Do we hope it's good enough? Is there some other permutation with our Runic Reaving?
I wonder if he's thinking of going balls to the wall, grimoiring, just to create an eloquence to cull, and just taking Daniel off of an extra card and hoping if this Deathly Wail doesn't kill you, I don't kill you, and I die on the spot.
Afterwards, if you tunic for the eloquence to enable go again off the call,
but then the Wail doesn't have go again.
Oh, you're right.
He's doing it. Oh my God, he's all in.
Goes. We believe this is going to be enough. The eloquence is required to give the call go again. But Axilleas Siskopoulos says, if I do not kill you, the game is over. Deathly Wail, 3 and 6. Tuffnut hit off the top of the deck. Finds the blue. Will pay for 3 Arcane Barrier. Snaps the 6 in front. Stays alive. The call will not save. The Grimoire will deal a blood debt. And Daniel Correas stealing the headlines and stealing the spotlight. Now 8 and 1 on Tuffnut. Bumbling Hulkster here in Edinburgh with one of the best games we have seen all year.
That was a really amazing game and a real great display of skill and understanding of both players' decks. Axilleas deciding to go for the swing there. He had some other lines in those last few turns. Had he swapped that Cull and the Runic Reaving in Arsenal, there were a lot of good reasons to Arsenal at Runic Reaving over the Cull, but had he swapped the positions of those 2 cards, he could have created Annihilation on this turn instead of Deathly Delight, and that's 1 more rune chant he would have been able to present, which would have been a breakpoint that could have helped take Daniel down. But unfortunately, not able to convert that way, holding onto the 3 blocks in hand led to his doom with the gamble and all of those blues and all of those 3 blocks available to Daniel. What an outcome. What a turn of events.
I only get 1 company-approved curse word a year, and I've already used it. But if I hadn't, I assure you it would be getting fired off right about now. That one is going to be one to watch if you are intrigued by either of these decks, frankly. And I feel like we're going to have a whole lot of Tuffnut fans entering the arena shortly after this weekend.
What a heartbreak for Axilleas as well at the end of the game. You feel like you had to go for that turn. You feel like you had it in your hands, and it just doesn't work out. He played so well into that position.
How long did he have no Malefic Incantations for?
Most of the game. He only got them when he was on 2 life.
Oh, I love Flesh and Blood.
That was great.
It's so good. You know what else is really good? 3 points of value. Early bird specials are something you should be paying attention to. Trust me, I learned my lesson on that one. Get yourself some free side event vouchers when you buy your tournament packages during early bird weekends ahead of schedule and pick up a little bit of extra value in the process.
Of course, there's plenty of early bird weekends in this season. This weekend right now was the early bird weekend for Calling Atlanta, but the Calling and most of the all of the packages, I believe, are already sold out. So unfortunately, not quick enough on that one if you're only watching now and haven't bought it yet. But there are still opportunities in the future. If you're going to the Calling Kyoto or Mexico, August 7th to 9th, you can buy your early bird package that weekend. The following weekend, buy in for Sydney. The weekend after that, buy in for the World Championship in Paris. That will be an exciting set of packages to buy. And of course, if you're going to any of those callings late in the year after Paris in November and December, those will be available August 28th to 30th at the end of the month.
Dates to keep in mind, dates to get on your calendar, as we alluded to just moments ago. Tickets were live this weekend for the 100th Calling in Atlanta. Bad news, it was quite popular. Keep your eyes open, I guess, for side event sign-ups. We're going to have some great communication around that, I'm told. So if you want to get in for those Sync Below promos, make sure you are paying attention to social media channels and don't miss out on what otherwise would be pretty unfortunate to miss out on. I'm still kind of bitter, as you might be able to tell.
You might just have to trade for those Sync Below promos from something else, unfortunately, but that was yeah, quite a surprise, I'd say, for a Calling to sell out that quickly. We haven't had that since Prague, the first Prague last year.
Been a while. Was pretty much a resounding success, I believe, in the back rooms as far as people are concerned. Speaking of our next round, I'm told we have a little dash of Zyggy Starlight on the horizon for our next game. Another fan favorite hero that's proving to be a metagame juggernaut. If you want a little bit of sparkle, stay with us. Jason Rolfe came into this weekend with no idea of what he intended to play at the tournament, was handed a deck by his teammate Alec Kitsu and said, play this.
Play this.
Play this. And is now playing Ziggy Starlight to an X&1 record, still very much alive in our calling this weekend. But on the other side of the table is no small foe. Pro Tour Yokohama top 8 competitor on Arakni Marionette, Bartosz Dobrowolski on the other side of the table. How do you feel about this matchup at the moment?
I think this is maybe one of the reasons that Ziggy is a decent matchup right now, a decent matchup spread right now, in that you have all of these ward effects to make the mark via flicking ability of Marionette quite difficult, and a flick in general, just to try to get a hit of a dagger and that extra points of damage, is going to be quite difficult. However, there are still other ways that we're going to be able to get the mark. I think the adjustment that Marionettes have been making recently is running more Reaper's Calls and running more Relentless Pursuits to be able to mark in the face of these prevention effects anyways. So there's definitely been adjustments from a deck like Bartosz's in order to be able to get around the prevention effects. I don't know, though. I'd say probably still lean towards Ziggy. I mean, we know Jason doesn't have that many reps, but we also know the reason he's on this deck is because a teammate of his made the finals of a calling just last week with this deck. So,
okay, well, undeniably two of the best players in the room joining us in the feature match area this round. Will we Zig or will we Zag? There is only one way for us to find out. Make our way down into the feature match area as Bartosz Dobrowolski sitting at 7-2, playing a win and in, lose and cross your fingers against Jason Rolfe on Ziggy Starlight. Choosing to go first here on Marionette. Typically a choice that we know the deck prefers to make, gives you the option to flick that clave on the first turn of the game, secure all goodness. It does seem a bit riskier in this matchup, though. How do you feel about going first on Arakni here?
I mean, given that we've made the deck adjustments to still have the Reaper's Calls and still have the Relentless Pursuits, going first still lets you draw into those and get that mark effect on turn 0, even if you're not relying on the flick for it. There's also the fact that Jason is a little bit of a board state deck and wants to get that incremental value of building up a board and keeping those auras around to be able to swing with on his turn. So if Bartosz goes first and doesn't just pass and he's able to threaten damage, or just passes and says, hey, if you do anything, I'm able to threaten damage after you play out those ward auras, then he's not letting Jason take advantage of that go first ability.
Let's see how our players got here in this round. It was an early loss against the Runeblade we've just seen for Bartosz Dobrowolski against Vynnset, Iron Maiden there, and Axilleas Siskopoulos. Also took a loss in round number 5 to the Master of Marionette. Emad Kashy fell just short there as well. Round 9 currently in the void, but we'll no doubt have that avoid for you shortly. And we know it was a win at least for Bartosz last round.
Yeah, definitely a variety of heroes having played against. We see this happening all throughout the day. Of all these heroes seem to have played against so many people. Only 2 Teklos as a repeat hero, but getting a lot of the off-meta stuff so far for Bartosz and not so much of the on-meta stuff. Just a couple rounds against the Mirror and the Oscilio. Let's see how he's able to do against another sort of off-meta deck, I'd say.
Quite the weekend for Dobrowolski on the other side of the table. We saw Jason Rolfe just take a loss to Evan Tanguy's Gravy last round. The other loss coming at the hands of Oscilio back in round 3, but has been making the way through, well, some undead necromancers, it would seem.
And he's gotten a couple. Wow, that's funny. We watched the game yesterday with the Gravy. He didn't manage to take it against Evan, so clearly that went the other way this time. We saw that last-ditch effort from the Gravy player yesterday. So Evan may be able to chain those together a little bit better at the end of the game if it played out similarly. But a lot of also different decks that Jason has had to run through. Also relatively off meta as far as a day goes. Only one Oscilio and only one Marionette. Of course, those Gravies kind of count as part of the meta, but I'm sure he has a bit more prep in this matchup than the other way around. And we talked a little bit yesterday about the effect of being the one who's more prepped in a matchup.
Yeah, perhaps most importantly here, did play Dream Killer to Armax, the Hype Nitro player, in round number 8 in the form of Matthew Sanford. Let's check out these hero cards. If you're unfamiliar, well, I'm not really sure where you've been if you don't know how an Arakni Marionette works at this point. Stealth-focused hero to some extent, cares very much about getting that opponent marked and granting go again as required. But that mark confers to a number of things. It confers to additional damage, things like transformations into Agent of Chaoses. Sometimes it's just all about keeping the turn going with a little bit of go again.
Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility in terms of how this Marionette plays out, but generally we've recently seen the dagger-focused builds where the most important effect of Marked early in the game is going to be developing that Graphene Chelicera from Arakni Orb Weaver. On the other side, we have the new star, Zyggy Starlight, introduced in Omens of the Third Age. Already has a couple LL points to their name, taking down a couple Nationals, I believe, and maybe one Battlegrounds, but an interesting deck early in the format, and they've had a couple big showings. They had a second place at the U.S. Nationals, a couple wins in some smaller Nationals, and a second place notably last week in Pro Tour Las Vegas in the calling that was accompanying that Pro Tour. So Zyggy already putting their stamp on the meta, even though it hasn't become necessarily as popular or as widespread as some of the Illusionists we've seen in the past.
As much as this is very much a board state focused deck, likely Reality Refractor in this matchup, that hero ability not blank. Keep your eyes out for Corrosive Space Dust and similar effects there. Doing some napkin math, this one is going to be a losing out, so players are playing for it all here in Edinburgh. Bartosz, Dobrowolski, Jason Rolfe, Arakni versus Zyggy. Equipment suites are flipped over. No big surprises for me on either side. Worth noting the Stalker Steps that is available here for Bartosz. Does insulate just a little bit against those cosmic dualities, but also provides the ability to go really wide and force through these ward auras as required. Starting the game on cut from the same cloth here is kind of an interesting fork. Means we can see the 7 points of defensive value, 2 copies of Ward 1 auras. Bartosz has perfect information and will know if damage is remotely possible.
I like that he's doing this. It's a, you know, in theory, it's a damage card on turn 0 for not necessarily much benefit because it's just going to get blocked, but it lets him know whether that flick is online to be able to turn on a mark or if he's just going to be doing it to open up the space for the second dagger should he draw an Orb Weaver. It just has full information that lets him plan his turn around what Jason has available to him. Also knowing there's a defense reaction means he's not going to get anything over the top if he's got something like a Scar Tissue here.
Stains of the red back on pitch value here. 5 go again will be the question posed by this first Hunter's Clave. And while Bartosz does have perfect information, Rolfe does not. We'll need to consider exactly what this attack means in the face of Bartosz having perfect information. You know that your opponent knows what you're up to, so why are you still getting attacked exactly?
I mean, you always want to just take advantage of this cut from the same cloth and force Jason to give a couple cards. You also especially don't want this Phantasmaclasm coming back at you next turn because it's such an efficient damage card that if you don't attack, he gets to hold on to that, and you don't want to let him do that. 8, which is the expected amount to be blow. Whoa.
So this is a intriguing decision here. Going to try and cash out both of these Ward 1 auras on defense. This can get quote-unquote punked by a flick, but we know the last card in hand is a Shelter from the Storm, which does mean there is the ability to theoretically prevent another point of damage over the top of this and hold up another point of prevention for an incoming Hunter's Clave. This looks a little more sour, though, if there is both a flick and a way to recur a dagger, where suddenly things might get a little bit funky.
Yeah, I think a flick and a +3 still doesn't get around this because Shelter is just used as defense reaction, and then the flick eats up one of those. He would need that and another dagger, but choosing instead to just go wider with the turn, having seen those wards already used, and now Jason has to commit this to block, and now a flick is back online. So I quite like the way Bartosz is able to do this, and it was a fork that Jason had to sort of address in one way or another because he didn't have so many normal blocking cards. So he either had to pre-commit that Shelter onto the Hunter's Clave already, holding on to some of those ward auras, in which case it's also a little awkward and he would die to these extra attacks anyways. It was kind of, I think, damned if you do, damned if you don't, and Bartosz was going to get this mark no matter what.
Double pain in the backside definitely forces the issue a little bit. 3 go again after all the cards in hand are expended for Jason Rolfe. Actual flick available if we're interested in clearing that zone and locking and loading a Graphene Chelicera, but also just going to guarantee a mark here if this pain in the backside finds its mark, will be the former here. Flick Knives activated, Hunter's Clave chucked directly in the direction of the Brit. Will mark Zyggy, and pain in the backside, no doubt, going to push some damage and do that all over again. Slot open for Graphene Chelicera and Arakni transformation incoming. Very successful turn 0. Jason Rolfe will be the one rolling the die, and it will roll straight out of our eyesight. So I'm going to have to trust our opponents as to how that goes. We have somehow ended up with a judge call in this scenario. I'm going to wonder if the dice is like sideways.
Or maybe it hit something on the phone, or who's to say, but that's a funny judge call. I think this might be a first, at least.
Yeah, no, I'm
while
being told
in
the die
booth.
is not flat.
Okay. Why not just re-roll it, boys?
So transform into half of each agent, maybe. It looks like we have decided that is an easy fix, and Jason's gonna roll another dice. So let's get down there. We'll try that again. Aim for the middle of the map, Jason, if you can. I understand you think you're still in Vegas. Well, okay. Arakni trapdoor to start things off here. Some pros and cons. We can theoretically transform out of this if we want to use our Mask of Deceit to do so, get our Graphene Glycerol online. But if Jason happens to find a hand that is full of Phantasmaclasms and rather large problematic attack-shaped things, we might very well be kind of happy to have an extra trap locked and loaded in the Banisher.
One thing is it takes off, obviously I think rolling into Orb Weaver would have been the best scenario here because he doesn't have to use this Mask of Deceit on this first turn of the game. They're happy generally to use Mask of Deceit on the first turn of the game to turn on their game plan by getting that Graphene, but on the flip side, Jason is presenting sort of a slower matchup by having this Illusionist and these ward effects, so Bartosz then would have to be holding or debating whether he would like to hold on to the Mask of Deceit for future turns, and also, the trade-off is really, first of all, you want to get your Graphene, but you also just want to power up the turn you have coming into turn 2 of the game, because Trapdoor is the worst thing to be in your own action phase. It's got no positive effect in your own action phase. So Bartosz, if his goal is to keep up the pressure, he's not actually going to be able to do that while he's in this mode. Or he's going to struggle, I should say.
Still a very proactive turn 0 for Bartosz. Very happy to push through 5 points of damage and successfully land that mark.
Yeah, sorry.
Players more than happy and ready to go as we'll make our way over to Jason Rolfe. We'll draw that fresh hand up after playing as best defense possible in the wake of that damage. Finds Warmongers, Stardust Spike, Sink Below, and gone in a flash here. It does mean that this Reality Refractor will have a weapon to swing with. And gone in a flash nice and early here means we might be looking at getting our combo on in the near future.
It's a decent draw. It's a little bit unfortunate that 2 of these cards are functionally... Well, I guess the blue isn't really a dead card in that it pitches for the Reality Refractor, but the Sink Below is not necessarily the find you want when you have ditched this whole hand to defense, and now you want to be drawing up something that presents some offense. But there's not that many cards in his deck. I guess there's Spears of Surrealty that would operate here as a turn extender. Obviously, Phantasmaclasm is just a big attack. There's Flittering Starbreeze that would be able to give go again to one of his aura attacks or to the... and then come in with a gun and a flash. Or other way around, I suppose.
Will be that Stardust Spike deployed. And we'll see Warmonger's Diplomacy pitched away to get swinging with it. Coming in for 5 here. Reality Refractor, of course, not Iris of Reality, which we saw Jason rocking yesterday in that more attrition-based matchup. This one very much incentivizing you to swing with just 1 aura. Costs 2 to do so. Will mean that you are swinging in for 5 instead of 4 at the cost of not having go again. So kind of preferable in these matchups where you expect your auras to be rising and falling.
And setting a Sink Below in Arsenal rather than that Gone in a Flash provides some amount of protection for Jason here, where he's not going to get disrupted by assassin effects so early on, and he's maybe going to be able to hold on this Gone in a Flash for that Greaves turn that leads into the sort of mid-game plan for these Zyggy decks.
Mask of Deceit jumping in front will transform into Arakni Orb Weaver and make sure that Glycera is quickly coming. Fate Foreseen joins it, takes a peek at the top card of the deck in the process before we move back over to Dobrowolski. I wanted to use my trap.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Got so focused on the Fate Foreseen, forgot to actually use the trap that was available to him.
Been there once or twice. Goes to show you even Pro Tour top competitors do trap themselves on occasion. We'll see an activation of the Orb Weaver. Discards leave no witnesses to generate that Graphene Glycera. This one, thankfully, cannot be Ripple Awayed, and so we know the dagger is forthcoming.
Love this. Bartosz clearly has no regard for order in the sake of where he puts his cards in their zones. They're all off-kilter and all that, but he did make sure to get the Graphene that faces the opposite direction of the clave he has left over, because he had the other one in hand and passed it by to make sure he gets this one. This is... there's a specific character on display. I don't know how to describe it, but we see something about Bartosz being displayed right now.
I'm going to go with a man of taste. That is my preferred way to return this. I think some would refer to it as aura. There is some gravitas to having half your cards at 17 degrees, but making sure you pick the right dagger. No blocks declared here from Rolfe. Any reactions is the question. Does suggest the sink below is forthcoming from the Arsenal.
Bartosz may be playing the Tarantula Toxin game where he wants to see the defense reaction before he commits that. And then Jason, similarly, saying, that's okay, I just won't commit it then.
Starter Spike goes down, provides a resource and an amp. Mark is removed. And the follow-up here from the Kalissera will be a relentless pursuit to return the Mark to Ziggy Starlight. Pops itself on the bottom of the deck. After the hard work is done, remaining car parked in the Arsenal. Mark return, definitely a big deal as we return to the base form of Arakni Marionette. Tunic to 2 here for Rolfe. Staring at that sink below in the Arsenal, looks at a hand that contains Miraging Metamorph, Warmonger's Diplomacy, gone in a flash, and the forthcoming Command and Conquer. The only way to really make any use of these cards.
A funny result of the little Tarantula Toxin dance the players just did is Jason has just wasted value in theory because he didn't get the right read on the attack reactions, or he wanted to play around the pure value of that Tarantula Toxin attack reaction. And that is one of the ways that assassin type deck can extract value from you, is by forcing you to sort of get the wrong read on blocks. It's not necessarily a mistake on Jason. He made that decision for a reason, but it didn't play out the way he wanted it to.
Certainly made it for a reason. It's because the Toxin was in fact available. Now lining up very beautifully with this potential Kiss of Death. Scar Tissue, the backup plan, if successfully navigated.
I think that Toxin is new, actually. I think the Kiss of Death came out of Arsenal, and it was Relentless Pursuit played and 1 card put into Arsenal. So
never mind,
funny,
simply a gamer.
Simply a gamer, and Arsenal a Kiss and draw the Toxin next time, and it still make your opponent misplay out of fear of the Toxin on the previous turn. Oh, and then just slams attack reactions on the board in response to a 6 block this time.
What if you were blocking 3, and what if I was hitting you for 10? Well, Sink Below going to help to cover up some of that shortcoming here. We'll fix the hand somewhat for Rolfe, who's holding on to that gun in a flash. Finds Stardust Spike off the top as the follow-up. We'll need to decide if we're better off using that on defense or deploying it as some semblance of a threat. It will apparently be the latter. The mark going to be reconferred thanks to that Scar Tissue. Kiss of Death does bring our Ziggy Starlight player all the way down to 29 here. Some early heat definitely coming through. Transformation will end the turn here for Dobrowolski. Jason, of course, going to do the hard work. Going to trapdoor again, and oh, come on, is the immediate reaction from Bartosz, who would prefer to have a hero that did something.
That's one of the things about giving up the mask early, is you can't get out of trapdoor that later turns once you hit it in a scenario like this. Bartosz had a line available to him where he could have gone Tunic into Graphene. The Graphene would be for functionally 1 because he'd want to flick the Kiss of Death. So it would be converting that Tunic value into 3 damage, but he prioritized trying to roll into something that enabled his game plan, and because it didn't work out here, he's just giggling on the side as he got the 1 out of 6 bad version of prioritizing the roll over the 3 damage.
I could admire being a good sport about the situation, at the least. That gun in the flash will jump on back as Stardust Spike will be deployed.
I think there's an increasing humor for Bartosz in that he forgot the trigger last time, and I don't think he's brought in that many traps. We see him fail to find on this turn, where he didn't even go and get an actual trap, because he probably, in this sort of my opponent is a more defensive deck matchup, only brings in the 1, and then just didn't even grab it.
That is very cheeks. Not a fan of that. 4 go again on the Graphene Kalissera, thanks to an All-Weaver Spinneret the hard way. Enigma Chimera and Lightning Greaves will find their way in front, which is slightly suggestive that Let's Go in the Flash might be doing a little bit of a dance in the near future. To the point will be the follow-up here, makes the Kalissera into an 8.
Jason thinking here.
Shelter from the Storm evident in the hand of our Illusionist. You can just about see it peeking out of the corner there.
Now there is a trade-off, although that does block 4, and you're taking 4 here, well 2, because board 2 on the board. There is an argument to be made that getting unmarked is probably better here, in case his follow-up is something like a Mark of the Black Widow from Bartosz.
Interesting decision tree. Thumbs the Arsenal here as the debate continues. Looks like it is multiple ward auras in the hand alongside that Shelter from the Storm. Says, okay, sure, we'll take 2. Lose the mark, Stardust Spike will go down. Resource and amp available. Leave no witnesses here, the follow-up. Pretty potent one. Gonna reward Jason for holding on to that shelter from the storm to keep Gone in a Flash nice and safe.
Also keeping that 4-block for a follow-up like Leave No Witnesses. I think this was just the more diligent play. First of all, you get yourself unmarked. Second of all, you have the 4-block for the next link. Third of all, in case that next link is a must block like a Leave No Witnesses, then clearing the mark on the first link is more important because you can't clear it on the second one without getting disrupted. So I like the way he piloted that. It looks a bit silly to not throw your 4-block when you have the opportunity to in response to an attack reaction, but I think Jason made the correct decision on that turn cycle.
Definitely heavily rewarded for it. We'll now take a moment to thumb through the graveyard before committing to Flash.
Sometimes the Zyggy players go for very small Gone in a Flash combos, given that they have access to them. They have access to the Greaves, and they don't necessarily need to do a Gone in a Flash 5 times on a turn to make it worth it. You just need to maybe get 1 or 2 action points and then end up coming in with a Reality Fracture at the end of the turn. And this is exactly how he wants to convert it. He has the tempo, so why not just Gone in a Flash a couple times and then convert my board?
Yeah, safe to say we've seen this a lot from Zyggy as the deck has evolved. You do not need to have these gigantic game-ending combo turns in the same way Oscilio does on occasion. Instead, because your Ward Auras are giving you value as cards, you are essentially creating further value as a turn, and you don't really want to tax your Tunic. This deck does want to use the Tunic to enable some Spears of Surrealties, some Miraging Metamorphs and the like on occasion. So leaving it there to pay for Lightning Greaves when the moment has arrived is sometimes a little bit painful. So converting this through, having a very meaningful turn, and getting value out of your Gone in a Flash when the opportunity arises, not a bad place to be. Rolfe deciding if throwing the Gone in a Flash another time and accepting that we are done with it is the worthwhile line, or if we're better off keeping it as a pseudo-weapon parked in our arsenal.
And we're early enough in the game that there are other copies of it still in the deck, so he could reliably assume he might be drawing into it eventually, and then that would be a reason to fire it, but decides ultimately it's better to guarantee that he still has it for future turns in case this board goes away.
Cut from the same cloth shows us all Sigil of Solace, Enlightened Strike, Restless Coalescence, I should say, and Spears of Surrealty in the red here. So 6 physical points of blocks, 2 points of ward, and a Sigil of Solace for the trouble. Bartosz now, with all that information, means it will be Hunter's Clave off a Under the Trapdoor for 5 go again to start this turn.
2 ward on board, 2 ward in hand, and 6 block in hand. So probably not sticking this ward. Might be a little bit hard in the face of a 5-card hand. But then in that case, rewarded for holding on to that Gone in a Flash, right? You just keep something like the Sigil for your turn, and you go Gone in a Flash, Sigil, Arsenal, Gone in a Flash again, and you continue to just have one of the more efficient weapons in the entire game. That being Gone in a Flash, not Reality Refracted.
Definitely tempting here to find a way to insulate yourself from a flick, but both players know Restless Coalescence is there if that is required. So happy to block 3 with the Spears of Surrealty here. The follow-up will be Tarantula Toxin on the Hunter's Clave here, just to bring this up to 8 and force the way through the ward and hopefully confer the mark.
Tarantula Toxin on Clave, of course, worse than on a Graphene Chelicera, but he wanted the mark guaranteed, so prioritizing that over the potential. Also, if this Graphene comes in and it's not front buffed, then it's not likely to get blocked anyways. So you're not getting the 6 value out of Tarantula Toxin on this turn. Might as well get the, let's call it 3 plus a bit with the mark token.
Players confirming 3 damage taken brings Rolfe for 25 against Dobrowolski's 28. Ward Auras will fall as that takes place, and we see a copy of Death Touch coming out here. This one arguably fallen out of favor a little bit in the Arakni Marionette deck in recent memory, but Dobrowolski pretty happy to have it here. Will be a popper if required in some cases against Zyggy, but more importantly here, just pushing Frailty, Inertia, Bloodrot Pox on an incredibly efficient attack from the arsenal.
It's a good way to use that one resource on a turn where that Graphene doesn't make sense as the access to that one resource. Like this one, there's, you know, there is Mark, but he probably doesn't have a reaction here, and there's no good way to convert that attack. So having that Death Touch in Arsenal, quite nice. Obviously, you can also just high roll and draw it off of a Phantasmaclasm drop and then pop the Phantasmaclasm, which is at least some of the reason I would argue that it's going to be in this matchup.
3 block declared from the Enlightened Strike. Looks like we'll have 3 coming through afterwards. So Dobrowolski will decide on a disease, decides Inertia is the choice, it would seem. A difficult decision. Does mean that Gone in a Flash is theoretically going away if you commit to the Inertia, but damage very much at a premium in this matchup. Bloodrot Pox is really annoying if you want to play a Ward Aura and swing with it. Very difficult to keep it alive in the face of that particular disease. So a real choice to be made.
Definitely those are two being considered. Bloodrot means that Restless will only stay alive if he pitches a whole red and a whole blue, and he knows that other card is Sigil of Solace. So it means that Restless just doesn't stick around into the following turn. But Inertia means, okay, you decided to not fire that Gone in a Flash last turn for 4 extra points of value. Why don't I take you off of it for the foreseeable future until you draw another one, and you're suddenly in a much weaker board state without that Gone in a Flash in Arsenal. Now you only have the Reality Fractor as your weapon.
Bartosz incredibly indecisive about this. Does settle on the Inertia in the end. I like this. I like depriving that Gone in a Flash where possible, given the perfect information that is provided to our Arachnid Assassin. So Gone in a Flash will jump out of the arsenal one more time. Going to try and get some value from this while the option is there.
Jason doesn't have access to action points. I think if he had access to the Lightning Greaves, this decision from Bartosz is definitely done the other way around. You just throw the Bloodrot because you just want to maximize damage, and that Gone in a Flash can get attacked with at the end of the turn anyways, but popping of the Lightning Greaves is what enables Bartosz to decide that this is the right line here.
The Sigil of Solace will gain some life for Rolfe here. Should be 24 plays 25, I think. Players just confirming life totals there. Restless Coalescence, of course, going to be deployed as well. Otherwise, it would be sucked away by that Inertia token. So Gone in a Flash going to be bounced up. Inertia will tuck that Gone in a Flash away for a rainy day.
Might as well keep it in deck rather than have it go to the graveyard. Looks like a pretty strong hand on Bartosz's side, but he doesn't have a mark yet. So that is part of the challenge and might get in the way of this Codex of Frailty hitting the board outside of the pitch zone.
Up sticks into Kiss of Death from the arsenal here. Can theoretically confer a mark if you'd like, but Ward Aura in the way does cause some pain there. Stalker Steps feels like a bit of a given here.
I mean, he's just unlocked a big turn off of this Kiss of Death being the card in Arsenal regardless, because Tarantula Toxin can still get 6 value and Incision is still 3 value. So he could just end up arsenaling this Codex of Frailty at the end of the turn regardless of the activation of Stalker Steps.
Does decide it is Incision. Tarantula Toxin juices this Kiss of Death all the way up to 13 in the face of a big fat goose egg. No block value on the other side of the table, and not exactly many options in that department for Jason. Looks like we do have a sink below there, mixed in with a Sigil of Solace, just covered up by the stunning jersey. Having been in this spot numerous times, it sucks.
Yeah, especially when you're like, oh, I'm going to commit 1 block. It's his 3rd Toxin. He's not going to have it. I'll just use the 1 card.
Sink below does appear to be the consideration here for Jason Rolfe. Decides whether or not fixing this card is the way to go. Trying to decide if a better option can be found from the deck if the sink comes on through. So taking, yeah, players just confirming what the situation is, given that there is a Restless Coalescence sitting there. Will bring Jason down to 17 when all is said and done. Sigil of Solace will repair some of that damage, bringing him back to 20. No Stalker Steps deployed. Happy to park that Codex in the arsenal for a later assault.
I mean, there's still a Crown of Providence on board, so Codex for Leave No Witnesses doesn't necessarily convert the best there. It only takes Jason off of this card and trades it for a different one. So not the greatest. Maybe you can find a way to use that later on the last Kiss of Death to also be able to flick the Kiss of Death. So there are lines in the future that are enabled by the Stalker Steps anyways, and no reason to pop it for only a couple points of damage.
So a quick pass back means we're looking at Cut from the Same Cloth, Fate Foreseen, Kiss of Death, and a Persuasive Prognosis as the final card in hand for Dobrowolski here. Another surprisingly efficient turn. Does get to utilize Kiss of Death pretty effectively. Alternatively, Cut from the Same Cloth, happy to apply to one of these daggers either way. The perfect information provided by Cut from the Same Cloth feels like such a boon in this matchup. Phantasmaclasm, 2 blue Spears of Surrealty, and another Sigil of Solace are the 4 cards available in hand for Jason Rolfe. We'll see Hunter's Clave as the beneficiary of this buff of Cut from the Same Cloth. Is not coming in for 13. Fear not, that dice is just sticking around as a tourist. Will just be 5 instead here. Quickly corrected by Dobrowolski.
debating the pitch there, I think was debating under-pitching the Fate Foreseen in case that was a card he wanted to get out. If he wants to play this Codex at the end of the turn, that Fate Foreseen is going to get discarded to the Codex anyways. Maybe that was a consideration if I actually want to discard the Fate rather than keep it in the bottom of my deck, or maybe it was this keeps me flexible where I can choose to IP should Jason fold his whole hand into me and then I hold on to the Fate Foreseen for a future turn. Although if he's folding his whole hand, that's also got its downside. So Bartosz probably looking to discard this to the Codex at the end of the turn.
No blocks declared means 5 damage confers, brings Rolfe to 15 here, and a mark will land on Zyggy Starlight. We know the Kiss of Death is likely to follow up, will come in for 4, and threatens go again.
This is one of those turns where it makes more sense to have held the Stalker Steps, because you can maybe get value off of that Kiss of Death go again into flicking it. Although now that I'm saying this out loud, that actually does sound difficult to be able to then get that next thing go again as well, and then go into Codex.
Not exactly easy to piece all of that together for Dobrowolski, and you can see that's why he is pausing and considering. There are a few options at hand here. Calming Gesture always kind of staring at you with lines that consider a flick as well. Spectral Shield available to cover that base if required. Rolfe on 3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. Dobrowolski looking at 2 cards remaining. We know they're Kiss of Death and Fate Foreseen, Codex of Frailty. Parked in the arsenal for the Assassin. Will be the Kiss of Death as the follow-up here. Comes in for 4 thanks to the Arakni hero ability. Will gain a go again if it manages to hit the opponent.
Plethora of options available to Bartosz there. There was even a line where he insulated the Kiss of Death for a future turn and just went Graphene Codex and discarded the Fate holding that Kiss of Death and negating the Ponder value, but decided to go max damage here to be able to throw this Kiss. Even though it's not combined with any reactions, Jason could expect it to be combined with reactions and then possibly over-respect it in terms of blocking 6 against this 4.
Does have that decision tree. Overblocking this, of course, does leave you marked, which does come at its own risk. Both players very aware of the cards that are available. For now, Blue Spears of Surrealty deployed in front of this. Quick Tarantula Toxin check. Probably not a bad thing to do when you're staring down another Kiss of Death.
I believe we're out. I believe we've seen all 3, and I believe this is a 3rd Kiss of Death too. But the thing about taking 1 damage here is it doesn't let Bartosz hold on to that Stalker Steps for a future turn just to be able to go wide when we're in the grindier stages of the late game.
Jason here still unsold on blocks, considering whether or not it is best off committing another card, giving up Phantasmaclasm, deploying this ward option from the arsenal in the form of Nourishing Glow here, gains a life on the way in, and will hopefully keep the Kiss of Death at bay. Does open up the opportunity to flick the ward out of the way, if we'd like to keep this turn going. That is what Bartosz will now consider. Fans on through.
Counting probably up sticks and run and maybe pick up the point if he sided it in this matchup. How many times can he buy back this Clave if that's the thing he wants to hit, flick? Or he could obviously be counting Orb Weaver Spinnerets. How much access to the Calycerite does he get? But chooses to throw the Stalker Steps instead and wants to hold on to those daggers for now. Just gives this Kiss go again. Since Mark is still available, this Graphene has now guaranteed go again, and it could enable the full version of the hand. This is 2 go again. You can still flick the Kiss, which is the best version of the flick on this turn, I'd say. And then we go into a Codex because this had guaranteed go again.
Flick Knives does confer that Kiss of Death for 2 more damage, brings Rolfe down to 14. Calycera for 2 is the following question. We'll take that as well. Players just confirming life totals there. Looks like we are at 13 when all is said and done. Chain closed, Codex of Frailty, the follow-up. Fate Foreseen, no doubt, being discarded to this. Will pose a question for Jason Rolfe, who was looking at a hand of a blue, a Phantasmaclasm, and a Sigil of Solace. Death Touch, the grab here once again from Dobrowolski. That Tunic available to fund this one and will cause some headaches regardless of disease.
So this was the default line going into the turn, I think, for Bartosz. This was the line he was building towards. There were different variations upon how he approaches it based on how Jason defends. And therein, there was the line of starting with the Underpitch of Fate to try to float this one for Death Touch, which leads me to believe it was intentional to get this Fate Foreseen out of deck that will be discarded to the Codex of Frailty. And then we are taxing our Tunic here by having to use it for Death Touch, but it makes that potential for a second cycle full gas for Bartosz. He has the life lead. He has the tempo lead. He is generally the beatdown in this matchup, so he needs to make sure that in that late game, he's going to be able to convert all of his hands as offensively as possible against Jason.
I think there's some merit in holding the extra card when you're throwing Kiss of Death as well. It does cause your opponent to consider additional attack reactions in their blocks down the way, and so rewarded for the decision trees is Dobrowolski. Will force Jason Rolfe to just discard Sigil of Solace to Codex, block 6 of the 2 remaining cards, has Miraging Metamorph in the arsenal, and a Tunic going up to 3.
No arsenal from Bartosz. He just holds on to the card. It's a persuasive prognosis and then draws a D-React. So, pass here, not just throwing the Miraging Metamorph. A little bit annoying. I think Bartosz would have wanted to block with at least that shelter, but I guess it's the same as last turn. He can just lose it to the Codex.
I think that's a very controlled line there from Jason to hold on to that Metamorph to try and get further value out of it. Hunter's Clave lines up with up, sticks, and run. 5 go again here on hit mark. Jason staring in a hand that contains Ripple Away, Restless Coalescence, and a pair of defense reactions. Looking like an uphill battle for our Illusionist right now, who has struggled to get much value out of Reality Refractor this game. Auras have not been sticking around, quickly falling victim to damage and knives alike. That Metamorph, of course, making for a compelling play, but these defense reactions not covering up Hunter's Clave cleanly this time around.
I'm left wondering if he popped the boots a little too early. I think it's fair to be afraid of losing that gun and a flash to disruption effects into Marionette in general, and just wanting to take some advantage when you do have it, because we've seen so many of these recent turns, Jason is basically full hand blocking and not able to throw much back. So had he held on the boots too long, he might not have been able to swing even for 8 the way he did. But as it stands, he has this life deficit and tempo deficit that is making it really hard for him to crawl back into the game. He's just too afraid to go low against Bartosz because he doesn't want to die to attack reactions on a turn where he might draw no defense reactions, which means he's just forced to pre-commit blocks to all of these attacks that Bartosz keeps putting in.
Fate Foreseen will meet this Hunter's Clave. Sees a Command and Conquer on top of the deck. Does at least cause some pause for Rolfe, who is unsure if that is a correct card to keep on top.
Could be lines where he keeps that on top to try to trade the Restless or the Ripple for it to be able to fire it on next turn, but wants to put it towards that second cycle instead and maybe play towards different things in these upcoming turns.
Clave finds its mark, so Zyggy will be covered up.
No guarantee, of course, that Bartosz with 2 cards left in hand at this stage of the game is even looking to Arsenal. Of course, we happen to know that there's a Codex of Frailty in there, which will generally cause an Arsenal off of the Ponder token if the turn doesn't go like last turn. But Jason doesn't know that. He could be expecting a couple more attack reactions still.
Bartosz here with the choice to continue the pressure, and you can see the pause again here. Just going to pass. No need to fire off the Calicera if you would rather your opponent stay marked. Attempt to convert into a different Agent of Chaos and maximize that Codex of Frailty somewhere down the line. This also gives you the flexibility to hedge against this Restless Coalescence or another aura being played, and then decide, okay, you played it out as an instant, I'm going to threaten you.
I dig that. You take 1 defense reaction out of Jason. You know the hand doesn't steal that many more cards. What's going on here?
I'm afraid Trapdoor is glued to Bartosz Dobrowolski, which is, I'm going to speculate, not the agent he was looking for.
Yeah. So the best version of that turn that he had with his cards in hand was Codex for Death Touch and just throw another 6. But that Codex wasn't even providing a discard against Jason. At this point in the game, he was sort of just like, it would be more using the card just to keep tempo. But using your best power card to keep tempo against a defensive deck risks losing a lot of deck density in terms of damage and disruption, and that could cost Bartosz the game. So instead says, Jason, you haven't been able to convert very many of your hands, and I don't think your deck is able to that well without the Lightning Greaves left on the board, so I will just give you a whole bunch of cards, arsenal this defense reaction, and take whatever 2 points of damage you're going to throw me after that shelter. In this case, it's 3, and then I get to keep tempo up in future turns and get to use that Codex for more disruptive effect later on once your arsenal is clear.
Miraging Metamorph met by the world's fastest copy of Shelter from the Storm. Graphene Calicera will be the beneficiary of Up Sticks and Run. Leave no witnesses being pitched in order to pay for the swing. So it's going to be 5 go again. There is a mark on Zyggy already.
Rolling 6 was definitely not the way. He shook it up in his head when he decided to pass and arsenal that shelter.
Warmonger's Diplomacy currently playing defense. We see that Fate Scene still in the hand of Rolfe. Enigma Chimera and another Miraging Metamorph that would benefit from that Tunic also sitting around right now. Deciding if we are overblocking this Kalissa ever so slightly. We'll block 6 on this. Gives Dobrowolski the choice. If we have another buff, are we going up and over? We know Codex of Frailty is still in the mix there, so it makes sense to get this Scar Tissue up and out before committing to that one. 8 on the Kalissa now. We'll see the Fate Foreseen jumping in to make a wholehearted block for 10 here for Jason. Opting 1, pops it to the bottom. Not interested in this Kalissa meeting his face.
Now there's still the option of Codex, but with a Ward Aura on board and a card left in hand for Jason, again, it doesn't provide the maximum disruptive version of firing the Codex of Frailty. And also, it's not even the maximum damage version without Tunic online there. You can't convert it to a Death Touch if he wants. So deciding to just arsenal it, and a little bit punished here because that seems to be multiple Codices of Inertia drawn into this hand. So a bit of a competing effort with those, but he can still just fire them to try to create an Inertia, or fire one of them at least to create an Inertia for Jason, and open up that arsenal slot in a future turn.
Tunic Metamorph, a play as old as time at this point, or at least part of the misfail, where it definitely turned up in those Enigma deck lists. 7 damage. If you decide to pop it, there will be a second copy of Restless Coalescence in your future. Dobrowolski unlikely to be doing that here. Besides Mark the Black Widow, better expended on defense. Brings him down to 18 against Jason Rolfe's 12. Does appear to be double Codex of Inertia and another stealth attack in the grip for Arakni Marionette.
It's not a stealth attack, it's a Saber Bloodshed. So it pairs well with this yellow, fortunately for the Arakni player. But what it doesn't do is really do anything crazy. It's just like good, you know. It gives Jason all of the heads up. I guess holding this other card in hand means he doesn't know if there's an attack reaction or not. But okay, I adjust. Saber's great here. It's
when
just
is it not
going to end up working out as ideally as he would like it to.
So blocking 6 here does mean this Stardust Spike in hand can insulate from any future tricks.
My emotional reaction is because all of these Codices are sort of not doing anything. You really want your Codex to steal a card out of your opponent's hand or deck, or I guess hand, because it takes a card out of your deck. Both the Inertia and the Frailty are best used when your opponent has no arsenal, but in this slot, not the case. Jason's been keeping an arsenal for the last couple turns and stopping Bartosz from being able to disrupt him. It does look like he's currently trying to build towards a Death Touch for max damage, having taken some value earlier on the Saver. Maybe trying to get a Kiss of Death on here.
Gonna see the Crown of Providence thumbed here.
Oh.
Rolfe really interested in keeping this Restless Coalescence around. Interested in sinking away a card potentially while blocking 2 on 2.
I think he wants to just insulate against any potential for a flick, because any flick is a draw. So this Saver, this Restless sitting on board basically represents the Saver will not be draw this turn. No bottom with Crown I think is intelligent, because had he bottomed his arsenal, he opens himself to the blowout of Codex of Frailty this line.
Yeah, we know that Stardust Spike in the hand of Rolfe as well offered further insulation there. Death Touch will be the follow-up. Almost took Reality Refractor with it for a moment there. 6 points of physical damage. Frailty and Ponder conferred. Ponder in the arsenal is a curious choice, but it definitely sends the message about where you intend on that card going.
I feel like I would forget it more if it was in my arsenal zone. You know, I look at my arsenal, there's a card there. That's okay.
Sink Below meets this Death Touch. So 4 defensive value currently deployed on this one. Can look to cover this with the Restless Coalescence Ward, unless we get flicky with it.
I think that's the debate right now, but he is having to identify whether he thinks he can get any of these daggers back, because he really does want to be in this 2-dagger layout for the end game. So giving up either the Clave or the Kalissa means he has to try to regenerate the other copy, their last remaining copy of either of those cards. So deciding ultimately not to flick, the cost is too high if he doesn't draw it soon. And we know that there's probably, I think there's one more Orb Weaver. Yeah.
So,
I'm glad
first of all,
to see
cat's down,
this,
Restless
very
Coalescence
nice.
is gone, and
I mean, just
there is
not a
another
lot.
layer to that. This isn't just the 4th successive trapdoor for Bartosz, but Bartosz said, I'm changing the die,
No, I'm gonna tune it.
and I'm the one rolling it. No more from Jason. I don't trust the white die. I'll roll my pink die. I'll be the one rolling it. Arakni trapdoor.
You ever heard the story about hubris?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm vaguely familiar with that
That's
one.
a little bit biting him there, thinking he can be the change in the universe's decision there. And ultimately, the universe says back, no, we still want you to be stuck in trapdoor in this game.
Enlightened Strike 4-7, the clean 2-card play for Rolfe on the way back, who is slowly making headway into what was a impressive life lead for Dobrowolski. Now looking at a hand off to the point. Or with a Spinneret, Meat Madness and Reaper's Call.
So a little bit punished in the specific configuration of this hand. You know, had he flicked the Graphene, he was going to draw this Orb Weaver, but he couldn't have known that it would come in this hand rather than a couple turns from now, so had to play it safe. Takes the damage from the E-Strike, and suddenly Jason is in the lead. This is the thing about these defensive decks against Marionette, is that mid-game can often be a lot of balancing out. Suddenly, Bartosz having to use just the remaining pieces in his deck, which, you know, Arakni has a lot of damage density in the deck, so I don't think that deck right now is like full of blues that don't deal damage. He's still got a lot of power. It's just that it hasn't lined up super well, especially with these rolls of Trapdoor in the last couple of turns. But he is starting to weaken a little, and now Jason can maybe try to get back into the game in terms of tempo and not just in terms of life.
To the point, up to 5 on the Graphene Calycera. Does have go again, courtesy of the mark that is carefully laid atop Ziggy Starlight. We will see Fate Foreseen jumping in front to deny some of that damage. Enlightened Strike on top of the deck. Seems like a fine choice to leave there. Mark gone. 11 now plays 11 as Hunter's Clave is the follow-up. 1 point of damage, threatening to reinstate that mark. Multiple Spears of Surrealty available here, and we do see one of those Ward 1 auras in hand, which is likely going to be held to insulate against Flick Knives here, I would imagine.
I want to change what I said earlier, that he was a little bit punished by drawing this Orb Weaver. I actually think drawing the Orb Weaver here has unlocked a good version of this turn, where now he gets to flick on this turn. He got through the Restless last turn. He still got the opportunity of the roll. Admittedly, he missed with it, but he got the opportunity of it. And then had he wanted to, he could have flicked that Graphene just there and still gone Orb Weaver to regenerate. Decides not to because it's kind of same, different, same, but...
So Orb Weaver Spinneret just granting a bonus to this Meat Madness. Will be coming in for 6. I love this card. On hit, choose one at random. Really difficult to know how bad it's going to go for you, but the thing to know is this is a trigger. So you have to decide the mode, and then you can respond to the mode that has been found, which means if the Banished card from your hand mode is found, Jason can deploy this Ward 1 aura in response to Meat Madness and not lose that card to the effect. On top, banish a card from the hand. Does Jason know?
It is an instant, yeah?
Yeah, it is. Looks like a Ward 1 aura to me. Staring somewhat sheepishly at that wand for a moment, decides that that crackle from afar is better spent in play. Will deploy it as a result and quickly draw back up. 11 now plays 8 as Dobrowolski regains the tempo and pushes just a little bit of damage. The hand he finds on the way back. Stains of the red back, Save of Bloodshed, Scar Tissue, and Meat Madness. Tunic available if we'd like to get Calycera on the go, but with no mark there anymore, no guaranteed go again.
You can get the fake guaranteed go again. I mean, it's still guaranteed, but it costs you a whole resource or an additional flick, I suppose.
Yeah, that Ward 1 definitely going to be
a little
a bit of annoying if you wanted to try and get there without paying for the stains, but it will make the turn function at the very least. These players with only 8 minutes remaining do need to get a shift on.
Scar Tissue or Meat Madness in card 3 there?
Both in the hand there, Scar Tissue and
One
Meat Madness.
One. So he's got still some damage, even if he's not going to be drawing with the Saver. He's just, you know, presenting a big equation to Jason. If Jason, you know, overblocks, he can hold on to the reactions. If he doesn't overblock, then he's just going to take a bunch of damage.
We decide the line is Save of Bloodshed, Tunic for the Calycera to start this turn here. 5. I'm going to put this go again dice here real briefly. No go again. No,
go
you shouldn't be thinking about that. No, definitely just 5.
But I still like this. I mean, let's go with not the greatest math, but it's a 4-card 11 plus conferring a mark if this hits, which is kind of what he needs to be doing in this stage of the game to also, it's still threatening cards this turn, and it's hopefully setting up for next turn.
Blocking 6 with Inline Strike and Spears of Surrealty here. That 1 point of ward still lurking on the board to cover our bases from a Hunter's Clave flick. And now Bartosz needs to decide how to continue this turn. Are we just dumping damage onto this Calicera, courtesy of Stains of the Redback? Or are we following things up with a Meat Madness? It will be the former, so Stains pays for Stains. Scar Tissue out of the hand as well means that we can do it all. More than happy to add +6 onto this Calicera swing and follow things up with a Meat Madness. After this 11 damage is handled one way or the other. The rest of it will come on through. Brings Rolfe down to 4.
Second copy of Stains in the arsenal there really unlocked the potency of this turn, because now this Meat Madness comes in with there being a mark on Jason thanks to the Scar Tissue. Or he could try to go for the roll one more time. Do we think Bartosz trusts his dice?
No.
But look, he's actually debating firing it just because he's afraid.
I will pass and transform, and this is the sign of a good player. You know what you're supposed to do in this spot. Results-orientated thinking, be
Look
damned.
at his body language, though.
3 this time around. Finally, a non-trapdoor hero almost earns a round of applause as the Orb Weaver will appear in the hero zone for Dobrowolski. Back over to Rolfe, who has some ground to cover. Will pitch away a haze bending here to activate that calming gesture. Makes a spectral shield. Will have the ability to attack with that for 5 with the remaining 2 resources. Keeps a card in hand. Will no doubt be parked in the arsenal.
Pre-creating a ward is also good to be able to turn off any lines that Bartosz has that rely on flicking. But of course, Jason does start this turn marked, so it does change that math a little bit. And it looks like Bartosz has drawn quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, puts the fear of God into you when you send 5, your opponent goes, yeah, no box.
Yeah.
They already know there is no interest in preventing your damage. All of these cards are better converted offensively.
And he's just starting with Graphene for 1. Like, it's such an open question. He doesn't even discard a card to Orb Weaver because he knows that he can pump it for later because he has that stealth card in Arsenal. So he can just continue to delay and say, Jason, I've got 5 cards while I'm Graphene for 1-ing. Are you going to take 17 or are you going to call my bluff?
And this is the bind of Arakni Marionette. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
5 cards? Yes.
5 cards is confirmed. We call that 50p territory over here.
So the cards are, there's a Pain in the Backside, there's an Orb Weaver Spinneret, there's a Relentless Pursuit, which notably cannot be discarded to Orb Weaver. 1 other card in hand, and then we've got that Meat Madness as a stealth card available in Arsenal. So it's actually not going tall on this Graphene. If Jason does decide to block, he is making the wrong read, but obviously literally no information conferred by Bartosz at this stage, so it's impossible to tell except by playing the statistics of what could be left. Did he just say no block? So I think he's got an understanding of the fact that what's left is not a lot of reactions and there is a lot of upfront damage. That last card I didn't call out was Pick Up the Point, one of those rebuy effects, and Jason probably has a good understanding of what Bartosz has left in his deck and chooses to say, okay, I'll just take the 1.
Take some bravery. Spectral Shield will take care of that damage. Pick Up the Point played as head jab here, just looking for the 3 damage. No knife recursion on the way. I like happy to block this one with a copy of Ripple Away.
I like the ability to hold on to Relentless Pursuit here as a mark option. Of course, he could have gone for Flick and then pitch the Relentless Pursuit to pick it back up before attacking with the Clave this turn, but choosing to play a different version of this turn, preferring to flick the Graphene because he's going to play an Orb Weaver anyways, or maybe debating it. but Relentless Pursuit it gives him flexibility where he can still like mark, you know, on the last link, expecting that Meat Madness to be blocked out, and then it all works out safely.
Yep, decides not to flick there. Did not want to remove the mark or just convey information to Rolfe about how the turn intends to go. Only 3 minutes left on this one in the dying embers of this game. Both players struggling their way through as Dobrowolski tries to find lethal damage in the wake of Rolfe's defenses. Haze Bending will be deployed as a defensive tool on this Hunter's Clave. 2-on-1.
Of course, this flick could happen here, so there's no reason to have to do it on the previous link. Still debating just moving forward with this damage.
Pain in the backside. The follow-up quickly met by Cosmic Duality.
Forcing a real 3-block.
No interest in letting that one find a hit. Gonna flick away the Glycera. No longer marked, but a point of damage conferred brings Rolfe down to 3. Activate the Orb Weaver hero ability here, discarding an Orb Weaver Spinneret.
Familiar.
Will just about break even, but we're going to see that bonus conferred onto Meat Madness. Comes in for 6, just a 2-block in the hand. Tunic will join it. Card in Arsenal is going to keep Jason alive. Flick Knives already activated this turn, cannot punk this Fleeing Starbreeze. So we are blocking 4 on 6, takes 2 down to 1, but the Flick Knives activation is pending. Meat Madness trigger there, kind of blown under the smoke, but
there is a mode that matters. Banish the top card of the deck could have been hit, but and Bartosz does roll a lot of 6s, so maybe he would have hit that, but it doesn't really affect this turn. You know, it'll affect a couple turns down the line, but I have a suspicion this game might be ending a little before that.
There is a Shelter from the Storm and a War 1 Aura in the hand for Jason Rolfe, so no guarantee that Flick Knives is good enough all by itself. So Dobrowolski takes this final minute, fans through the graveyards at lightning speed, needs to understand what tools are left available for Rolfe before sequencing this turn. There is a Shelter in hand as well for Dobrowolski, but we do see Graphene Glycera swinging. That Shelter will pay for it. Codex of Frailty to the point, and Stains of the Red back those remaining cards.
No mark right now, so Stains would have to be paid for. Probably not being able to be paid for unless he just gives up the other attack reaction for it, since they're both kind of 3 in this spot.
Ripple away, plays defense. Flick Knives activation will, of course, be met by one of these preventative effects. Will be the Fleeing Starbreeze or the Shelter from the Storm. The latter is the choice. Soaks up the flick. 2 points of prevention remaining here. We'll see Stains of Red back pitched for. We'll see Fleeing Starbreeze deployed. No dice this time around. The Codex of Frailty more than enough to get that door closed. And Bartosz Dobrowolski stays in contention here in Edinburgh. Arakni Marionette moving to 8-2.
A little bit of a touchy endgame for Bartosz there, having to get all of the last couple pieces of his deck working in order to take down Jason there. But that was a really interesting game in terms of how it went back and forth and who had control of various points of the game. It felt way Bartosz's game early on. All of those 6 rolls in the middle, plus drawing a couple defense reactions, and all these codices bunched up together sort of made the mid-game awkward. And during that mid-game, we didn't even talk about it, but Jason had like 4 turns in a row of just being able to throw basically 1 or 2 cards 7 or 9s, like always able to throw this very efficient card damage that just brought Bartosz back down to underneath his life total, but the trickery of Arakni Marionette helping to get over the line at the end of the day and bring Bartosz that win, bring him closer to top 8 here in Edinburgh.
Yeah, those mid-game turns definitely felt like what I kind of expect from these illusionists a lot of the time, where it's like, I'm not really sure how you're clawing back into this,
but you're just dealing 8 damage
kind of are. Like, blocking with 3 cards, just an efficient attack coming on the way down the pipeline. Bartosz with some poor variants, as you saw all over his face from those Arakni Trapdoor transformations, but found a way to convert, regardless of those cards being slightly awkward one way or the other. Safe to say, players like Bartosz, players like Jason Rolfe, they are quite the demon when it comes to Flesh and Blood, but they aren't the only ones. The Usurp the Shadow Throne pre-release will give you the opportunity to dabble in darkness. If you're really, really lucky, Balgor, Omen of the End will be replacing your Corrupted Corpse pre-release promo, giving you the opportunity to play as the young Shadow Demon inside of your pre-release kit.
Of course, Balgor available to play in the Silver Age format, but in terms of limited, it's only available in the pre-release kit. So it's only available at pre-releases or at the world premiere in Seoul to play in limited. But I mean, this still gets a lot of goodies when you open up your pre-release kit. And one thing I just want to call out, there's the reintroduction of this type of effect that counts as a basic card. It counts as what we used to call token rarity, now basic rarity, but you can register it into your deck or play it in your deck no matter what with that Hex Gauntlet, and we've seen a couple other ones as well. Throwback to previous formats like Uprising, I think. We had Helios Miter and Phoenix Flame count as cards like that. But this way, equipment a little bit less important to open because you can just get an arm piece for free.
Very interesting cold foil set in your pre-release kit as well. A suite that will universally turn blood deck cards in your banished zone face down. Makes me wonder how this limited format is actually going to play and how often I am going to be, well, killing myself, for lack of a phrase. Balgor is the big deal here. It's a rare chance for it to happen. You may see the demon emerge from your pre-release kit to become playable in the limited format. The first opportunity to do this will be at the world premiere in Seoul. I'm excited to cast some Balgor games. I think I'm going to need to learn some things real fast. But a 3 intellect hero, 33 health on a young hero, banishing each and every card you pitch. But in exchange, every attack you play from the banished zone has a nimbleism strapped onto it, which isn't bad.
I like legit have no... I was thinking about this literally yesterday. Is this hero just going to get everyone to 8-0 in Seoul, and that's if you open this is really good? Or is it actually awful because limited formats often come down to that second cycle, and when you're banishing every card you pitch, oops, suddenly you've got no deck left and now you're dying to your own blood debt?
Yeah, only one way for us to find out. They'll be playing games when that kit becomes available. I'm excited to get my hands on all things Usurp the Shadow Throne. Speaking of Shadow, we have one more round of Swiss. It is, of course, going to be a win and in. On one side of the table, Edinburgh local Thomas Harle on Jarl Vetreiði. On the other side of the table, Brodie Spurlock on Vynnset Iron Maiden. Stay with us.
My baby dances with the devil. I wanna know what's on his mind. Shaky hands, so sentimental. I sugarcoat between my lies. Inside a small cloud, asking why. I'm afraid we're out of time. He made a promise to the vultures. He took a hit and said goodbye. You wanna come with me? I can see it in your eyes. It's a feeling that you can't deny. I'll bring you high so deep, so we can feel alive. Leave the world behind. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride.
It's win and in, lose and out this round. It will be a clean cut in our top 8 this time around for all of our X and 2 players. So everyone you see this round is playing for their lives. That includes Brodie Spurlock on Vynnset, Iron Maiden. Are you there? You in the room?
Yep, yeah. I thought you were going to continue. Maybe also Thomas Harle on the other side of the deck.
That's your part. That's the thing you say.
So Tom also fighting for that win and in this round. The way you were saying, we were talking about the standings. So let's go take a look at the standings and see all the people who are not on camera and who are also fighting for their lives.
I am so happy. The top 3 players here are locked for our top 8, and that is a big deal for 3 different reasons. Your first seed right now is Jacob Clements, who is on to continue the run of a lifetime. It was a win at UK Nationals 4 weeks ago, a win in Shinjuku 3 weeks ago. I can't count, but Vegas was last week, and he won that as well, which means we might be looking at a 4th straight weekend of Jacob Clements' success.
Jacob came up to me this morning and he said, I heard you guys talking on stream yesterday. Scott said about the last 4 weeks and how it's going to be crazy if I win this one and it'll be 1 whole month. But don't forget, I've been winning all year and it's been crazy what I've been able to pull off over the last couple months. So Jacob backs himself and he really does know that he's on quite a historic run.
It is locked, everyone. Daniel Correas' Tuffnut Bumbling Hulkster is currently your 2nd seed and will be joining us in the single elimination rounds.
After that, we have 1 Gravy Bones still locked up. Evan would be the guy to take Gravy into this top 8. Despite everyone saying this deck is not what it used to be, he's still able to make it work. Then we have 9 players in a row on X and 2 fighting for the top 8 here.
Some standouts here. Gotta cross our fingers for Michael, who was our final 8-0 player. Has had the wheels come off just a little bit in the last couple of rounds. Will be still playing for his life this round. Fatigue variant of Fang with Decimated Great Axe in the hand of Nathan Hills. Arakni aficionado Emad Kashy, arguably the originator of the popular mainstay Arakni Marionette archetype, still live with that one. Leo Toulouse in the conversation to double dip on a 2nd calling victory. 2-time Pro Tour champion and Spanish national champion Pablo Pintor on Jarl Vetreiði, still in the conversation here as well. So is Bartosz, who we just saw in our feature match area, will be playing to sneak a 2nd, possibly 3rd Marionette into that top cut.
Can't ignore the other 3 players. We have Thomas here on Oscilio, a 2nd Oscilio fighting for this top 8. We have Brodie on Vynnset, the last Vynnset remaining fighting for the top 8. This is what we'll be watching his game against Thomas at the bottom end of this X and 2 bracket. Both of them trying to make it into the top 8. A couple of copies of Jarl, a couple of copies of Marionette, a couple of copies of Oscilio, and some rogue decks still in the mix to try to make it into this sure to be quite a varied top 8.
But not just in hero variety, like all hail the nut. Like, I'm about it. I'm all about Tuffnut making a top cut. It's so cool. But look at the names. Like,
yeah.
All the players who are in contention I just would fit into any top 8. It's a real murderer's row in the top, 20 players here, and only 8 of them get to join us on what is normally the Sunday stage, but I guess still kind of the Sunday stage.
It's still kind of the Sunday stage. It's the Sunday afternoon stage. But yeah, it's not even that varied, a top 8 in terms of the players, or the top 12 right now in terms of the players, because every single one of these players has something to their name that you can credit them for. That's just like stacked on stacked on stacked. Like, this could be a Pro Tour top 12 after or going into the final round, and here we are in a calling, and it's just what we have.
All right, will Thomas Harle succumb to the shadows, or will Brodie Spurlock get frozen out? Let's make our way down into the feature match area for our win and in round here at the Calling in Edinburgh, and see which of these 2 players will be joining us in the top cut. Looks like we have some other cameras. Jason, of course, still going to be playing his game.
Oh,
Don't worry about
it didn't occur to me for a moment. I was like, I'm looking at Bartosz. That makes sense. When Bartosz is playing this game, you know, we just talked about him a little bit as we went through the list.
No. Brodie hasn't gained weight. Fear not. We can make sure that we're in a good spot one way or the other when we head into that feature match area. Bear with us for just a second. But Vynnset, Jarl, a matchup that is, I think for a lot of people, they kind of panic on the Vynnset side of things because it requires you to do that slow, methodic stack of damage. Do you think it's a matchup that Brodie as a Vynnset is happy to see, or is this kind of worst case scenario?
I mean, there's a reason Brodie is still bringing Vynnset to these tournaments, and I think the reason is that he just like actually knows this deck so well enough that he's going to be able to pilot even into these hard matchups. So yes, he probably knows this is an unfavored matchup. But the thing about Vynnset is like the better player or the best Vynnset player can just figure out their unfavored matchups. It's always sort of in their seat to do the biggest turn and put together the biggest combo that they can put together. And maybe that's what he's going to be trying to do against Jarl here.
All right, it sounds like our players are now off to a hasty start and we are ready to dance. So let's get down there and see how this one shakes out. Tom Harle on Jarl, Brodie Spurlock on Vynnset, who unsurprisingly has chosen to go first. Players are dancing. No time for us to talk about cool intricacies. Let's get looking at the equipment suite here. Boots of Omni's War, Barkskin of the Millennium Tree in the chest slot here. Really like this against Vynnset personally. Null Rune Gloves and Crown of Providence join Titan's Fist and Stalagmite for a Tom Harle who is gaining 6 on the first turn of the game. Not a bad place to be.
There's not even like your pants are down when you're doing that because Brodie doesn't have the ability to throw much offense here. He's banished a Rune Gate 3. He's only got that one rune chant on board, so Tom kind of has full space to be able to pull that off, and then Brodie's just passing, drawing back up, and Tom has the ability to use his hand offensively.
We'll see that Malefic Incantation and a Deathly Wail in Banish. We'll make our way over to Team Toxic's Tom Harle, who is rocking that Felling of the Crown in the opener. Oakenold in there as well, alongside Cranial Crush and Tear Asunder. Not necessarily a suite of cards you're looking for in the early turns of this game. No real way to decompose yet and no way to fuse that Oakenold.
3 really awesome cards, but none of them really working out well here. The Tear Asunder, there's not enough blues to fuel it up. That would be probably the play. The Oakenold, obviously, we don't have the right fuse for it. And the Felling of the Crown, the Arsenal, the Graveyard isn't just ready for this. So, in fact, throwing a Felling for 4, pitching 2 cards just to try to get a Earth card into the graveyard. Not the start Thomas would have wanted. If this is the kind of hand he draws up when Brodie does a setup pass turn later in the game, we're swimming. But this early, not just yet.
Yeah, difficult decision to make here, expending a Felling of the Crown, which is an objectively very powerful card in this matchup to kind of force Vynnset to banish away cards they don't necessarily want to in spots. But Earth Density, just more important. Going to need those future copies of Felling of the Crown, maybe even those Rootbound Carapace to have something to decompose. So Widespread Annihilation will be playing defense here. 3 block for Brodie, falls down to 38. As Tom Harle will park an Arsenal, and we'll make our way back over to Vynnset. Rocking the expected suite of equipment is the Grimoire of Felling song this time around. No need for Eloquence for Brodie Spurlock. Second Deathly Wail enters the Banished Zone. We will see Tear Through the Portal as the first play of this turn. Haven't seen this one in the feature match area so far. It's Fasting Carcass if it blocked a little worse. Going to give red actions in the Banished Zone go again. Going to see a Grimoire activation incredibly early here to enable this third rune chant and get these Deathly Wails on the go.
He just needs to be able to do something here, I guess, set up. There's a couple questions that Tom had. He pointed at the slot right after. Oh, it is a question. That's what he points at the slot. Does that count as an empty equipment slot for the sake of my Frostbite? Because it is an offhand slot. It's not technically an equipment slot.
No,
so
I wished I could freeze out a Gravy's Compass after I've taken care of it, but I know that's not how that works. But it goes to show you these things are not trivial. Not everyone knows these. It's not an interaction that comes up very much. And so Tom, in a winning in for the calling, is just correct to check and to make sure we can get a little frosty.
Brodie also just wants to check with the judge rather than say it and be unconfident in his answer. So that is the result. It is not an exposed equipment slot.
Tear Through the Portal does make this red copy of Deathly Wail. Gain Go Again. So we'll be 6 and 3 with Go Again here. Rune chants coming on through. And of course, we have seen, I believe, a Vynnset payment to that Tear Through the Portal. And so one of these rune chants is unpreventable.
I mean, I guess in that sense, you're getting back to 3 rune chants at the end of this turn. And so all you've done is deal 9 damage and keep your quote-unquote meta progression mostly the same. You just lose 1 tick on your Malefic and 1 card into the graveyard. we expected maybe Brodie to try to be building more towards a combo turn, but why not take 9 damage and not really change the meta setup of that combo turn when you get the opportunity? Because I don't think you can just do a pure combo turn and expect to deal 60 damage. He needs to actually be playing the game in the middle, and Jarl does have disruptive and aggressive abilities in the modern version of these Jarl lists, so Brodie can't take too much space, or give too much space, I should say, in the mid game here.
One rune chant through, as it was unpreventable. Plow Under will cover the other 2. Colors of Aria jumps in on defense. 3 physical damage leaking through here from Deathly Whale as well. We have a pause from Brodie, who is clearly contemplating a variety of lines. Does go with the widespread ruin from the arsenal here off of those remaining 2 resources for 6 more damage. And so I'm going to double check that this is the one that banishes the top cards of decks, which does have some downside in this matchup. Might put an Earth card there nice and early.
Downside for Brodie, that is, because if it puts an Earth card in the banished zone early on, then that's just the next felling, the first. Well, it's not even the first felling, because he still had to fire off a felling the bad way. But the first felling that decomposes will be a felling the good way. He can banish this Colors of Aria, the felling, and some other Earth card if he's able to continue to get a couple more Earth cards into the graveyard.
Interesting choice here for Harle, who's looking at Winter's Bite and Channel Lake Frigid, a card that is typically incredibly powerful against Vynnset. Rune Gates do not work the way you want them to. Through Frostbite does require you to spend some resources, so says, okay, I'm going to take the heat. I'll fall down to 35, banish the top card, which was a Fiddler's Green, so no life gain from that one. It goes into the 1 zone where it will not be doing that.
That's so, maybe the worst hit off the top of the deck there.
Not stellar. And so we will move back to Harle, who will look to utilize that Channel Lake Frigid later on. Well, maybe not. He's sending it as a resource card here. Love this. Getting proactive with the situation. Tear Asunder will line up with this Titan's Fist for 5 points of Dominate, just demanding equipment early if Brodie wants to keep the hand.
If he wants to be able to keep up this sort of somewhat pressure and somewhat damage, then he's going to take some equipment. This is only for 4. There's no 3s in the grave. But honestly, it's kind of the same thing. Brodie might be on Reduced to Enchant, but I'd imagine he'd be siding the Reduced to Enchant out in this matchup, which means that the 4 versus 5 breakpoint is functionally equivalent, as it's probably asking for Face Purgatory. You don't want to be giving up Tunic at this stage of the game. You don't want to be giving up Creepers at this stage of the game, and the Vexing Quillhen don't block. So unless Brodie is on Haunting Rendition or Reduced to Runechant, which again I would expect him to side out, these are the same number when they're attached to Dominate.
Makes some amount of sense. Brodie scanning through the hand to decide how he wants to navigate this one. Multiple copies of Fasting Carcass in the grip. See a blue one both on blocking duty and still in the hand on the way down. Looks like Beseech the Demigon was behind it there for a moment. Hopefully an attack parked behind those 2.
Brodie produces some amazing bell curve memes about learning Vynnset and deciding which cards are good. Where it's, you know, the meme where it's like at the bottom end, some people think this is good. In the middle, it's like, no, that's bad. And then in the top end, oh, it's actually the card that the people... And he created a new one recently. It's about the new cards, the recent cards for Vynnset and which is the best one. And then he's added 4 categories above the top end of the IQ bell curve. And it's Blue Fasting Carcass that he thinks is the best card that Vynnset has gotten in a long time. We didn't see it in Axilleas' list early in the day, but Brodie is a believer in this Blue Fasting Carcass.
Lines up perfectly with this Blue Deathly Whale. Will Grant go again to that one? Rune Chant's coming through alongside it. So 4 physical, 3 arcane.
I'm not going to.
Another thing you do.
Okay, so Tom just asking there, would you mind pushing the Vynnset forward to show that you've used it? Brodie is not obliged to do that and would rather not.
I mean, we see this actually quite often on Fab weekends where players have different ways of representing their own like effects and tokens, and it's really quite effective in terms of I would like my system to be the way it is for me because it really breaks my brain to accommodate the other opponent. So it's each controller of the effect is the one who like gets to control it. We saw this at the Pro Tour with Jacob requesting a token in a different spot because his opponent wanted to put it in one place versus on his hero, and it's just like we all have our mechanical patterns in terms of how we like to represent our game state, and there's technically no rules on some of these things, but Brodie here saying, strictly speaking, I don't have to put it the way you want me to, and it is my hero card, so I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, fun fact, I had one of those situations myself at Pro Tour London, ate a burn-up shock because it was not on the combat chain anymore, and I forgot it was there. So definitely a very common thing. There is power to be found in relying on your mechanical sequencing. So Eloquent Eulogy will be the follow-up here alongside the one rune chant. Tom says fine.
It's not just the trickery, to be clear. It's also just like the habit building of I
Yes,
need my board
totally.
to look the way I am used to in order for me to be able to think correctly about my turn.
We'll see Command and Conquer as the 2-card follow-up off a Fruits of the Forest here for Harle, who is happy to threaten that defensive card. Did get through the face Purgatory. It's worth noting, by the way, that Terra Underplay did have some incidental power I kind of want to allude to in opening up an equipment slot. You forced Brodie to give you some equipment to keep that Terra Under at bay, which means there is now a way for you to meaningfully Frostbite off of cards like Blizzard if they're in Tom's deck, maybe some of the more proactive ice cards like Winter's Bite, which really can, cause some headaches for Brodie Spurlock later down the line.
Probably why Tom prioritized going for that line this early in the game when he knew that number 4 represented the stealing of an equipment slot and he wanted to open up the opportunity for those Frostbites to basically, as you've said, almost turn off Runegate. Not fully, but almost turn off Runegate. What they do is, Runegate is a replacement cost, so instead of, it becomes a cost of 0, and then that cost of 0 becomes +1 from the Frostbite, so you still have to pay a pitch card into it. Tom, heads up there, but I'm quite intrigued by the way we're seeing Brodie play this out. I would have expected him maybe to take a little bit more of a setup combo-y stance, the way that we saw Axilleas earlier taking like a turn off and then a turn on and then a turn off and then a turn on, maybe even a couple turns off to set up a very big turn. But Brodie actually understanding that Jarl these days is not the turtle defensive deck that we saw when he debuted a couple years ago, and instead Brodie being more willing to put into regular offensive turns. We've seen the Go Again on the Red Deathly Whale. We've seen that blue Fastening Carcass converted for Go Again on the blue Deathly Whale. That's part of the reason he runs that blue, is to be able to be a more aggressive Vynnset player, and he continues to do this, except for this turn where he's setting up a large stack of rune chants, but that still is kind of like aggression in a way. It's a mini setup turn, but not a really... He took damage to do the setup.
Just a quick note there for our folks at home. Brodie did not Deadwood Dirge an Eloquence token. It is just gesturing that would be eaten up to give the Dirge Go Again. Deadwood Dirge targets on resolution, and we did only see 2 additional rune chants made by each of these Dirges, which brings us up to a total of 7. Channel Lake Frigid deployed here by Harle, who will follow it with a Titan's Fist swing. This one will be for 4, thanks to Frozen to Death. Channel Lake Frigid here, personally, in my opinion, very powerful in this matchup, much like the Frostbites now being generated in the head slot for Brodie. Will tax significantly on cards if you want to bring the turn together. Makes those turns that require Spellbound Creepers activations especially more difficult, as that one starts getting very expensive in a deck with minimal blue cards.
While this is on the board, Brodie has to be taking small turns. So now he's forced into this little bit of a combo setup plan, or he's just going to be swinging 1 attack. That 1 attack will cost a couple of resources thanks to the Frostbite and the CLF, but as you say, we cannot activate creepers. We're probably not playing too many Shadow Puppetry type effects. It's just going to cost too much with this Channel Lake Frigid on the board.
Looking at the hand here, it is a whale of a good time.
Yep, a full rainbow of a whale. That didn't work as well. I
You tried. I
apologize.
appreciate you trying. Envelop in Darkness in the hand there as that final card in the grip. 4 damage here from this Titan's Fist alongside Channel Lake Frigid. We do know there is at least a blue to make some kind of turn come together.
I mean, Tom runs quite a lot of blues, so it's not like he's going to be dying to Arcane guaranteed at some point of the game. Like, he should be comfortably able to AB most of an Arcane stack most of the time. But he has lost 2 Fiddlers to the inability to get them into the graveyard. You know, Brodie didn't attack last turn on the turn that this Fiddlers was drawn up. He actually just used it as a setup turn, so that denied that Fiddler's green value. And there's one in the Banish Zone off of the Widespread Ruin. Those are some of the ways that Tom can bank life gain as a way of getting around the evasive damage or the overlap damage that Brodie is able to produce on some of these bigger turns. But in this case, it's not going the way of Tom so far. He had those 2 sigils on turn 0, but since then, his Fiddlers have eluded the ability to gain a life.
Brodie paying 3 for Envelop in Darkness. We'll see another rune chant added to the stack. Now 9 of those available. We'll pay 1 to facilitate going through Channel Lake Frigid in order to send Deep Recesses of Existence. This is going to be 9 and 9. Quite the hearty chunk of damage.
Tom takes the 1 guaranteed rune chant. That's what we've represented so far, but 8 and 9 left over after this.
Tom confirming how Deep Recesses works. Damage has been taken on his side, so a card will be banished from his graveyard. Brodie, of course, has played a Shadow non-attack and has therefore taken some damage as well. what will be coming back is the question. Fanning through those targets right now. Fasting Carcass, not typically a good choice on this one, but you know, you never know.
Blood Debt without being able to play it out yet, usurp the Shadow Throne, is probably not what you want to be picking. Gate to Irathiel would be pretty sick for Brodie, but he's going to have to wait a couple months for that card.
Tom here, a man after my heart. Elemental Strike is a card I personally haven't had success with in Jarl, but I'm a really big fan of. Really fun with Colors of Aria. 2 reds in this hand, though, is not great. Rootbound Carapace currently does have the ability to decompose, thanks to Colors of Aria being in the bin. But that Elemental Strike kind of looking a bit shaky, likely deployed on defense for physical block value. We will see pitching away 6 resources in order to soak up the Arcane Barrier as best possible. And a block of 7 declared from Elemental Strike and Rootbound Carapace, just on damage prevention duty this time.
Yeah, when your opponent's throwing 18 at you and this is your hand and it's not, you know, it's okay, but it wasn't crazy good, then you just block as much as you can, and that's what he does here, especially given that there's no threat of go again, so you have the face-up information about what kind of damage is being presented to you.
Surprising value gain here from the deep recesses. Banishing Rootbound Carapace puts us to 3 Earth cards in the Banish Zone and means there are no Earth cards in the graveyard. Makes that next decomposition significantly harder and doesn't get Harle any closer to an active Felling of the Crown.
Yeah, that's definitely the correct choice. Obviously, had the Rootbound not been played, it would have been a different calculation because there would have been a couple Earth cards in the bin, and so Brodie might not have made that decision to fuel the Banish Zone to 1, but fueling it to 3, there's no downside.
So the pass back, nice and quick for Harle. Now looking at another Colors of Aria, Command and Conquer, Fruit of the Forest, and Imposing Visage. We'll make our way back to Brodie, who is happy to continue wailing. 2 of those in the Banish Zone as of now, both of the red variety. We'll have a card joining it in the form of, I believe, Widespread Annihilation.
One of those Deathly Wails, I will point out, came off of the Deep Recesses. So Brodie using the trigger from the Deep Recesses to set up more attacks in his Banish Zone and continue to hope for a bigger turn coming down the line, especially knowing that this Fasting Kiss was sitting there in his arsenal. So Brodie could have chosen, I guess he didn't have any of the instants that he could have chosen, but he could have just chosen some, you know, Envelop style card that doesn't do anything. Instead choosing he would like to add a couple more Blood Debt cards to his grave. He did have to take those Blood Debt on last turn. Sorry, to his Banish. He had to take those Blood Debt points last turn, but it's in order to set up for this turn that he's been building towards.
This is, again, one of my favorite tricks. Fasting Carcass pays a life, means Funeral Moon can be played as an instant. So when you give Funeral Moon go again with Fasting Carcass, you do find yourself with a bonus action point to boot. Tom, happy to mark that on Vynnset. Means there is 1 left remaining when this Deathly Wail comes cracking through alongside 3 Rune Chants. One of those, of course, cannot be stopped. And so down to 20 goes Tom Harle versus Brodie's 19. Has been able to put some serious pressure on while the Blood Debt ticks away, but it is now 2 more Arcane and 6 Physical for our Man of Ice and Earth.
Guaranteed to generate 2 Rune Chants on Chain Close for Brodie, so we'll at least be able to fire off that Whale. Surely he has some kind of plan to be able to fire off that Annihilation as well this turn. Could be something at the highest end. I'm not sure if he runs this card, but it could be Tunic for Creepers into Revel and Runeblood. That would be quite the configuration. Or it could be even a Dirge if he goes Whale into Whale, and then Dirge is one of the Rune Chants to get back up to 4 and annihilates there. So that Creepers could be jumping in the mix and clearing the entire Banish Zone this turn if he's got the right kind of card in his hand.
Might not even need to creep, given the action point that is available.
Oh.
Rune Chant Generator alone would be enough to make this turn into a real pain point.
Well, it's only 1 action point after this Deathly Wail, and this one doesn't
of
have
course.
go again, so he would still have to creep for the 3rd attack.
If we want to go 3 wide, absolutely.
That's what I've been trying to pick up.
Yes.
Oh, he can do the 2nd attack easy. That's paid for just by the Deathly Wail. It's all about going 3 wide here.
I think that's kind of where I intend on going with that. It's really hard for Tom to aggressively block this Deathly Wail because it's really hard to tell exactly how wide this turn is going to be going. There's a non-zero chance that Brodie just intends to flail after this and just park a card in the arsenal, and you look really silly if you hold too many cards back on defense, and that's kind of why I like reaching for this Stalagmite. Makes things a little more painful. At the very least.
Definitely feels like it prevents the 3rd link, which is why Tom would be reaching for that, and maybe only that is his reach. Of course, Brodie could still Tunic in response and use that to pay for just the Whale and keep up offense on this turn while also buffing up still next turn. he has options available to him.
You can see this is kind of putting Harle in the blender. Multiple reds in the hand, Colors of Aria and Command and Conquer, kind of the ways of providing pressure on the rebound. Fruits of the Forest only blocking 2 at the moment any which way, even on Arcane duty.
Okay, I'll take the 2 Arcane.
So 2 Arcane coming through. Fine to take that. We will see a block of 5 from Imposing Visage and Stalagmite. Frostbite being generated under Brodie's control. We'll see if there's a response. We'll take the Fiddle Spring Tunic resource in response to the Frostbite. More than happy for that to happen. Point of physical damage will leak on through. Brodie gonna close the chain. We'll see Deathly Whale making its rune chance as a result, up to 3. That resource available. At the very worst, to just send another Deathly Whale, but that card in hand still posing several questions.
I think it's now, I can't see many cards that would get around the fact that that Frostbite was added and Tunic can't be used to enable a Creeper. So I don't expect there was any way or any card that could enable that Annihilation. But still pretty happy, you know, he has to work through that Stalagmite. That's the effect of these start in play, stay in play effects that we have on equipment. And when we have the most powerful equipment, it's not that it's OP or like unfair or whatever. It's that you go into the game knowing that is a thing you have to work through. So Brodie could, in an ideal world, have drawn up a version of this turn, say that last card is a Revel or something, that dealt a ridiculous amount of damage. I think it would have been 28 or some huge amount of damage. But he knows the Stalagmite's there, and so he knows the actual reality is this turn buys that Stalagmite while I continue to set up to do the Annihilation on a future turn.
Harle here forced to reach for Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, despite it not being online. So 3 Arcane will be taken, 4 physical damage will be taken here.
I'll make 2 rune chants from this.
2 rune chants being made from the red Deathly Whale. Life totals will update in just a moment as our players tap on down. Looks like Tom now at 10. Brodie taking a blood debt brings him down to 18. Command and Conquer will be the follow-up here with 1 floating for Harle, 1 in hand, 1 in arsenal.
Surely it's a pummel. Because he just wouldn't have done it this way otherwise.
You would think not.
The fruits was pitched.
Have to have some alarm bells going off if you are Brodie Spurlock, looking at a hand that contains Sonata Galaxia, Malefic Incantation, Shadow Puppetry, and Eloquent Eulogy as the only rune gate that can be popped over there.
We're going to have 3 rune chants guaranteed going into this turn, thanks to the Vynnset trigger. Not currently guaranteed to get that Widespread Annihilation. I think he just flashed us a second Shadow Puppetry in the arsenal. That's what would be under threat from this Command and Conquer.
10 plays 18. Just 6 turns have passed in this matchup, which is normally quite a grindy affair, but Brodie Spurlock, Thomas Harle, more than happy to swing for the fences as the life totals have been falling and falling and falling. It says, fine, we'll let the Command and Conquer go. That arsenal was just a sigil of solace, and so Tom will gain 3. It's now 13 plays 12 in favor of Jarl Vetreiði as we make our way back over to Brodie. More than happy to keep that 4-card hand. Lots of power found within. Vynnset trigger to start the turn. Will no doubt see that Eloquent Eulogy disappearing into the Banish Zone. So Brodie might have other ideas. Taking a moment to consider how best to sequence this.
If he's worried about Blood Debt at this stage of the game, given that his hand is maybe not the most massive in response, if he doesn't want to be Quill Hand annihilating.
Got to commend the moment of pause at least. I feel like most players, myself included, apparently, would have very much autopiloted this scenario. And questions like Stalagmite, I guess tools like Blizzard, definitely a part of why you want to slow on down. Make sure that you will not be getting yourself stuck with Blood Debt you are unable to clear in the face of the Iceman.
Blizzard is an interesting one. Obviously, it creates a Frostbite for Jarl, but technically, some of the time he gets his action point from non-attacks having go again, like the Creepers, so not necessarily disruptive against him. However, there are still Puppetry, Fasten Carcass type effects that Blizzard can still be good against. And it is a blue, so Tom probably just brought it in to get his pitch count up in his deck, if he does have access to it.
Brodie doing some math. Malefic Incantation being thumbed on the table will be deployed, it would seem, in the spot that is so carefully opened up between the existing one and the Rune Chant stack. The hesitation here is telling. Not entirely sure how to sequence this one.
He's found a way to be able to continue to hold a 2 rune chants going into next turn, so 3 rune chants overall if he just wants to go Malefic into Eloquent Eulogy and arsenal that Galaxia. But then that means he's kind of taking a pretty small turn in the face of a full hand and not a lot of life against Jarl here. So instead choosing to Quill Hand and go for the bigger version of this turn, he's able to cash in this Galaxia. He's going to be able to fire this Annihilation here, and that means the Eulogy will be significantly easier as a card held over in the Banish Zone to fire next turn.
Grabs our Runeblood Incantation for a slow trickle of rune chants over the course of the next 3 turns. We will see that shuffle up nice and clean as the incantation makes its way onto the board. Tom here looking at a hand that contains Autumn's Touch, Macho Grande, Imposing Visage, Terror Sunder, big old pile of blue on the other side of the table.
It would have been a little risky with this hand to just fire the Eulogy and have this sort of small hand, especially because Tom could have crowned his arsenal card for another resource card and tried to go Terror Sunder on some big attack.
Shadow Puppetry deployed will be followed by Widespread Annihilation. So Malefic Incantation will tick on down. Rune Chant made in the back for the Eulogy Fund. For now, 5 Arcane, 7 Physical with Go Again. If you have lost life this turn, a card from your hand will disappear into the abyss.
No Vynnset trigger used, whether signaled or not by Brodie. He did not take the life, so this is just 7 Go Again. These rune chants are all preventable. He can turn off all of this, although it is relatively hard to turn off all of this, and the Shadow Puppetry on hit is nothing to scoff at. That could get Brodie the perfect card off the top of the deck, and of course Shadow Puppetry is an optional effect, so should he hit something that he doesn't want to banish, too expensive a rune gate or whatever it may be, he can simply choose not to banish it off of Shadow Puppetry.
So Tom, with a moment of consideration, wants to get value out of all of these blue block 3s, but does not want to let the Annihilation suck one away before he is forced to handle Eloquent Eulogy. Equipment blocks are an option. Unfortunately, that Basket of the Millennium Tree remains offline.
Hasn't been able to find the root bounds or a second felling yet this game.
Will AB5 off 2 of the blues. Resource will remain floating. 7 Physical to contest.
I kind of dig not taking the Vynnset trigger here. All it turns out to is you both take a life because everyone's still going to lose the cards. Like, Tom is losing a card whether he takes damage or whether he blocks with all of those cards. And if you do the Vynnset trigger, Tom was just going to block to all of these with all of his cards, but that's already the line you're sort of making him consider by presenting this Annihilation with such breakpoints anyways.
Going to see Crown of Providence, Stalagmite, and Autumn's Touch so far deployed on defense. Would currently be blocking 6 and allowing that Shadow Puppetry trigger to go through.
There are the Boots of Omnis Ward, which count as prevention on either Arcane or Physical, so he can debate trying to get an extra point. Maybe he's got something he wants to crown or thinks he can crown into. No, we'll just use the Boots to try to hold a card and keep up tempo while not getting disrupted by this Widespread Annihilation.
7 is fine. Frostbite made by Stalagmite on the way through. Those Boots of Omni's Ward not being tapped. They are just blocking for now.
So Tom did find a way to make it so that Brodie not paying the Vynnset tax turned into Tom gets to keep a card, which maybe Brodie wasn't considering, or again, maybe Brodie acknowledged that this is the baked-in cost. I can work through it this way and force him to take this relatively costly line to try to hold on a card, and I do still have 12 life, so I am not that threatened by a card in hand and a card in arsenal in terms of my macro total game plan. I'm willing to get through all of his equipment here so that Stalagmite is gone for a turn. It might matter more later on. And right now, I can just get through most of his cards and still slow him down.
Somewhat big deal for Harle here. Does have a resource floating, decides to use those Boots of Omni's Ward as the chain closes. Means there is a point of preventative effect looming, which will keep Flail in check, even if Brodie wanted to swing on through that Frostbite. Says, nope, fine, I'll take 1. Eloquent Eulogy can stay where it is. I will fall down to 11. And the blue in hand facilitates that Colors of Aria out of the arsenal. A nice and swift 7 points of damage here. Perhaps more importantly, Frostbite generated from this one by Jarl's hero ability means there will be a Frosty cube on the head slot for Brodie Spurlock.
Does count as both an ice and an earth card, so this is dealing a good chunk of Brodie's life total, given that he took a blood debt on the last turn. 7 would bring him down to 4, and it's presenting disruption. So there's a reason Tom really wanted to hold on to that blue in his hand. It did provide a significant tempo gain in this late game stage. However, Brodie's relatively insulated in that he has choice of how he blocks this, and he can still, like we saw Axilleas do this earlier, where he went down to 1 when he just totally weren't expecting it. And Brodie could, in theory, have done similar, go down to 4, in this case go down to 7, and he still has a big hand to throw back and try to claw back against Thomas.
Tuning up. Frostbite in mind as Widespread Ruin makes its way into the Banished Zone. Rude Blood Incantation ticks down to provide that third rune chant. Malefic Incantation will cost the 1 resource. Frostbite now expires. That coming into play will tick on down once this first attack gets on its way, which will be Widespread Ruin, 3 rune chants behind it. 6 physical, threatening to banish the top card of a player's deck if they take any damage this turn.
Again, 1 card in hand?
Yes.
Harle looking at a hand that contains Plow Under, Shelter from the Storm, Sink Below, and Crumble to Eternity. Just the 1 blue in there.
1 float. Creepers haven't been used this game. This is part of the advantage of working through that Stalagmite earlier, is you leave yourself open to this option later in the game to continue to extend turns when you have just enough resources for it. Now that the Frostbite can't be created, we know that there are, we talked about Blizzard earlier, that could create a Frostbite and cause some challenges, but it can't stop the go again. It probably would still turn off the biggest version of this turn for Brodie. It would just be able to flail afterwards, which is not very effective when there's a temper equipment on the board.
7 plays 13 in favor of Jarl Vetreiði right now, but it is Brodie Spurlock with his foot on the gas. 6 physical damage. Shelter from the Storm will meet the Arcane. Would prefer to keep a blue available for future shenanigans. No doubt a Hammer Swing or Plow Under on the mind of Harle. We'll look briefly at that Sink Below. Count cards in the yard to better inform a block on this Widespread Ruin. Has some health to play with, but does not want to put himself in that danger zone. Barkskin on defense, no embodiment of Earth, but joins up with Sink Below. No need to sink here. Has confirmed there is going to be enough Earth cards in the bin, especially after that Barkskin in the Millennium Tree makes its way down there.
I think he's also saying there's some amount of shot that it doesn't matter for getting to 4 now that I've blocked with the Barkskin. But he is taking 1. I was getting excited about the fact that this could be an Earth off the top and exactly get him to 4. Not at this stage, it won't matter anymore.
Creepers for Revel in Rune Blood means Eloquent Eulogy will be joined by 5 rune chants as the follow-up here. Pretty clear Harle wanted to keep hold of cards, and now that Plow Under looking way more anemic. There is no arsenal for it to stare down.
Unfortunately, can't. The other card is Pulse, so can't block with both of these cards. Would have to convert the Pulse as a defense reaction or just use it for Arcane Barrier.
Tom thumbing through the options with that hand.
Wrong, is that a Crumble?
Looks like a Crumble to me, so defensive value and arcanic value online for the hybrid card. Turning both sideways would suggest that we're interested in playing defense, but 5 rune chants, 4 physical. You can theoretically stop either. Maybe 5 is the choice. The rune chants covered. Eulogy comes on through. Brings both of our players, I believe, down to 7. Copy of Steadfast losing itself into the Banish Zone from Tom.
Sorry? You don't banish, you didn't take damage, yes.
Pretty intriguing one over there. Not a card we see in Jarl very often, but 6 points of prevention. Got to imagine that does some stuff into Oscilio.
Yeah, I really dig how that, okay, sure, does stuff into Oscilio. I dig how that mixes the forms of prevent here, where you could, say you're getting hit by 3 rune chants and 3 physical, then playing out that Steadfast sort of combines all of it and lets you get conveniently towards the full block you may be working towards in Jarl. I like that. I wonder whether it's just a 1 of or a 2 of, and we're not going to see it again. Interesting include, though. I haven't seen or expected that yet.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense for me. It does need to target a source, but in a world where, you know, Staunch Response is a powerful card, but you want to hedge against the deck like Oscilio, then something like Steadfast has some appeal in that slot instead. Fasting Carcass will be deployed here. Point of life quickly paid by Spurlock means this Deathly Delight will get go again. The Eloquence token obviously does perish. First rune chant unpreventable.
You missed
I believe that brings Harle down to 6, I believe, maybe 7.
I missed that, I guess. I'm not doing that.
No, yeah, no worries.
5 go again. 1 rune chant remaining that does threaten to put Harle to 6.
I think last turn he only went to 8, so he should still be on 7 here, but I could have missed an extra point that players were just discussing. They weren't sure who missed a point when and whether this damage has been dealt or not. Brodie in the driver's seat here, still having 2 cards available in hand while having go again on this swing. He could just have some hard cast rune gate, you know, attack the bad or the old style way, just for the sake of threatening cards out of Tom's hand and threatening Tom's life total. Naturally, Tom wants to hold on to this Felling of the Crown and a blue, most likely, which will slow Brodie down and get Tom back in the game. But that would mean only blocking 6 this turn, which is maybe not a luxury he has access to, depending on what Brodie's follow-up is.
Colors of Aria almost certainly going to be playing some amount of defense. Arcane will be taken from the remaining rune chant. The red almost certainly the biggest liability here, regardless of how Brodie intends on continuing this turn. Jarl looking at this one. Tear asunder, Colors of Aria. Blocking 6 on Deathly Delight here. Brodie happy with this outcome. We'll close the chain, gain 2 life, back up to 8, as both players have lost a life this turn. Now, life totals favoring Spurlock.
A little bit more than displayed. Tom has taken a couple points of damage from the rune chants that they haven't updated on the phone just yet. I think both of them have updated them on their life pads, but they'll notice in a second, I'm sure. Just feels like he's been on 7 a bit too long, having taken a couple pings from those rune chants. I think he should be on 6 overall.
Felling of the Crown and a blue in the hand for Thomas Harle. Brodie now considering how best to continue this turn. Has 2 cards available, had the go again source this turn, so can continue. We see it's Widespread Destruction and a blue copy of Deathly Whale in the hand. Tunic available if we would like to send the Whale instead, which is what we will see. Less damage prioritized, a return on rune chant investment far more important in this spot. 4 and 1 will make 2 rune chants when the combat chain closes.
It's like neither, sure, Widespread Destruction in theory is threatening lethal, but I think kind of both of them, this isn't threatening lethal because the correct life total is 6. The real point here is Destruction asks for 1 more card. Whale means, regardless of whether you give me that 1 more card or not, I will be able to do something next turn no matter what I draw. He'll be on, I believe, 3 rune chants next turn, 2 getting off of this Deathly Whale and 1 from that Rune Blood incantation. So playing much safer around his next hand because Tom has a way to live through the hand that does threaten lethal, rather force the issue next turn than this turn.
Yeah, that's a tough decision if you think the opponent's hand is exactly Felling of the Crown and the blue. All of a sudden that decision tree becomes way more intriguing, but you're right, there is a rune chant fear here for Spurlock. All of the get out of jail free cards are gone. And so taking the lower damage line, leaving 2 cards in the hand of your Guardian opponent, but allowing rune chants to be made behind is the line we choose to take. Felling of the Crown will be the follow-up for Tom Harle, who is now sitting at just 1 life as this game begins to close. Spurlock at 8 will need to put 1 of these cards on the bottom of the deck in the face of Felling of the Crown. It does have multiple Rune Gate attacks alongside Malefic Incantation and Sonata Galaxia.
Frankly, the effect of rune chants is that putting your opponent to 1 is still can be very effective. Sure, he's not he doesn't know he's not going to be able to get to a break point of 4 rune chants, but rune chants require very specific cards to be able to prevent them.
Stream over. That's it.
Tom almost dying ahead of time there, but rune chants require specific cards to be able to prevent them. So Brodie may be quite happy with still taking him to 1 if he wants to hold both cards. So like evaluating both versions of the turn. If it is the felling, I get him to 1. I don't die to the felling, and though I have to lose some tempo, I feel comfortable. I'm able to clap back still and continue to stay in control of the game, regardless with this Deathly Wail.
Yeah, didn't realize you could just win a feature match by reaching over and changing the opponent's life total, but Brodie gave it a good shot. Definitely in a good position here.
Does
One
this make
plays
Tom a
8.
necromancer?
Bottoming a card here does appear to leave us with Malefic Incantation, Deathly Wail, and Deadly Delight. Does want to play some defense with the latter here, reaching for that 3 block.
And once again, he knows he's not dying to this swing. He's looking to play out that Malefic instead of get 2 block off it, because he knows he's probably not killing this turn either, and he wants to continue to have access to 3 rune chant turns over the coming turns. This upcoming turn, he'll get to 3 by banishing the Deathly Wail, then he can play it, and that will create only 1 on board right now from the Malefic. And if Deathly Wail is fully prevented, which has to be at this point because Tom was on 1, then it would only be 1 to 2 rune chants on his next turn. So Brodie prioritizing that Malefic hitting the board so he can have guaranteed continuation of this ability over the next couple of turns, not just the immediate turn. This is like 2 turns in a row we've seen him act into the future with his game decisions.
Deathly Delight, Fiddle Spring Tunic will play defense, brings Spurlock to 4. 3rd rune chant made by Deathly Wail in the Banished Zone. 4th one made by the Rune Blood Incantation. Malefic Incantation will be deployed. These Malefic Incantations will tick on down, I should say. Deathly Wail for 4 and 5. 2 rune chants made behind.
I don't know why I did my face-up math so bad. That was reaching 4 on that turn. He's reaching 3 next turn, but 4 on this turn means that he's taking Tom's whole hand. He had full space to be able to develop the Malefic and continue to buff up the future here with this Deathly Wail.
Math is hard. And it will be hard for Tom to cover all this up in a clean and efficient manner. We're looking at Shelter from the Storm in the hand, which can theoretically soak up some Arcane, but blocking 4 alone on Deathly Wail will not be enough. Brodie going to funnel through the Graveyard and the Banished Zone here. Figure out what it is that Harle has left. Those remaining cards are Autumn's Touch, Everbloom Life, and Fruits of the Forest that make up the rest of this hand.
Fruits has a way to sneak him back up to 2 life, I think. I'm trying to figure it out. Maybe he just ends at 1 anyways if he ends up blocking with the Shelter on the attack.
Yeah, the only thing it doesn't do is reveal diffuse. Yeah.
Tom confirming that the Colors of Aria cannot be fused, but it does do everything else, and that's why there are 5 Earth cards in the Banished Zone here. So we're debating how we go about navigating the rest of this turn. Only 1 life left for Harle here as he hangs on at his chance at the top 8 berth here in the face of the Wunderkind. Brodie Spurlock looking to make a deep run, stay in that Player of the Year race with a strong result here in Edinburgh.
Yeah, this doesn't die until next turn, does it? Right. Weird way.
The Blood Incantation does get to sit around a little longer. Won't be dying immediately. Players just confirming the board state is correct. 9 turns deep into round 11 of our Swiss. One of these players joining us in the top 8 cut. The other one coming up an unfortunate close finish instead.
I think there is a line that brings Tom to 2 at the end of this turn, but he cannot swing back. So seemingly he's prioritizing taking a card out of Brodie in this spot.
3 rune chants. Leaves 1.
So 3 rune chants prevented. Looks like we are discarding the Fruits of the Forest.
4 and 5.
And then we will see Shelter from the Storm putting Tom back to 1. Allows him to hold on to a card to send back the Titan's Fist, which does seem to be the priority in his mind. So another rune chant made. 3 of them sitting in play.
And physical, and you pitch this, right?
Yes, sorry.
Everbloom Life should not be in the bin. Should be on the bottom of the deck. In fact, a good catch there by Spurlock. Autumn's Touch will send on in Titan's Fist for 4. Brodie with 4 cards to work with, 3 rune chants in play, finds Revel in Runeblood, Oblivion, and a pair of Deathly Wails.
Oblivion not being a block card is mid at this stage of the game. Titan's Fist, though, not presenting such an offensive question that the Felling presented on the previous turn, so he is able to just block with 1 card and still be able to do stuff. Oblivion will probably end up either hard casting a card, which is a risky version, or just sitting in that arsenal for the next couple of turns until the game is over.
The old Blizzard insulation. Unlikely to even do much of that at this point in time.
We got 10 minutes. It's probably fine.
Brodie here, definitely here, has to funnel through. There is obviously an argument to just buying your time. If Brodie can play defense and find a Shadow non-attack action eventually, he does kind of guarantee in a roundabout way that he'll score a victory. We know most of those Sigil of Solace and Fiddler's Greens are already accounted for, but with Fruits of the Forest and stuff in the mix, it's hard to want to play to that line of play. Everbloom Life telling a similar story.
There's enough ways around it that I wouldn't rely on this in this match. The longer you go, the more you give Tom the opportunity to try to gain life in the face of this. So I wouldn't play slow in order to try to play towards that out.
Brodie reaches for 5 block with Revel and that yellow copy of Deathly Whale. Covers up the hammer. We'll see the bigger whale parked in the banish zone nice and quickly from the Vynnset hero ability. Means it is 4 and 6 with a rune chant made behind, courtesy of Malefic Incantation. Harle looking at double red in the hand. Sink Below and Rootbound Carapace alongside Pulse of Eisenloft and Everbloom Life. Looking at the whole hand being earned here to me. Four rune chance, 6 physical damage indeed.
We have 2 defense reactions available for Tom, so it's actually not even helpful. You know, it's like at the point where you'd rather the 6 be an 8 and the 4 be a 3 in terms of the difference between these cards. These damage sources.
Awkward breakpoints, kind of both which ways. That Pulse of Eisenloft forced to play Arcanic Prevention this turn. Looking like it will likely be joined by Sink Below, but arguable if we will ever get back to that card at this point. Tom, obviously well worth making sure there is enough Earth cards to decompose. Would be a miserable way to go if the math didn't work out.
Also possibly just taking a glance at how many other sources of evasive defense he has available to him. Is he expected to draw into life gain in the coming turns? Should he try to continue Titan's Fisting Brodie, or should he be willing to just not even look for a line to stay everything alive and just block everything and keep looking for a Fruits of the Forest? There is like, there's a couple too many reds for this line, but because Pulse exists in this hand, there could have been a line where he could pitch for AB and then Pulse on the Deathly Whale and block this out actually on a 3-card hand, but he didn't have the right blues for that exchange.
Will AB4, no need to decompose when you're only blocking 6 physical damage. Quick pass back from Tom Harle, who will refresh a hand that now contains 3 blues, including Last Ditch Effort, Command and Conquer, another copy of Rootbound Carapace. On Spurlock's side, we see some Culls finally making their appearance. Does have Widespread Ruin, which appears to be the banish of choice here. Will be playable off of both Vynnset's hero ability and, of course, the rune chant that already exists.
It's a question of, we're reaching this point in the Vynnset match where he can do that. He can use his whole hand to deliver 8, and it's not efficient when you consider the whole hand. It's like still good card plays. It's still tempoing Tom down, but the longer he's stuck in this holding pattern of just swinging 1 card and a couple of rune chants, the longer Tom is able to fish towards those life gain cards, which might eventually make it so that he can hold 2 cards instead of 1 card, and then eventually he can swing something like a Felling again. But Brodie's able to find this tear through the portal and do go again, and Tom just knows the picture. He understands he's going to die because there's just too much on this turn, so he puts the hand down. And there it goes. Brodie Spurlock making top 8 of the calling in Edinburgh. Round 11 done. Swiss done. Vynnset, top 8.
Certainly seems that way. Brodie Spurlock looking for that Shadow non-attack. Finds tear through the portal. No Fruits of the Forest. No life gain in the hand for Tom Harle. Does mean he will be the unfortunate loser of that win and in game. Vynnset, Brodie Spurlock in our top 8, but they are far from the only name you are going to recognize in this one. Check out the top 8 bracket here, the calling in Edinburgh. It is
yes, let's go.
Murderer's row of some of the most infamous names from across Flesh and Blood, some of the most infamous heroes across Flesh and Blood, some surprises, some expected and 0 copies of Oscilio Constella Intelligence when all the math finally works out.
Yeah, that's not the thing that stands out first, although it probably should be the most notable result, the lack of Oscilios. We did still have 2 Oscilios in the, just about making it bracket, and so it's not like it's a reflection on the hero being bad. We were talking a lot about the hero being probably the best deck. Maybe this weekend it looks like Arakni is actually saying, of those 2 most repped decks, I am the stronger one. This is a sort of variation you might see on a week-to-week when we take this small sample of just the top 8 decks and proclaim that they say everything. But Oscilio not able to get there this weekend. Of course, the bigger stories on the page are a Tuffnut and a Fang making top 8, when I would be willing to bet there isn't a flesh and blood player in the world who could have put even $5 bet on both of these heroes making a top 8 of a calling in this month.
I don't know, I've made worse bets in my life. I'm pretty sure I could have been coerced. Let's break down the quarterfinals for you. Seed number 1, Evan Tanguy on Gravy Bone Shipwreck Looter. Deck did not have a great performance this weekend, but Evan, the only X and 1 player at the end of Swiss, goes to show you that expertise and prowess on the Necromancer going a very long way. Will need to make his way through Brodie Spurlock and that first seed curse if he wants to continue his journey here in Scotland. Nathan Hills, that Decimator Great Axe Fatigue variant of Fang Drakai of Blades will be enough to make its way into the quarterfinals. Will stare down the architect of Arakni, Emad Kashy, the builder behind the deck that has terrorized this metagame for so long. Game number 3, the Sunflower Samurai will be testing partners Daniel Correas and Pablo Pintor locking horns in Tuffnut Bumbling Hulkster against Jarl Vetreiði. And that final game, let me tell you, Jacob Clements on for a 4th straight weekend of event victories with Arakni Marionette. Will need to get through Pro Tour Yokohama top 8 competitor on Arakni Marionette, Bartosz Dobrowolski. Talk about a lineup.
Yeah, that is an impressive lineup of players, an impressive lineup of results. Just count the number of Pro Tour top 8s in this calling top 8 right here, and that's enough to make any competitor shiver. Of course, there's some things I want to call out. Nathan and Kashy, they played in the Swiss. Kashy did not manage to win that one, so he's got a bit of an uphill battle in this quarterfinal. Bartosz took down Kashy, I believe, at some point in the Swiss as well, which means he's taken down some mirror matches against notable players already this weekend. I think that's what we saw earlier when we saw Bartosz and his player history there. So there are some notable matchups to follow. It'll be interesting to see who's able to make it into the semifinals. This is a really stacked calling top 8.
Now, I don't know about you. I kind of want to watch all of these, but if I have to pick, I believe in Tuffnut. I can't be skipping out on a Tuffnut top 8 when we've got one, especially when the opponent is Pablo Pintor.
Yeah, I think we saw Tuffnut play against Jarl earlier in the tournament, and it looked relatively favored for Daniel the way he was piloting it. But now you throw Pablo on the other seat. Not only is Pablo, he's one of the greatest players of all time. He's an amazing pilot. Second of all, he's a really good Jarl pilot. He's been putting a lot of time into this deck. And third, and perhaps most importantly for this equation, they're testing partners. With certainty, he knows this matchup because he's played against Daniel a whole bunch of times. So he's not getting that advantage of being on the weird hero that Daniel would have been getting the entire weekend against every other player in the room. That doesn't hold against Pablo.
So, who got the Ian Zhang Award for not quite getting there? Let's check out the standings and see where everyone finished at the end of the day. It was our final undefeated player in the form of Michael Koch that did fall short, 8-0 to 8-3. Not good enough, and finishes up in 9th place.
9th place curse stays in the Netherlands. The Ian Zhang version of that curse stays alive. But of course, Leo Toulouse also there, just missing out that Dash.io pilot at 8-3, not able to make it successive Dash.io top 8s after his earlier one in the year in Toulouse, according to the name. We see no Oscilios in the top 8, but a whole heck of a lot of Oscilios in this top 20. In this 8-3 almost made it bracket. We have Thomas and Aaron, who lost their win-and-ins and weren't able to make it into the top 8. Martin and Richard, who weren't playing win-and-ins but are still able to make it to this cash part of the standings and show that Oscilio is a strong hero. Other things I'll point out is Axilleas' Vynnset has another copy of that just off the bounce of the top 8, so clearly that deck has some legs. I know we see it be very highly represented here in Europe, but I think there is a reason for that, and these very experienced pilots like Brodie and Axilleas are showing off why.
Peter Henriksen there on Arakni Huntsman, finishing up 8 and 3. Not a deck we managed to get on camera this weekend, but one I think is touted to find some success in the coming weeks. Yup, Ilst returned to Dash.io, found a way to finish up strong there, and we have our Syndra wrapping things up in 20th place. Another one in 21st in the form of Lucas Ward. Jason Rolfe with a 7 and 4 finish to wrap things out on that Zyggy Starlight.
Teammates Jason and Kieran there at the top of the 7-4 bracket, probably losing their last 2 rounds after a good start to the day. Not able to make it, but showing off the power of those lightning heroes. And then again, there is a lot more lightning on this page. We see 5 more Oscilios on top of Kieran, so 6 total in this 20 to 40 range. All of those players, all but one of those players in the top 32, so receiving cash for this weekend. So evidence that Oscilio, while he may not have made top 8 this weekend, is a very strong deck in this meta.
Breaks my heart. The gears gave up there. Matthew Sanford on our max went from 6 and 1 to 6 and 5. Not exactly the finish we were hoping for after that explosive display on camera before.
Yeah, I think that's a result of the meta narrowing towards some of those top heroes with Syndra and Oscilio and Marionette being so many of those matchups that you're going to get on day 2 in this format. It's just not able to convert against those faster decks, I'd imagine. Maybe he got a little bit of the bad end of the variance, but not able to play against as many Betsies here on day 2 at this event in particular.
Now, I want to talk about something really quick that none of our top 8 have the capacity to do. It's really hard for the biggest names in the game to find themselves laying low. Promo card on the way, of course, that one. Not every joke's going to land. Not every joke's going to land. Let me have that one. All right, I tried. You had some bad ones earlier on. Let me have my day.
Basically every time I
upcoming promo card for those events in the near future is going to be a very, very exciting one. But I think most folks are going to be hyper fixated on one of the other products we have coming down the pipeline, mostly because we've just seen Brodie do his thing and rock the show on Vynnset. And, well, you might have a very fancy-looking Vynnset coming at you in the near future. As I said yesterday, D-A-M-N, damn! That is quite the box set. Faith and Torment featuring both Subaltern and Vynnset will be coming at you starting in Gen Con with these absurd art treatments of the signature weapons and portraits of 2 of Wraith's favorite heroes.
Some of the best and most unique art thrown down on a Flesh and Blood card ever for these promos, from Dominic Mayer doing both of the heroes and Olga Tereshchenko doing both of the weapons. I love the style, and if you love the story of the War of the Monarch that we've seen play out over the last 5 years, as we discovered yesterday, that started 5 years ago and continues to tell in the upcoming set, Usurp the Shadow Throne, and one to come down the pipeline from what we've heard after that, then you can get some wonderful versions of Sir Bolton, Breaker of Dawn. But of course, if you're following the metagame right now, you might be more interested in a wonderful version of Vynnset Iron Maiden.
Yeah, somehow only the penultimate part of the War of the Monarch storyline. We have more of that to look forward to, but this version of Vynnset just knocks it out of the park. That Flail of Agony is equally beautiful. Kind of makes me want to leave the deck up. Watching Brodie play kind of makes me realize maybe I shouldn't, but I'll do my best one way or the other to rock some Arcane in the near future. This box set will be available for the very first time at Gen Con. Reliably informed it will be showing up in a few other places down the pipeline, so hopefully you can get your hands on Faith and Torment very, very soon.
I agree that I would really like to sleeve that and call that a deck that I play because I love the way the card looks, but I just don't think that I'm going to deliver the performance that Brodie and other players we've seen pull off this weekend. There are some really incredible Vynnset players, and it has taken them some time to get to that point of being really incredible Vynnset players. Such a rewarding deck, and so exciting to see it making the top 8 here so that it can continue to show. It had fallen off a little bit. It had that show in the winter of this year, back from Montreal in the following weeks, but it has fallen off since then, and as we work towards usurp the Shadow Throne, and this deck maybe getting a power up already, it's showing that it can be a real force even before that comes into effect.
Vynnset Iron Maiden still very much in the conversation, but it's not the hero I want to talk about. Pablo Pintor, Jarl Vetreiði, Daniel Correas, Tuffnut, Bumbling, Hulkster will be our top 8 game. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Don't forget to just go with the vibe. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. Just go with the vibe.
Oh, yeah. Camera. Welcome back, everybody, to the top 8 of the calling here in Edinburgh. We are your unbiased casters, HowlingMines and Gabe Sher in the booth. Welcome back to what will be Tuffnut's first foray into top 8 goodness here on the calling stage. How you doing?
Definitely no bias towards Tuffnut making his first foray into a calling top 4, or first foray into a calling final, or first foray onto the calling roll of honor at the end of today. But I'm doing well. I'm excited for this matchup. I think if anyone's going to fell the rock, it's probably Pablo Pintor. I imagine he understands this matchup relatively well. I imagine they've played it quite a bit. And I'm interested to see how it goes.
Me too. If you're only just joining us, somehow this is not necessarily the most exciting game in our top 8 today. Let's check out the bracket and see how this one shook out. It is some incredible players who are available in our top 8 this time around. And we'll have them to you in just a moment. Pablo Pintor, of course, on the other side of this bracket. Jacob Clements on for what is, quite frankly, an incredible run.
Yep.
On for a 4th straight week of event success. Decimator Fang, not really something I had on my radar this weekend.
No.
Nor was success of Gravy Bones. But Evan Tanguy just kind of knows his stuff.
Well, I'd say Decimator Fang is sort of back of the mind radar in the last couple of weeks. We saw it perform relatively well at Shinjuku, and we saw it perform at least on day 1 of the Pro Tour before it all fell apart for that pilot. But Nathan Hill's bringing this to the top 8 and showing, I think the rest of us who've been basically ignoring this hero forever have to pay some amount of attention to it. Jacob has a bit of a tough run. He does have that mirror match, which can go either way. Of course, it is by nature a mirror match. To get an edge in a mirror match is a little bit of a challenge. And then I'm not sure he has the easiest time in the semifinal with either a Jarl or a Tuffnut on the other side of the bend. Top end of the bracket, I also think these are these matchups that are sort of hard to say. I would generally give DGA the favor against Arakni Marionette in that quarterfinal, but if someone's going to beat it, like Kashy and Jacob are the kinds of people who can get over the top of these very defensive strategies against Marionette. In the Gravy Vynnset match, I think traditionally we've called this heavily favored for Gravy Bones, but I'm confident that Brodie has been putting time into it, because it's not just that Brodie showed up with this deck for this weekend when he expected Gravy Bones to be on the decline. He's been showing up with this deck for long enough now that he has to have played this match at the top level. He has to have played this match against top level teammates in testing, and I'm confident he has a plan in this matchup as well.
Just to give some flowers to Emad, Kashy, the architect of Arakni, kind of directly responsible for the version of the deck we have been seeing for a while now. More than happy to see him finally finding this berth in a top 8 on the hero and not exploding to a mind warp in some win and ins, which has kind of been the way it's been going for him for a while. Very happy to see that, but just look at this murderer's row and look at Tuffnut, Bumbling, Hulkster. I am a gambling man, and you're right, I probably wouldn't have put money on that one.
No, yeah, not many people would have. Had you known that Daniel was coming in on it, I think not many people still would have put in the money on Tuffnut making the top 8 of this tournament for the first time at a calling, I believe. Surely we're not wrong on that.
No, I wouldn't think so. I think there's only 1 or 2 day 2s in the history beforehand, so it's quite the result for Daniel Correas. But I know I want to rock, DJ, and this has been keeping me up all night. So let's get down there into that feature match area and watch it shake out between the Sunflower Samurai as Pablo Pintor attempts to climb the insurmountable hurdle that is the green bean, Daniel Correas on Tuffnut, Bumbling Hulkster, who is choosing to go first, it would seem, this time around. You got any thoughts or feelings with all of your Tuffnut expertise?
I wonder if it's just the minor edge of not wanting to get some kind of frozen to death or crumbled to eternity effect on turn 0. I guess it would be crumble is the one that puts the -1. So that's the effect that could be the biggest punish by letting Pablo go first. Also letting Pablo go first maybe lets him just play an Earth card the bad way to get it into Grave. And Daniel's kind of happy going either way. Like his turns don't necessarily change either which way. So relatively comfortable going first or second. It could be that there's an effect of wanting to put a card into Arsenal just to insulate himself against a bad Tuffnut pitch when he can't swing rock later on in the game.
Let us see how we got here. For Pablo Pintor, it was a rocky start. Fell to Zyggy in round 2 and Vynnset back in round 6. But today has been all W's. Made his way through Bolton, Fang, a pair of Oscilio, and 1 copy of Arakni Marionette.
We looked through the standings yesterday and we said if there's any man who's going to come out reliably from an X2 after day 1 into a top 8, it's Pablo Pintor, and he's done it again. X2, 5-2 at the end of day 1, and an easy 4 wins reliably today. No sweat from Pablo to make it in.
Worth noting, did have to make his way through Brodie Spurlock back in round 4, Wonder if a rematch of that one is possible down the pipeline. Let's take a look at the other side of the bracket for Daniel Correas, who fell to Jacob Clements and Evan Tanguy, two of his competitors in this top 8 cup between Arakni Marionette and Gravy Bones Shipwreck Looter.
He had quite a variety of matchups he played. Is that no repeats? Am I actually seeing no repeat? No, one Vynnset repeat. Wow. Well,
somehow that's the duplicate, but yeah, a wide variety of heroes being tackled by the toughest nut. We have Daniel making his way into our top 8.
we saw him on stream playing against Jarl, so we have seen him take down a Jarl so far, but we haven't seen him take down Pablo Pintor on screen yet. So Daniel has an uphill battle against him, against the Titan of Eisen.
I know what you want, so let's take a look at the deck list for these players. Jarl Vetreiði coming up for you first in the hands of Pablo Pintor. Gabe, walk me through it. What stands out to you here? What cards are we paying attention to? Anything out of the ordinary?
The latter question, no, I don't think there's that much out of the ordinary. I'll call attention to Staunch Response. I think this is probably coming in against Tuffnut because there are just so many attacks that come in for 7, 8-ish that Staunch is able to efficiently block them out. Blizzard probably gets brought in. It's a one-of, but there are turns where it could be relevant against Tuffnut. It's quite hard to get around. I imagine we're playing towards CLF and some ice cards like we saw in the second round, but I think it didn't end up being that punitive. And in fact, sometimes getting a Frostbite actually enabled Tuffnut to be able to rock more easily on those turns. So perhaps over-prioritizing taxing effects and Frostbites is not the play for Jarl this time around.
Say his name, and he appears, I believe, in Tuffnut. Daniel Correas' Tuffnut list now available for all the folks at home. Those snazzy comeback kicks, not something we've seen so far. Predatory plating even in the equipment slot here. Some cool ones littered all the way through. What stands out to you, Gabe?
Lots of go again. Lots of base go again. He's got 3 red Buckwilds, 3 yellow Buckwilds. He's even got the blues. Let's check. He's only got 2 of those. He's got the 3 Jaws of Victory. I think this is how you're going to stand out in this matchup, is just be able to chain together really big turns. Because I think if he's only ever throwing 8 or 7, he's not going to be able to get over the mid-range plan of Jarl, and Jarl will tempo him out. But with these go again cards and with these Songs of Sinews and rips off the top, I think he's going to be able to put together the kind of game we saw earlier on stream and hopefully get some setup or some tempo against Jarl, take down the game.
Not one I'm worried about for this matchup, but do want to note those 2 copies of Pilfer the Tomb that might need to play a bit of a big role if we find ourselves against Evan Tanguy later on. It is time to rock and roll. Let's get down there in the feature match area and see if 2-time Pro Tour champion Pablo Pintor has what it takes to fell the rock.
Taking down his teammate, his good friend, and one-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor, Daniel Correas, on the other end of the table is not the easiest feat. Cannot call this one done before it is started by any means, especially because what we've seen in the matchup so far is it leans Tuffnut favored.
Not surprised to see this. We'll simply smash up for 7 off Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex going first here. Goes to show Daniel is very aware this is going to be a battle of card density. Not expecting to leak much in the way of damage, but is going to be looking to take some cards away from Pablo. Finds Command and Conquer and Pulse of Eisenloft forced to play defense. At least 1 card ahead now.
Something I like about this plan, or this approach I should say, is that he didn't immediately roll Scabs on this turn, which we've seen him done a couple times on turn 0. Sometimes when he has done that, he's had the backup plan of like discarding the wind up the crowd, and this time he didn't seem to have those cards in hand, so he didn't want to risk the card density loss of not swinging an attack at all on this first turn. Instead decides to set up an arsenal and just come in for some amount of damage.
Pintor looking at Command and Conquer again after drawing up. Looks like Sink Below, frozen to death in the mix. I think that's Imposing Visage to wrap us out. Pair of blues, pair of reds. Toughness token active for Correas, who draws a fresh 3 cards as well. The first of what I imagine will be many Sledge of Anvilheim swings begin, and we see that Command and Conquer go to the bottom, and you saw immediately Correas reached over to double check both cards. That pitch stack is going to be a big part of this one. Channel Icelot Glaze meets Wrecker Romp on top of the deck here. Vigorous Smash Up will create the vigor for our Tuffnut player.
Is Channel Ice Lock Glaze just here as a blue block 3 ice, or is it potentially indicating that Pablo has brought in sideboard cards to make his deck thicker here?
I think typically the card does tend to just find itself in the resource space for these Jarl decks. It has some splash applications. It's very rarely a card you're upset to see. Find these lists wanting a higher density of ice cards as things like Frozen to Death become more important to the Jarl game plan. So no big surprises to see that one there. Going buck wild to start things off here, though, for Daniel Correas. 6 go again, and kind enough to leave the Wrecker Romp face up on top of the deck to make sure Pablo is aware of where this is going.
Friendly games here, of course. This fueled off of winning that Vigor clash, that vigorous smash-up clash, to be able to create the additional resource to be able to buck wild into Rock here. So quite effective a turn from Daniel. Played out perfectly, but it required basically this blue 6 to be on top of the deck, or at least a blue attack, given what was on top of Pablo's.
Sting below deployed from the Arsenal will tuck away Felling of the Crown for later on. Correas will not be aware of that one, and that is good for us to know. 4 damage blunted, finds Autumn's Touch as the replacement. Wrecker Romp comes off the top of the deck, makes the toughness token, and sends on in the Ralk. And his millions.
That one went over my head. I'm sorry, Scott.
No wrestling fans in the booth today. Unbelievable. Autumn's Touch being thumbed forward for now.
When we talk deck density, it's often about getting 2 cards for 1 card or 1 card for 0 cards, like with a weapon, or even 2 cards for 0 cards with a weapon. Both of their weapons are similar, as we heard Jonathan Magnuson talking about when Betsy played against Jarl in the Pro Tour last week. 7 is greater than 6, and Rock is greater than Sledge in that sense. But Rock is a little bit harder to pull off. It's not always reliable that you can fire your Rock every turn. However, it is pretty much reliable that any turn where Pablo just throws 2 cards forward, he can Sledge on the clapback. So has the better weapon in that sense, the worse weapon in the other sense. I think the other thing is that Daniel is just significantly more capable of doing these 2 wide turns where he is the aggressor and he says, either you're going to take a bunch of damage here, or my 2 cards out of deck is actually going to cost, or 1 or 2 cards, I should say, is going to cost you 4 cards out of deck on defense. And so Daniel then, I think, will go positive, and we saw this in the earlier game yesterday. Daniel had a significant deck advantage by the late game.
Earth and Ice on the bottom there from Ice Lock Glaze and Plow under, as Pablo will draw on up and stare into the jaws of victory. Will be cheered, thanks to that Hulk up hitting the Banished Zone here. 6 go again, as you have been cheered this turn. 4 resources floating means this is going to be Gauntlet into Rock at the worst.
Has to hit the Tuffnut to enable this Jaws of Victory to have go again, because he does have higher life. So there was a downside world where that was a very bad turn. Just throw a 1-card 6, but it reaches or hits the rewarding version of it, and it throws Rock for 8 afterwards. Deck positive and damage positive. Daniel is playing out his game plan so far.
Pintor already kind of taking the lumps, does have to eat the Rock to the face and fall to 29 to enable Crumble to Eternity. And I really like this. We spoke a little bit yesterday about the power of taking Findle Spring Tunic, the brick potential of doing that. In hindsight, that is not how you're going to win this matchup. There are only so many Buck Wilds, only so many go-again sources. So the piece of equipment I think you want to take away, and evidently Pintor agrees, Scabskin Leathers.
That's also how I walked away from yesterday's game, was thinking, what if he had taken Scabs? Because there was a 5 roll late on that really mattered. And it's just at some point in the deck, when we do manage to get to those bottom 20 cards, you know, Pablo has life gain, he has a lot of equipment, he has this ability to block quite well, so we expect to get late. And there were only, I think, 12, 11 copies of go-again cards, natural go-again cards in the deck. Of course, Pablo will know this. This is a open deckless match, but also they prep together, so he'll just know naturally on what Daniel has in deck. So taking away Scabs is going to be the secret to stopping Daniel from having highly offensive turns late in the game, and that way Pablo can stabilize when we get there.
Blue Buckwild down into a Rock Swing brings Pintor down to 22 on just turn 4. We'll see Crumble to Eternity break, and we will see Frozen to Death deployed from the Arsenal. The plan has come together. The Scabskin Leathers are gone, but it did cost almost half our health to get here.
And we still have quite a lot of those Buck Wilds left in the deck, so Daniel still has access to multiple swing turns naturally, like he's about to do here. How is he pitching this? Frostbite. Like we said earlier, Frostbites help him out. That was a brain fart because that frostbite looked like a fancy token
A
instead
large
of a normal
blue panel.
frostbite. Yeah.
Yes, very easy to miss that one, I find. But you're right. Obviously, Wind Up the Crowd could have circumvented this one way or the other in a pinch anyway. But this time round, frostbite paid for means it is Buckwild into rock again. Pablo forced to take even more damage. And again, I like this. Just no need to attempt to return fire. Yep. You don't need to play the game that way. Soak up as much damage as you can. Deny these go-again sources while they're there. And wait until Daniel has to eventually brick out.
And he will. Eventually, he will be on one action point and possibly just able to throw a 6 or a 7 and not even the rock because he's not able to clear his hand. So far, though, he is not slowing it down, and Pablo can see that he played into one game plan, and that game plan's not working out. Let's count him alongside. Was that 3 already used?
Jaws of Victory in there, too, which means that one is also gone. It really has been utterly buck wild for Correas in the first 5 turns of these games.
So is this buck wild number 4 plus the Jaws?
Well, buck wild number 3 plus the Jaws.
Out of 11 cards that have natural or semi-natural go again for Daniel. And like we saw last turn, Pablo's plan is just, we're going to block with everything we got until you stop hitting one of these. Fiddler's Green helping to maybe stamp the bleeding a little bit by functioning as a 4-block. If all we care about is the life total here, not the on hits of these cards, of course, because Boot doesn't get those.
Fiddle, 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 do-do-do-do, will be the block. 3 life coming back in just a bit. For now, the rock will continue swinging, and Pablo's cards are already sideways. Think we know where these are going. Directly in front of the oncoming machination. Pintor falling down even further. 18 plays 36, and just desperately hoping these Buckwilds go away.
Let's talk Pablo's path back into this game. What it is Daniel hitting one of these turns that doesn't have natural go again, and then Pablo is just able to start throwing that like felling or CNC and minor disruption plan. He still has quite a couple of sigils and quite a couple of Fiddler's Greens in his deck, so his life total is functionally a little bit higher than 18 if Daniel hits some of these 1 action turns instead of 2 action turns.
Tuffnut activation spins Good-Natured Brutality into the pitch zone for 2 resources. Toughness will be made. And fire, okay, rip off the top means we will continue things, and a random card here will be pitched for Daniel. I do want to note, while Pintor has been doing a great job at soaking up heat while the ability has been there, the card density is massively in Correas' favor due to the sheer amount of blocks that have been required to keep things alive. We'll need to find breathing room for a proactive game plan eventually.
And that proactive game plan will help him get back to deck evenness if Daniel is, like, stops being able to swing all of these go again, go again, go again turns. But Pablo will have a big gap to make up, and we'll have to use some disruption also, I think, to get him back in the game. It's not enough to just be swinging Sledge and trying to win back the deck density that way, because he probably won't even be gaining a deck density advantage on average if Daniel uses some of his life total, doesn't block 2 cards so often, and every time Daniel uses 1 card, those cards are for 6 or 7 or 8, and so Pablo has to throw down 2 cards in response.
Somehow the brick turn was 10 damage, and that feels kind of wrong.
I don't think Rip Off the Top counts as a brick turn. That and
fair
Song
enough.
of Sinew, sure they can't fire rock, sure they can't fire rock, so it's not going to be 7 into 7 or 6 into 7, but it will be still 11 or 10 damage coming forward just off of those cards alone. So Daniel still consider those extenders in this match, and we're still going to have to count those towards the extender count.
Clash will tie here. Dig in versus Command and Conquer on that no hero stance alone. So back over to Correas we go. Dig in makes its way into the pitch zone now. We'll see a toughness made, gauntlets made, resource spent, Good-Natured Brutality is the follow-up here. We'll pretty immediately meet a 7 block here from Pintor. Happy to keep hold of Tear Asunder and Command and, well, Plow Under, it would appear.
I guess just wants to put the clock on, and they're the kind of the same thing when presenting disruption, and we care more. Oh no, it's just Sledge, and it's better for the late game, and they kind of are the same thing. One of them disrupts on hit, and one of them disrupts guaranteed. So rather hold the yellow for the late game, and of course these players are very good friends, so they don't mind the little takesies, backsies there. But this is exactly the kind of thing we said was required for Pablo. Eventually, Daniel will hit a turn where he can only swing for most likely 7 off of that gauntlet. So you take a 6 and you give it +1, and Pablo will get some space, and his imperative is either use that space for disruption or use that space to try to go 1 card positive on the turn cycle. So Sledge for 2 cards out of Daniel, and then 1 card out of Daniel offensively is probably 2 cards out of Pablo defensively. Means on that turn cycle, Pablo gets 1 card closer to deck evenness. Or Daniel just says, F it, we ball, and I take the damage.
Yeah, it looks like Song of Sinew and a Buckwild in this hand, so multiple ways of converting damage means the hammer will connect. 14 plays 28, Sinew for the full amount, including some blues in there, which means we might very well be doing all of it this turn.
Yeah, we are doing all of it. The maximum Sinew, the maximum pitch off of Tuffnut. Pablo saying, what were the cards? And Daniel was going to clarify, and he's like, it doesn't actually matter. They're all blue 6s.
Absolutely. Buckwild 9 go again on the blue variety, and both players know there is probably a... Oh, no. That
More
is
things going bad for Pablo.
double staunch response and the Sigil of Solace.
The last card of the Rootbound Carapace too, so sure, that one's a 4-block, but it's no blues to combine with these staunch responses.
Pretty much a disaster for Pintor in this scenario. Gauntlet's activation off the Tunic will leverage that while it's here. Comes crunching in for 8. It is time for some armor to get in the way. Rootbound Carapace will suck up a little bit of heat. But Pintor going to be falling down to 12 at the hands of this unrelenting boulder.
Nothing has gone right for Pablo this game. I do want to draw attention to Daniel's decision to use the Tunic for gauntlets. Tunic is less of a rock enabler now because either the turn is easy to turn on rock because I have Buckwild and I can underpitch for it, or it's I don't need to turn on rock because I can't turn on rock anyways because I'm just throwing a normal card. And in that sense, the Tunic for gauntlets is probably the most typical use, and he just needs to threaten Pablo down before we get to the ability for Pablo to stabilize and even out these life totals. So heads up from Daniel there to maximize damage, just getting 1 value off the Tunic, but in terms of the macro plan, it's probably the correct move.
No hero stands alone into the pitch zone off the top of the deck. Thick Hide Hunter looks to be joining it. We do see Vigorous Smash Up coming out of the hand. Wind up the crowd in the hand. A very quick block here for Pintor. Happy to take the 1 damage as Autumn's Touch and Boulder Drop go under. We see Fruits of the Forest and Oaken Old in the hand.
Maybe he has an Arsenal card he wants to fire, and then that Oaken can finally make its way into Arsenal. I know that's somewhat risky, an Arsenal in Jarl, but maybe he's just IPing it. Can't clear the Arsenal, or that could be a Sigil of Solace, and then getting that Oaken into Arsenal anyway. So he's doing exactly that, and then needs to set up this disruption at some point. So prioritizing Oaken into Arsenal, even though it will take a specific draw to be able to fire off. Hoping that that draw aligns with maybe Daniel doing one of these simple come in for 6, come in for 7 type turns, and then Pablo can clap back with the Oaken.
Hoping he has enough health to do something when he gets there. Rip off the top will mean we're looking at 5 resources as the Blues do their work. +3, +4 from the Gauntlet as the Rock comes in for 11.
Well, this is not an Oaken hand, and it's got a Fiddlers in it, so you're incentivized to block as much as possible and try to actually gain real life with that Fiddlers instead of just turn it into a 4-block. And that is exactly what he does here. We see 10 block, 1 taken, 2... Oh, it's 9 blocks, sorry, there's a Fruits in there. 2 taken, and 1 life gained after, or functionally at the end of the turn.
15 plays 26 now. Pintor going to need some room to get back into this game. Passes back to Correas, says, do it again. Can you convert the cards? Crowd goes wild, found from Tuffnut. Toughness token made, gauntlets paid for. Will fire off unexpected backhand here. So just 7 damage as things stand for now.
Currently not an Oaken turn because of a lack of blue, but he does have a sink below, and Pablo immediately reached for that when he saw that it was just a 7. If he sinks one of these defense reactions and is able to hit a blue...
That is a rootbound carapace.
Oh my god, poor guy. So the rootbound hits the blocking chain, and he's not able to Oaken despite the Crumble to Eternity in his hand. Now he has to get a sense of how many of those are left in deck. Is he willing to pitch it for the Sledge? Looks like he has to keep up that offense, so he's willing to do so. But I think that's Crumble number 2, and then we're getting harder. It's getting harder and harder to throw this Oaken Old as we go later into this game.
Worth remembering, had to lose Pulse of Eisenloft on the first turn of the game as well, so dual element cards looking looking a bit hard to come by. Gonna pay into dig in here. Keep the red Buckwild in the deck for later on. Stack up on toughness tokens for now.
I mean, that turn had no blue, so it's kind of hard to go Buckwild into Rock. And this is a way to set up a big turn anyways. You get a bunch of toughnesses for next turn, and you use that Sinew to guarantee a blue on top to turn on Rock this turn.
2 red go again attacks in that hand if wanted as well. Hello, darkness, my
Kinda
old
awkward.
friend.
I mean, he's considering maybe putting that yellow on top so he can create the extra toughness and get that tunic to fire the Rock this turn. Then he has the blue to pair with the Buckwild or the Jaws of Victory and be a little bit more guaranteed that he can Rock on that turn. Getting those 2 cards together is actually a little awkward. One will probably get pitched again down to the second cycle of the deck.
An interesting decision tree for Correas here, as you allude to. Yellow better spent arguably on the Rock, but does mean the next hand is arguably not very functional.
I mean, if you put the yellow here, the next turn you can underpitch one of the goes again with the blue, and that turn becomes a lot easier to enable
Correct.
Rock. As opposed to turning the blue on this turn, then you can't. You just have to pitch a yellow and a red, or just the yellow for the Jaws of Victory, and it becomes a lot harder. I guess you can underpitch for the Jaws still.
Correas will sort those 4 cards, decides that the good-natured brutality is the way to go. And wouldn't surprise me if we saw the Tunic token suspended here to send in the Rock. Will continue to bust the hand. Block 9, gain 2. Pintor understands the assignment. Just need to keep buying breathing room to try and sway this game back when that Oakenfold finally comes together. And has been doing exactly that. More importantly, sending an Oakenfold into 4 toughness seems like a miserable time.
Yeah.
And so we wouldn't really be doing that, even if we'd had the option.
That's precisely the element there. Is there's almost 0 incentive to throw anything in response. But that is 1 card out of deck, just the Song of Sinew gone for Daniel. 4 cards out of deck gone for Jarl on the other side of the table. And of course, we knew this turn was coming, putting the Buckwild onto the chain link. Oh!
Okay, Blizzard doing some stuff. We'll see the Tuffnut activation in response finds a yellow Frostbite generated from the Blizzard here. And regardless of how you cut the mustard, we're not interested in swinging Rock this time around. Unfortunately for Pintor, that hand is Mangle, Fiddler's Green, Sigil of Solace. So in a way, we get to continue the assignment, gain some more life, get ourselves up into a healthier range where we can pick a fight. But it isn't time to pick that fight just yet.
I mean, still, just to go +3 on that turn, I believe, that required 4 cards out of deck for just 1 out of Daniel's deck.
Definitely feels like the kind of matchup where the lack of remembrance comes in hard for a deck like Pablo, Pintor's,
Oh my God.
Jarl.
Brother, draw better.
Nothing gets past Gabe. Oakenfold, Channel Lake Frigid, a pair of defense reactions. Gonna see Song of Sinew revealing 3 6s. There is a rip off the top in the mix there. Frostbite obviously expended now.
And that means knows that Go Again is coming next turn too, which means that's probably not an Oakenfold turn either. You don't want to be firing that after taking a bunch of damage, but I mean, if he draws the Crumble, there's not that much options for him.
Tough decision tree for Pintor. Has done all he can so far to create the breathing room that will be required to get back into this game. Tuffnut and Daniel Correas only sitting at 24. Did take some heat early on to enable those Buckwild turns. And now Correas deciding how to navigate the turn moving forward. We pitched for Jaws of Victory.
Oh.
Tuffnut activation finds the yellow. Means this will be 9 into 7.
This is Pablo enacting the plan successfully. This is a life lead that has become significantly, more even. As we have walked this mid-game down without the Scabskin Leathers, Pablo has been able to stabilize a little bit. It just feels like he's stabilizing on life and on tempo, but he's just totally losing on deck. And so that Oakenfold that needed to get him back to being the driver of the game is just not the case anymore. Now he's forced to lose a bunch of cards, and Daniel's opened this other avenue for himself of just fatiguing Pablo, because he'll like almost never be able to get to these Okens, or when he is, it will just be too late in the game.
Sledge for 6 off the Tunic into a Toughness token. Daniel says, yeah, sure.
Well, we know there's a Buckwild in his hand from the Song of Sinews, so there's
You
no
would be
surprise
right.
there.
Not-
This is another turn of hit and face.
Not changing the plan.
think we
Going to
even have the rip
continue to rip it. Buckwild for 6 in the yellow variety. Off a Wreck-a-Rump from hand. Go again on this already. 1 card left in hand. We know the Tunic is available. And if it is Rip on the top, this is a big old rock.
I mean, even if you just pitch, you Tuffnut, and then that gets you a card, and then you play the Rip with that, and then you get, Tunic. Even if you had 2 reds in a row, which I think is literally not possible anymore in this deck.
All roads leading to Rome here for Daniel Correas, who is very much doing the thing. Boulder drop, forced to play defense here. 3 damage bleeds through. Pintor falls to 12. We'll see the Tuffnut activation. Spins another Wreck-a-Rump off the top for 3 resources.
Have to commit the Rip just to be able to get the rock activation ability. So a bit of a, you wish these blues would be distributed, but that's fine, man. This is another +4 on a rock, and my opponent is on 12.
Will block 9, takes 2 more damage, I should say. Rock on 11. The 10 plays 18 here as Pintor desperately waits for a Crumble to Eternity or a hand that could send this Oakenol back to try and steal some level of tempo away. Says, convert again, Correas. And he has done so time and time again. Will activate Tuffnut. Pitches away this copy of Smash Up. Toughness token made. We'll see wind up the crowd, dig in, and a copy of Hulk Up in the hand. So Gauntlet activation off the resources found from the Nutter. And wind up the crowd will be pitched for Hulk Up. Gonna instantly block 6 here is Pablo. 1 damage taken down to 9. And that dig in will remain in hand or arsenal, potentially, as Daniel carries things out.
Game plan. Game plan. Game plan. Here we go. Oh, never mind. I'm wrong.
Game plan is the hammer.
Game plan is the hammer because we just need to get deck density back, and Felling doesn't do
6,
that
7, 8,
much
9, 10,
with
11,
this
12,
life
13,
deficit.
That might have been 14 cards.
Yeah, I think maybe Felling is even better when it's like your 7th last card rather than 18th last card. He just has to continue to try to get a little bit back, and he knows that Daniel's incentivized to take advantage of this toughness, probably block with a card. In this case, he ends up giving 2 because it's the dig-in, but more importantly, he knows that Daniel can kind of just take the Felling, bottom a card, and block 6 and just do nothing, and that doesn't really help Pablo necessarily. So, interesting result there, but I'm not opposed to it. I think I would have made the other decision, but I think I'm the wrong one there, I think I would have just snapped Felling because I like snapping Felling, but I think in the correct version of the game plan, this is probably correct.
A brief moment of pause there from Correas as he decides to navigate this turn by discarding Wind Up the Crowd. 3 resources available means it will again continue to boulder Pablo Pintor.
And also 4 toughness says, I don't care if you actually draw it this hand. You're really not incentivized to throw that Oakenol. So probably Pablo just sending a sledge. I mean, Daniel will want to block with 1 card, so I guess that's card up-ish, but
6 off the sledge from Plow Under and Frozen to Death. Pair of smash-ups in the hand, but the 4 toughness means you don't really need both of them. We'll see crowd goes wild on top of the deck. Refunds the toughness for a future turn, and the big old green beam will continue to keep Jarl at bay. 2 cards in hand there. There's another tough smash-up, and a no hero stands alone.
doing math, thinking on the bottom there, trying to figure out can he find a way to fire rock on this turn. It seems like it's going to be a bit difficult with a yellow on top, but again, I think most of his deck is yellows, so yellows and blues left over.
Daniel confirming he would prefer to have blocked with a with that smash up, I believe.
Just to have the 6 density, I guess. Yeah.
Unfortunately,
and
not
also have all
just
yellows
there. So we'll be seeing the yellow pitched away. 3 resources thanks to the Vigor token means that we will just be throwing the blue tough smash up instead here. Finally, a bit of a reprieve, but Staunch Response, Sigil of Solace remaining not a combo.
Nope. A little bit unfortunate for Pablo continues, but better for Daniel. We're putting an ambush card into Arsenal, and that will be online to get around the dominate effect of an Oakenold eventually. That can like truly be the difference maker if Pablo eventually gets this Oakenhold. This no hero stands alone, ambushes it, maybe gives it -3. Like he's actually going to be able, and we've been seeing him pay into these toughnesses time and time again as this deck is largely blue and he can just afford to do this with the dig-ins and then pitch on his turn and maybe it's a blue off the top. And what he's doing is like, if you're going to Oakenhold me soon, I have 4 block on my equip and 5 block with every action or 6 block with every action. You're not able to Oaken me in response.
Yeah, still not able to do that with a pile of defense reactions in the hand for Pintor. Just the 1 blue this time. Shelter, Rebound, Carapace all coming back around. Will just pitch the defense reactions to get that Staunch out of here.
Yeah, we know these parts where he pitched these cards. This looks familiar to us in terms of Pablo's pitch stack, but it's not good because the first cycle was not really coming up well either.
Okay.
Finally back to Crumble.
Well, yeah, but that smash up just blocked the entire sledge. 6 plays 15 for Correas as the Crumble comes back alongside Oakenhold and even Felling of the Crown, Frozen to Death in the mix there. Pintor with 6 health to work with. We'll see a Tuffnut activation. Gauntlets paid for as well from the Thick Hide Hunter. And we will pitch for Rockyard Rodeo for 8 from the hand here. Does command some level of respect, but we are finally going to get our Oaken on and walk right into no hero stands alone.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, we have Felling and Oaken in hand and Oaken in arsenal, and what you want to be doing is chaining these turn after turn after turn, but them aligning here means we have to give up at least one of these on the block. The first one's not even going to be effective at slowing down our opponent thanks to the no hero stands alone, so I mean, Pablo is just running against a wall, running against a rock, and not able to find anything this game.
Frozen to Death pitched and finally fires Oakenhold for 9 dominate. There is at least 5 points of value left on equipment, which means we don't even have to give up this no hero if we really didn't want to.
Yeah. We could also alternatively, if we're really confident in winning the clash thanks to the smash up fix, just give a card from hand and a card from arsenal and hold on to the equipment. Same deal.
For the second Oakenhold down the pipeline. All looking pretty gravy. Going to reach for the Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. No hero will stand alone. Crowd goes wild on top of the deck. Says, I would like to shrink your Oakenhold.
That blocks 4 with the no hero stands alone. Oakenhold is down to 6, and 2 more from the equipment is a 1 card full block Oakenhold, and he didn't even have to pitch into that.
This rock is not conflicted in its feelings of punching the opponent. Rockyard Rodeo, 8 more physical damage, quickly met by a block of 6 gauntlets and maybe the boots jumping in there instead. 1 damage coming through brings Pintor down to 2, and the fanfare does continue as Tuffnut appears to be marching his way into his first ever calling a top 4, eliminating the 2-time Pro Tour champion in the process. No more than 6 cards in deck there for Pintor. No room to breathe. No life total to work with. Fighting an uphill battle. Knows this Oakenhold kinda has to be played, but it's just bittersweet all around.
I mean, there's 2 toughness on board and there's 4 block on equip, so we're just not going to get there with an Oakenhold anyways.
It's a Thick Hide Hunter.
And so we just throw Sledge. I mean, Daniel's even throwing these wind up the crowds into the graveyard, which is in theory a terrible thing to do in a fatigue game state, is give a card for a toughness and a vigor. You just want to be holding that for your weapon if you can, but he has such a deck lead that he's able to afford to do that and continue to throw the offense, because as long as Daniel is throwing offense, Pablo's hand doesn't convert offensively. He is forced to block out, and that's how Daniel wins on fatigue.
No problem, says Daniel Correas. Falls down to 9. Vigor token will be expended for a resource here. And we have a hand to convert in the form of that red Buckwild that has finally come back around. 7 go again. Does line up into some defense reactions here for Pintor, but these are just the final cards that are in this chamber. It's going to be no way to deal damage left in the tank if we have to soak this up.
And this is a 7 into 8 turn, because he pitches that last card in hand for the gauntlets, and then anything off the top should be able to pay for the rock.
Over 3 100,000 of you are here to watch Tuffnut, Bumbling Hulkster, fell a Pro Tour champion. 7 block value declared, gauntlets activated by pitching Thick Hide Hunter. Tuffnut spins the wheel, finds the yellow, sends the rock, and we know it is quote-unquote 7 block in hand for Pintor, forced to expend all the cards again. 8 damage coming on in means we will be looking at 1 health remaining for Pablo Pintor with just a slither of deck left at the hands of the rock.
Just accidentally picks up all the cards together. It doesn't really matter at this stage. We have more than 4 in the banish zone, and anyways, it's not like that is going to be the thing that wins the game as Pablo draws up his final hand.
Jaws of Victory, an aptly named card when your opponent appears to be the only thing decomposing. 6, go again, deck slot 0, unexpected backhand from the hand. Pintor's hand blocks for 5. The tunic can keep him alive, but to what end? Will block 6. There are no cards left here for the Spaniard. And Correas will do the hard work, will find a way to convert, and Pintor will not rob this moment from him. Final cards in hand here. A begrudging hand on the mouth for our Pro Tour champion, and a smile breaks out. No, you trigger your toughness. Smiles break out all around between friends here. Testing partners. It will be a vigorous smash up to close the door on Pablo Pintor. Daniel Correas moves on to your top 4 bracket here in Edinburgh on Tuffnut.
Yeah, no one saw that coming. I mean, maybe in this matchup you could have seen that coming, but no one saw this coming on the grand scale of the weekend. And surely we thought Pablo would be able to find a way to fell that. It looked like he understood the game plan with that break his scabs as early as possible. And let's be real, that got him back into the game, but it was just that Daniel's early game drew so many of those go-again attacks, and he was just able to put Pablo in an uncomfortable enough position that it doesn't matter that you break my scabs. I'm just going to kill you anyways, and I'm decking you out eventually because even on my off turns that I had, I'm going kind of card neutral, and I went so damn card positive on all of those on turns.
Look, I'm going to make a judgment call here, Gabe. I'm sorry it's more work for you, but it feels like we're on the kind of precipice of a very historic calling top 8, and I'm not interested in missing games from that one. So we're going to be casting both of these semi-finals. I want to make sure that we see both of these games as this story comes together. Who is in them, you ask? In the top side of the bracket,
oh boy,
Evan Tanguy breaks the curse, fells Brodie Spurlock. First seed is still with us on Gravy Bone. Shipwreck Looter will need to get through Emad Kashy, the architect of Arakni, on exactly that hero. The bottom bracket, the Dream Killer hath cometh. Jacob Clements is on for a 4th straight weekend of tournament victories and will need to bust through Daniel Correas' Tuffnut Bumbling Hulkster to get the job done.
The bottom bracket definitely feels like main character hour, whereas the top bracket feels like players who have been around. They've been in these calling top 8s time and time again. They're just putting in their work and getting the reward they deserve. These are an honest day's work at the top and something else going on at the bottom. I'm very interested to watch both of these matches. If we're talking analysis, I'd say generally Gravy Bones is favored into Arakni Marionette. That's been the way the public has conceived of that matchup for quite a while and kind of one of the remaining reasons to bring Gravy Bones to a tournament. But again, this Gravy deck has gotten a little bit weaker. It's a little bit able to be fatigued thanks to the loss of remembrances. And so this matchup is quite dynamic in terms of how it can play out. In terms of Tuffnut Arakni, well, let's see what they can do.
We kind of saw the Swiss rounds earlier on for Correas. Has beaten a Marionette, lost to Jacob Clements back in the Swiss on Arakni Marionette. So if the dream is going to continue, the result will need to change. I cannot wait for either of these games. we have some goodies to talk about in the near future before we get our teeth stuck into them. The first of which is a shiny new promo card coming in the IAR season. The Lay Low side event promo will be available for you at all upcoming stops on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. $2 million of USD available in prize money, most of that still up for grabs.
Of course, if you haven't been able to come to a calling recently and you have it in your bones that you want to make it out, there's one in every region over the month of August. Bangkok kicking us off with a Silver Age calling, then over to Hamburg for a Classic Constructed calling August 21st to 23rd. Kansas City rounds out the month, Classic Constructed over there in the United States, working us all towards the world premiere in Seoul, where it all changes, where Chain dies, and we all move forward with Shadow as our new overlord, the introduction of IAR Limited as a format, and the introduction and the first peek at all of those IAR cards. If you can't make it out there, but you want to make it to an IAR Limited format calling, you're still able to do that in Bilbao later in the month, September 25th to 27th.
Moving on to October will be the 100th calling in Atlanta. The Smash Sell Out main event will be Classic Constructed there. Friday, Living Legend Championship. If you want to dust off some of those old cards and send people blasting into the sun with Dash.io or perhaps Bravo, star of the show, some opportunity for you to do that there. Kyoto and Mexico City will make up our road to the World Championship in Paris. Start of November there. Mixed format event, of course, but Classic Constructed and Silver Age both on display in the calling and showdown, respectively. Sydney and Shenzhen will bring us to a comfortable end of November. Beautiful events, beautiful regions, and many, many places well worth visiting. That Laylo promo card will be available at each and every stop of the IAR season.
Of course, the premier stop of the IAR season, other than the World Championship itself, will be its debut in Seoul. This is one of the most exciting tournaments we've had in a long time. It's the debut of big events, Flesh and Blood worldwide events in South Korea, and it is the debut of this ever exciting set 20 that everyone is looking forward to, and has been since, like, I don't know, set 17. It just feels like even numbers they always have a splash.
Yeah, it very much will be the debut of Set 20 and the return of Big Purple. Viscerai will make himself known at that event, no doubt. World Championship in Paris will no doubt be the marquee event to capstone our year in the City of Light. I still believe it's called that for a reason, but I should really stop speculating live on a broadcast. Of course, it will be the Pro Tour in London that gets things started at the beginning of, the end, I should say, in February. At the end of next year will be our first stop in what has become a 3 Pro Tour year in 2027, which is very exciting stuff.
Yeah, pretty exciting to see more Pro Tours. They are the best tournaments of the year. I always enjoy going to them, and it's one of my favorite times of the year, even if I'm at home just to watch it on stream. Condensed schedule, pushing the first one up to February now to fit in an extra one, but exciting to see how that influences the worldwide meta next year.
If you can't make it out, fear not. We will have many a established hand taking care of you at streams in the near future. Calling in Bangkok, August 7th to 9th will feature the Silver Age format, where you'll be taken care of by one of the biggest sailors of Silver Age, DM Armada, and the adorable Bryce Platts.
If you can't watch that or don't want to watch, that's not how I should say this. After that, a couple weeks later, we take the way to Hamburg, and I think you're going to see a familiar face a lot on this stream, on this screen, starting with Scott on the left. He's going to keep appearing, but of course you are joined by Erica and Kyle while I take a break and take my vacation to Canada. It's going to be a very fun one to go through and watch from home for the first time in several years for me not being at a calling here in Europe.
Hopefully you get to enjoy the show regardless of time zone. Very happy to be with Erica and Kyle's debut there in Hamburg. Very excited to see what he has when he finally gets on the mic. Kansas City will be taken care of by Charles Dunn and Julian Pastry Time Carr, both kind of established hands at this point. Love working together and should put on a pretty spectacular show in the big old KC. And of course, that world premiere in Seoul will be taken care of by Sam O'Byrne, Hayden Dale, and some shiny forehead.
Yours truly, Scott, also there presenting in Seoul. You really go everywhere these days.
Yeah, I'm racking up those air miles, and none of them are doing much for me, unfortunately, but that's how the UK economy works. So, pray for my back and the several middle seats I will experience in the near future. It's blissful.
Blissful.
Yeah, we'll go with blissful.
Oh, blissful, I guess, to travel around the world and play some Flesh and Blood. That is my place of bliss, so there's nothing wrong with that. We do still have quite a bit of Flesh and Blood to play today before we get to go home, though.
We do. 2 semi-finals coming up. We'll be covering them both. Don't forget there will be some spoilers on the way for you as we make our way towards the end of the day as well. So make sure you stay tuned for that and that Drinking Buddy giveaway. But we're going to keep you waiting on the Tuffnut horror story for the rest of the event. We will see Tanguy versus Emad Kashy, Arakni Marionette versus Gravy Bones coming up next. The architect of Arakni will stare down arguably the architect of modern Gravy Bones, Emad Kashy. Tanguy going to be our first semi-finals here. Gravy, Arakni, typically a matchup you've alluded to, kind of not great for the Marionette players, but cards like Unmake the Underlings have kind of, I guess the Remembrance leaving the format, I've definitely felt like they've swayed this matchup back the other way, makes Fatigue feel more attainable for the Marionette player.
I do think the recent changes have leaned heavily, not heavily, but more towards the Arakni side of this matchup. It is also one of those matchups that has been changing as we've gone through the existence of both of these heroes. You often have adaptations in these matchups where it's strong hero versus strong hero, and players change their plans. We've seen some trying to Fatigue. That got introduced about a year ago, and then that's been, or I guess a bit less than a year ago, at like Valencia last year, and that's changed a lot of the way people approach this matchup. So it's in a totally different state than it once was, but generally speaking, I might still give the edge to Gravy on the fundamental way the deck works.
Makes a lot of sense. We have 2 semi-finals to get through, so let's not keep you waiting. We'll get ourselves ready and rocking for this first semi-finals. You'll have to wait for the actual rock until the second one, though. It is Team Toxic's Emad Kashy staring down possibly the most infamous facial expressions in Flesh and Blood. Evan Tanguy on the other side is our first seed, still dominating the event with Gravy Bones, Shipwreck Looter.
Yeah, it's choosing first, no surprise here. Evan having that first seed that's going to help him a little bit, try to get some of those allies into the grave as soon as possible, not necessarily onto the board. Excited to watch these two players show us what they've got.
Let's see the path to the feature match area. Emad Kashy took a loss in round 4 to a copy of Oscilio, something he has done far too many times in feature matches in recent memory, and was one of the victims of Nathan Hill's fatigue version of Fang. Otherwise, it's been a lot of W's all the way down. Most noteworthy here, got through Bartosz Dobrowolski, got through Jacob Clements, and has not played against Gravy so far this event.
Yeah, maybe that's part of how he's been able to make it here, if he does also consider this an unfavored matchup. But also, I will say, he lost against Nathan in the Swiss and beat Nathan in the quarterfinals. So he is not unfamiliar with having a tough matchup and finding his way, navigating through it, and being able to make it work in this top 8.
What about the Tanguy? He took a loss in round number 1 at the hands of Jack Warren's Syndra. No big surprises there, but as our final XM1 player decided that was enough, not going to carry on. Do want to give a quick shout out to Ross Yule, whose surname is great for playing Betsy. Yule log is one of my favorite desserts, but otherwise a pretty well-rounded story for Evan Tanguy.
11 wins in a row and counting through the last 10 rounds of Swiss and the quarterfinal. Can he make it? What's the number? 13 wins in a row to win the entire event. That's going to be his goal here.
Has found one Arakni Marionette on the way. Notably 3 Vynnsets in the mix here as well. Pretty profitable arrangement for Evan. Let's take a look at the deck lists for these players, of course, starting things off with Emad Kashy. We've seen this list kind of popularized by the likes of Jacob Clements, slowly refined, slowly moving around. Small note this time, I believe Jacob only had 1 Unmake the Underlings in Vegas last weekend. Kashy does have an extra copy of that one.
All I'm glad to see is that there's not random one-of blues, like 10 different one-of blues, because there have been points in Kashy's deck building where every single blue was like a different card, it felt like, just to kind of play around some effects and also have them all be playable off Codex of Inertia. I'd say the reason I'm yapping about that, not really any surprises here. There's a couple traps not really relevant in this matchup. You've got those 2 Unmakes, you've got those 2 Relentless and 2 Reaper's Calls as ways to guarantee mark if your opponent has some kind of prevention effect. But broadly speaking, this is as close to a stock standard list we have these days for Marionette.
On the other side of the coin, we'll take a look at Evan Tanguy's deck list as well. Gravy Bones kind of been the tool of the trade for this player for quite some time. More of a variety of one-offs mixed in here. He's a Red Sloop believer. I know that was a big one last weekend for our top 8 in Vegas in the form of Noah Clark. Anything else standing out to you amongst this mix?
I'm looking around, and again, I'm not seeing anything particularly surprising. I think 3 Scuba is relevant in a matchup that is trying to fatigue you. If you have all 3 Scuba, you're able to try to fire those prismatic ley lines as many times as possible. So that is something. I'll draw attention to 2 Fearless Confrontation. It's always either 1 or 2 typically, and that matters a lot in general in matchups where they're trying to kill your allies, but especially against Unmake the Underlings, because even the 1 swing at an ally, that means it's not going to be lethal if it gets -1. So we'll be counting, and I'm sure Kashy will be counting those Fearless Confrontations when they hit the pitch zone or the block zone.
Cards to watch, some players to watch, and definitely a game to watch. Let's make our way down into the feature match area for our first semi-final round. Players are locked and loaded here. Equipment suites turned over. We see Base of the Mountain in the boot slot for Evan Tanguy. Talk to us a little bit about that one.
It is a way to get some allies into grave when you have one of these too many allies hands and you just need to get them out as soon as possible. There's not really many other boots that do a significantly bigger job in this matchup, I'd say. You could argue maybe you want one of those Astral boots from their most recent set as a prevention, but again, now that the Marionettes have made all of these adjustments in their game plans to be able to play around that, the benefit of that or Boots of Omnis Ward is a little bit nullified. And so just putting in Base of the Mountain, you can get some block out of these allies when they're doing nothing in your hand and make sure they also don't get banished from a Mark of the Black Widow or anything like that.
Solid start here for Evan Tanguy. Will be Lone Shark to make some gold, followed by a Sawbones from the hand. No ally in the bin. But a nice board state established. Over to Kashy we go. Hunter's Clave Swing off Relentless Pursuit will start things off here. It is going upstairs in the direction of Evan, so wouldn't be surprised to see some other stealth attack or bonus trick making its way towards Sawbones in the near future.
I guess now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more, sorry to go back to this. Obviously, I think there's a reason to go Mountain over Ominous, because if your opponent expects Ominous and they have cards to play around it, then the reward of playing that is a little bit minimized. So might as well take away the failure state of drawing too many allies. But choosing not to have Mage Master Boots is a little bit of an interesting one against some of these slower kinds of matchups. I guess one of the things is that Marionette is not necessarily fatigued by blocking. And so it's not that you need the space. You have the space to fire off a Mage Master Boots, multiple ally turn, and fire all of that. They're fatiguing by being offensive, by disrupting you, and by killing your allies when they need to kill the allies. So a little bit of a, I know your strategy, but I don't have to play the same way as if you're a Guardian in spite of that.
Jittery Bones plays defense on the first Clave Swing. Kashy happy to pass. Pitches Den of the Spider for a second Clave Swing. Again, happy to go upstairs on this one.
Pitching the Relentless Pursuit says something. First of all, I mean, he knows that Evan has presented this equipment suite, which means that he's not expecting... He is expecting a flick to come through unless there's specifically a shelter in the opponent's hand, but maybe he has another way to turn on this mark as well. It looks like there's a layer of the spider there, so he's like, if I don't get it this turn, I can at least turn it on next turn if you hit me with something like a Murderous Rabble.
Luke the Hole plays defense here. Kashy happy to continue, sends Mark of the Black Widow directly in the direction of Sawbones. Will clean things up, move both daggers back, and park that defense reaction in the arsenal. Looking at Call to the Grave and Sunken Treasure in the hand for Evan, it will be the former that gets played out to find an ally to send down into the depths. Will no doubt be quickly reanimated by that blue Sunken Treasure in hand. Chum, not a big surprise for either of our players here, will make his way onto the board and start getting to work, thanks to Dead Threads making a resource. 4 damage coming on through.
Chum makes the game quite hard for Marionette early in the game. Of course, there are turns where you can just lead with a Graphene or a Dagger, and then even if they activate Chum, your plan is just throw a bunch of attack reactions. But just having the option of having this Chum on board against a Marionette when you're hit with something like a +4 buff on a Dagger, if that goes into a Clave, that'll only be 5. It'll be hard to kill the Chum, and so it is a good one to get on board, and it will be probably a priority for Kashy to clear.
More than happy to take the damage. Lone Shark is going to go under. No gold made means some damage will be dealt back to Evan here. 2 life lost as a result of that one. I'm sure our life totals will update momentarily. For now, Up Sticks and Run will be the first card deployed here for Kashy. And this is a big pause moment. We do see Kiss of Death in the hand. Chum can be activated to force the issue on this buff. Does decide to take a peek with the compass and then decides that we are fine to let things continue. Kiss of Death will just go at Chum either way. 7 damage looking to sink the first mate. Stalker's Steps will be needed to keep the turn going.
Important to point out that the on-hit ability of Go Again from Arakni Marionette's hero text does not work against non-heroes. So if it doesn't hit a hero, that Kiss of Death only hit an ally. It doesn't get the natural Go Again because the opponent is not marked. It's not a marked hero, it's an ally that it's hitting. Of course, Evan not marked here in the first place, but this is relevant in the future, and that's why you have to commit this Stalker Steps here in this kind of spot to get through that first Chum.
Saltwater Swell will cover pain in the backside. We'll see that Codex of Inertia pitched away to enable Hunter's Clave. Kiss of Death going to be flicked, no doubt, for an extra chunk of damage. But more importantly, the mark conferring from Hunter's Clave means Arakni Marionette can get the transform on.
Got to roll. Yep.
Go to roll is the statement declared. Let's see if the dice are kinder to Kashy than they are to Bartosz Dobrowolski. Would appear to be the case. Going to see Black Widow emerging from the brood. I wonder how long she'll be around for.
Now, she might be getting replaced by a Orb Weaver, but notably he chose not to clear one of those zones with a Clave. So it could be that he's trying to play the 2-Clave game against Evan, against specifically Gravy for a longer time, and you try to go to that Graphene plan later in the game once you've used these Claves to comfortably clear something like a Rigor Mortis several times early in the game, since the Claves have guaranteed Go Again. It helps you flex towards being able to present damage to the allies should you need it and guarantee your Go Again.
Saltwater Swell finds some resources will be spent to spin some gold. We're going to see Portside Exchange stuck discarding Sunken Treasure. Clearly, Evan just looking for something to do.
He was looking for allies. I mean, he even saw it on the Chum activation. He peeked for the top, and there were no allies. He had multiple golden tipples in his hand with nothing to discard. Finally, after several draws this turn, filtering the top card with the Swell, and then drawing off the port side, he's able to hit an ally, and now this golden tipple can not only enact his game plan by getting these allies into the grave, but can create him some gold again that he had to sink into this turn as well.
Dead Threads quickly activated. Gold-baited hook will join it. Chum swing for 4 on hit, replenish one of the gold that were expended to make this turn come together. And I have to say, I will never not be alarmed by how quickly Evan Tanguy plays this deck.
Yeah, there's a lot of decisions in this deck. I'm not very good at it, and sometimes I watch over my friends' shoulders, and I'm like amazed every single time I make the wrong decision and they do something else, and they were obviously correct. It's crazy to be able to play this deck right when there's so much thinking in so many of these turns.
31, right?
Chum scores the hit. Gold will be made. 30 plays 35. Currently the life totals we have on record. Players confirming that they are in a similar place in that regard. Kashy happy to keep all those cards in hand. 5 cards to work with will remain in Black Widow form. Up sticks and run will start the turn. And again, it will be, hey, would you like to chum? Would you like to force the issue? The Compass will do that patented Compass check. Looks like another Kiss of Death in hand to me, which has potential to get real gnarly with this Arakni Black Widow. If you're not familiar with how that one works, Flick Knives double checks what abilities your dagger has. And that ability is still there.
This will need to be given go again. We don't have those Stalker Steps anymore, so it's going to be a bit harder to give it go again unless there's a Stains of the Red back in the arsenal. Evan, once again, having a Chum on board and a front pump dagger played. This is one of the reasons these Chums are effective. And then just no ally in hand and no ally on top of deck to be able to get rid of that attack that's going to now come in at face.
And so 7 points of physical damage with the face-up threat of at least 3 more and a meaningful on-hit is the question for Tanguy. But we'll be looking at that hand. 4 cards to work with. We see another golden tipple in there. Yep. Okay, no big surprises here. I would like to not take any part in the nonsense you intend to commit, or the crimes you intend to commit. In fact, here is my hand. Please go away.
I mean, he sees no Stalker Steps. He says you basically need to have Stains of the Red back to be able to get around my decision to do this. These cards are useless to me. I want to draw towards my allies. Just take this as a block because I expect you to have an activation of that card, of that hero power, and then another card played out. And if he had just activated hero power and Evan had just blocked 9, Evan's losing that last card anyways. So this being the default mode of the way this turn plays out, where he's just playing a bunch of buffs onto this Kiss of Death, Evan's totally fine with the exchange of blocking with his full hand, especially given that he had a defense reaction in Arsenal. Obviously no ally on top, so he's not going to use that Blood in the Water ability, but just nullifies all that damage, and Kashy just had to throw some real power cards to do that.
Chum just chilling as crimes are committed, says, hey, how about 4 more damage?
I mean, all Evan gave up was blues. One of them a Fearless, by the way. We must count that is 1 Fearless gone, so Kashy may be a little safer using Unmake the Underlings at this point in the game, but it was like, that's a lot of value for Evan. I mean, Kashy committed a bunch of cards, Evan just lost a bunch of blues, and then he still swings back 4 on the other end.
Quick graveyard count for our Arakni player. We'll go through both yards. We consider tools that have been expended, opportunities that are available, and potentially smoke screen that Codex of Frailty that is in the hand. In fact, there is 2 of them, joined by Scar Tissue, and pick up the points.
No block.
No block declared. Lair of the Spider will play defense here. No bonus mode on this one. Just wants the arsenal space clear and 3 more health to work with at some point in the future.
Relatively face-up turn for Kashy here. Wants to be looking to clear his hand and then maybe go into a Codex to end it all. Sending a bunch of stuff into Chum just to clear it out, not wanting to get caught by it.
Thankfully, does make sure not to get punked by Fearless Confrontation there. 7 damage does get soaked up by Chum. And we'll end on that Codex of Frailty. Has some options to grab back. Thumb's Mark of the Black Widow to the front, but Kiss of Death and similar also appealing. Evan would like to take a look before decisions are made. Ponder and Frailty will be generated either which way. No ripple aways here.
Interesting they're resolving this way. And I wonder if... I believe that the choice is successive, meaning that Evan gets to decide based on Kashy's decision rather than based on Kashy's grave. But the way they're resolving it looks like Kashy has to... Essentially, he's like waiting for Evan to also decide. Oh, okay, there are responses here, so that's what's being decided. We could go fishing with Gravy off the top to go fishing for some other kind of allies or a reward for that based on what he's going to get out of his graveyard. He could be going for something like a golden tipple. The thing that matters there is if there's a leave no witnesses, then maybe that golden tipple goes away anyways, and this totally doesn't matter at all. So never mind. There are definitely decisions to be made for Evan based on what is available to Kashy.
Yeah, all it takes is a compass check to see blood in the water, and all of a sudden you might want to grab back something you weren't intending on grabbing before. So this makes a lot of sense to me. Tanguy takes a peek and will pause for a little longer. Checks the graveyard. Has all the information relatively face up in this spot, including the top card of that deck. And now needs to see how these hands are going to function, regardless of what gets discarded. Clearly a difficult choice.
Functionally trading a card from hand for a attack action from the graveyard. Codex begins to resolve. Mark of the Black Widow selected for Kashy here.
Imagine it will not be Fearless Confrontation for Evan Tanguy. Looks like we're in fact going that way. Okay.
I mean, the hand is a whole bunch of blues again, so it is still a attack for 4.
I'm just gonna club you to death. Like, yeah, I mean, sure. You can't be happy about it. Discarding a Prismatic Leyline in the process as well.
Feels wrong here.
But hey, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. There is that blood in the water in the hand. Would you like to destroy a card? No. No, I would not. We'll see the flick from the Hunter's Clave here to convert that dagger spot open. Mark obviously still there, which means we will see an Arakni Marionette transformation. Number 2 this time means it is time to funnel web.
Yeah, what has changed between now and the previous versions where he's had Mark at the end of the turn? I'd say there's 2 chums gone. That's what influences this decision to get rid of one of these claves now. Also, 2 chums gone, a third or a quarter of the deck drawn through, and no Orb Weavers naturally drawn, like Orb Weaver Spinnerets, the deck card. And so it makes a lot of sense to just go for this willingness to get the flick and open slot now, because he could either draw into it or he's finally willing to, with 2 chums gone, create that Graphene Chelicera.
As you're to see, we'll find the Orb Weaver, that Fearless Confrontation, some real drive the tank closer so I can hit them with my sword energy from that one. 4 attack, not exactly where Gravy Bones wants to be. Cut from the same cloth, we'll take a peek at Prismatic Leyline, Riches of Tropeldani, and a pair of friends who are not where they're supposed to be.
He has a couple goals, so we can obviously clear one of these out, and it'll probably be fine enough to clear the other one out on his next turn. I think there might be a tipple that got put into the arsenal, but...
Orb Weaver activation means that we will see a Graphene Chelicera generated, and it will come on in for a nice, healthy chunk, because we have this cut from the same cloth at the front of this as well. Of course, doesn't cost any resources, because we are Orb Weaver Spinneret. We are Orb Weaver Spinnerets, but Arakni Orb Weaver, more importantly.
Free go again.
The other point on head jab duty here, just extending this turn out, continues the pressure.
Did we miss a couple points of damage on that Graphene? Shouldn't it have been for 8?
Does look like we might have sidestepped to the +3.
Aye, players. You need to not do these to yourselves.
4 damage from Leave No Witnesses as a Chain Ender here does threaten that arsenal of Evan Tanguy. Will reach pretty quickly for Crown of Providence, considering thumbing that one onto the combat chain and turning that arsenal into something fresh, but we'll pause, we'll reconsider. We know Prismatic Leyline, double ally Riches of Tropeldani is the hand. Gravy activations can change that if we want a compass to take a peek at what we find on top. But for now, allies proving to be an issue for Tanguy, opening up plenty of breathing room for Kashy to put the foot down. Will block with Prismatic Leyline and Gold-Baited Hook to keep this Leave No Witnesses in check.
I mean, it still turned out to be a pretty sick turn for Kashy, and of course, these Prismatic Leylines are hitting the bin. It's not exactly what Evan wants to be doing, but he just hasn't been able to get the hand texture to take advantage of these sort of offensive overlap cards like Prismatic Leyline. And in terms of deck density, he does have a way to recur them later on with Scubas that will eventually be hit and eventually make his way back into the deck. So in this case, really wants to protect this Golden Tipple to continue to get these allies into the graveyard because he's been struggling with it so far, and it'll also help build up his gold balance.
Gold stack now at 4. Gold-baited hook activated alongside Golden Tipple. If another goal would like to be denied, we'll need to expend a card blocking just 1 point of damage. Kashy looking at a hand that contains an Orbweaver Spinneret at the front. Nice foily full art extended version of that. Very pretty cards available for the Arakni aficionado. Players just confirming here where the gold should be because Richard the Tropodani and Golden Tipple and Gold-baited hook all get a bit funky. One of those being broken puts us down to 4. We see a gravy activation to bin the Rigor Mortis.
Bit of an unfortunate one. That means that there's still an Anka left in hand. It's probably just going to get... Oh,
I have a video. Will go spinning. We'll take a look at the top 2 cards. See Jittery Bones amongst them. Could certainly do a little something with that Anka on the way. Compass will check the top card. Is it worth going any deeper with additional gold tokens? No, it will just be Chum being established here, pitching away the Anka. Going to hold on to one of the cards we saw on top there and to send Chum in for 4 points of damage. 26 plays 26 right now. 22 now the total for Kashy as the Chum finds its mark, but it will be back to the more guilty party when it comes to mark. With a full 5-card hands to work with, Orb Weaver Spinneret to start. Any response from your Chum? Let's take a peek with the Compass of Sunken Depths. But it would appear to me there is no ally in the grip again for Evan Tanguy, and less than ideal flexibility for the ability of that Chum.
This guy really can't draw allies after playing out a Chum. It's like a curse. Every single time he's played out a Chum, he's had 5 cards in a row non-ally and not able to take advantage of it. And every single time, Kashy's next turn has led with a front pump, meaning that he's had the opportunity to punish Kashy for that way of playing it, but it just hasn't worked out that way.
No blocks.
Calicera for 4. No blocks declared. Flick Knives will take care of Hunter's Clave. Chucks it directly into the skull of Graveyard Quintorius Bones. Means we're looking at a 5-power Calicera. Mark there available. Means this turn will continue. Stains of the Redback, the follow-up here to try and make this even bigger. Tarantula Toxin. We are really dumping some chunko damage on this rather silver sword.
Anything in damage? No.
Tanguy down to 14 as all these buffs manage to convert. There is another Orb Weaver Spinneret in the hand here for Emad. Kashy will lock and load a second Calicera to continue that double dagger plan. Final card, Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, I kind of dig this. He knows that he has a couple more retrieve cards left in the deck, so he's just going to get the flick value out of this second Orb Weaver Spinneret. Next turn, he's like guaranteed to flick one of these Caliceras just to open up the slot back up for when he does draw the retrieve card. It's just making sure that that Orb Weaver is not just worth 3, but this is actually worth 4 damage. It's just more damage, and he knows that's what he needs. He needs maximum damage against Evan before Evan's able to establish such a large board.
More damage is the name of the game. Kiss of Death, the choice, will come in for 6 base. Threatens an extra point if it is allowed to tickle Tanguy. Reaching for 2 cards to play defense here. Looking at another Jittery Bones. Looks like Tip the Barkeep and Murderous Rabble being held onto for now. Will be Lone Shark deployed alongside Jittery Bones to keep Kiss of Death in check.
I mean, not throwing this one at Chum is a little bit of a play around fearless play. You don't want to get blown out. That's just too much value committed to get blown out. But also, it's you are low. Like, you have to start respecting the fact that I'm throwing 6 at you. And sure, you can Chum next turn, but I can just plan my next turn to be clear Chum anyways.
Tip the Barkeep makes that Gold Kiss rum. Will deploy Rigor Mortis, immediately get a little tipsy with it, and start providing some meaningful pressure from a pair of allies on board. Chum ignored last turn, means that Gold Kiss rum converts directly into damage. 4 into at least 6 from the Rigor Mortis, maybe a little more based on what's in the arsenal there. Rigor Mortis joined by Gold-baited hook does make the block a little bit more appealing. Now 18 plays 14. Kashy eager to keep tempo here, though, while the going is good.
There's a Relentless Pursuit, I believe, in the hand, meaning he has a way to turn on Guaranteed Mark just to be able to use his Graphenes for go again if we want to go to face. That does give a Chum window. There's also an Unmake, which we could just throw as a one-card Unmake at the Chum and hope there's no Fearless in this next hand, and that sort of solves that problem a little bit. It's slowing down for Kashy, and this was the turn Evan needed to get back into the game in terms of value. Also, clearing out the gold-baited hook means there's going to be a lot less gold created, but with the current life totals and 3 gold on the board, I'm not sure Evan is that afraid of that.
I think it's a very heads-up hook. Will be Relentless Pursuit and will be responded to with a Chum activation, maybe question mark.
He's debating it. What I love about this is Kashy's plan is to just throw that Unmake at the Chum anyway. So it's like, okay, I'll give you the window, and then I'm just going to kill it. Do you have the Fearless in your hand?
Unmake the underlings, doing the heavy lifting we have come to expect of it since it released in Omens of the Third Age. And you can see a small tinge of frustration in Tanguy as this play does not line up the way he had hoped. Chum down. Rigor Mortis in play. Rigor Mortis in the graveyard as we make our way back to the Shadow Necromancer. Will be Arakni Trapdoor on the transformation this time, and hopefully not a Forgotten Trap in the feature match area again.
And hopefully he actually has some traps left over. I think he's only deployed a layer. I think he's pitched a den, actually, so we have a guarantee that he has a trap in his deck. We've seen an Inertia Trap discarded to an Orb Weaver trigger, and we see a layer already played earlier in the game. So he's got at least one left and maybe debating. Just taking a look through his deck and saying, what actually is left in this deck? What am I working with? This is a good way to just, when you have a search effect, yeah, you can figure that out by looking at your graveyard, but you might as well just look through your deck and see all the cards in the positive, like actually which ones are still here.
Less brain power required this way. Card will be banished to play defense for Arakni Marionette. Evan Tanguy patiently waiting for an opportunity to react with this Rigor Mortis. Potentially another one waiting in the wings as well.
There's an ally in hand as well. A Blood in the Water, unfortunately, which is not the greatest. Murderous Rabble is a good way to start this turn to be able to fire the second Rigor, but I'm not currently seeing action point generation in this hand for Evan. There's one card I haven't gotten a snipe on, so it could be an Avasti or something of the sort.
Call to the Grave on top of the deck there as well. Can be dug up with Gravy by cashing in one of those gold, if so inclined. Now 14 plays 15 as this Murderous Rabble connects. We will close the chain, put the blue into the graveyard. Take a fan through what resources have been expensed so far. Gold tokens mean anything is possible. Gravy activation will pick up the call to the grave. Discards Scuba in the process.
Something challenging about this situation that Kashy put himself in by getting rid of his Claves, hoping he would find a retrieve later on, was it gets a bit harder to clear the Rigor Mortises specifically. We can end a turn on a Rigor Mortis kill, of course, but then we need to go again. And in Trapdoor, it's a little bit harder to get go again in the first place. So it's going to be hard for him to get through this board. And now there's multiple action points, meaning he's getting attacked for 12 on this turn, not just the 6 of the Rigor that we saw at the start of the turn.
There is your action point generation. Call to the Grave finds back alley break line, sends it directly to the graveyard to enable both of these Rigor Mortis to get swinging. 6 physical damage to start. We know there is a trap lurking in the banish zone, courtesy of Arakni Trapdoor, but these Rigor Mortis proving to be a problem. Staring at Leave No Witnesses, Tarantula Toxin, Meat Madness, and a Codex of Inertia. Cut from the same cloth there in the arsenal.
Kind of an awkward construction, all things considered, given that he's in Trapdoor mode. I mean, we can go cut, dagger to face. We'll still get go again on that in this mode, and then follow it up with something like a Leave No Witness. But we have all of these action point consumers, like a Leave and a Meat Madness and whatever may come off the top of a Codex. And it's a little bit not of the best position for Kashy. He is holding the whole hand, though.
Decides we need to fire the cannon. Decides Den of the Spider will be the only card that plays defense. Down to 6 for Arakni Marionette. Plays 14 on the other side. All 3,000 of you that are currently joining us here, welcome along to one of the most impactful top 8s in all of calling history. Our first of 2 semifinals on camera here playing out between the architect of Arakni and arguably the architect of Gravy Bones.
We saw earlier in the game he chose to give up his first Clave once a couple of the Chums were gone. He gave up his second before all of the rigor mortises were gone, and I think this is the thing that Kashy is now facing as a bind. This is the decision that might end up affecting him the most in this game. The inability to clear these efficient sixes. If Evan's able to draw any go again sources, he can just swing a really clean 12 damage at face.
5 go again from the Graphene Calicera. Both players know the hand of Evan Tanguy. We saw Conqueror of the High Seas, Sunken Treasure, Chunk of Allies for good measure, and there it is. The lean back, the exhale, the stress.
The head on the hand.
Seeping into the turn cycle of Evan Tanguy as the pressure starts to get real.
The hand isn't excellent, I do have to say. There's 2 allies. They're in a little bit of an awkward position, given that there's not cards that clear it. He'd really like a second blue because he's got the boat. There's a couple options for solving that problem. He has the gold on board, of course. One of those allies can easily hit the bin for whatever's on the top of his deck. He has peaked with Compass, which is kind of making me think it might not be a blue based on the way he is putting so much thought into this, where that feels like it would at least inform some of his certainty if it was guaranteed a blue. There's also Crown of Providence, which is a factor here. He could crown just for the sake of bottoming a card. Could be very punished, of course, by doing that too early in the turn and then having a Codex of Frailty pop up. Maybe one of those things he's checking by looking through Kashy's board graveyard here. How many leave no indices are left, and more importantly, how many Codex of Frailties? Because Evan has a bunch of ways to fix this hand, but it's risky to pull trigger on the wrong one at the wrong moment.
All kinds of lines to be considered here by our Gravy Bones pilot, staring at a 4-card hand that everyone watching knows over 6,000 eyeballs will see Crown of Providence jumping in front of this Calicera. Wants to filter a card away, does leave us at the mercy of Tarantula Toxin, which will make this just a little bit larger and knock that Crown of Providence block value out of the way.
8.
A redeclaration there. Currently 8 on this Calicera. Represents more than half of Tanguy's existing life total. Says, yeah, okay. Down to 6.
Yep.
I go 6. Plays 6. The mark is gone. Leave no witnesses will be the follow-up for Emad Kashy. 4 points of value, threatening the arsenal. No block declared. Any reaction will reach for the flick knives, throws the Graphene Calicera across the line. Will bring Tanguy down to 5. Blood in the water will destroy in the dark, trying to find an ally. Does not manage to do so. Does cover up, leave no witnesses. However you cut the mustard.
I believe what was bottomed with Crown was one of those allies. Now at the start of the turn, we are gravying to get the other one into grave. Obviously, we could have drawn into more allies off this Crown or Gravy.
Does
Options
find more
abound.
blues. Call to the grave found. That Conqueror known by both players. It will rip across into the red zone. Conqueror of the high seas. The big bad bone boat has something to say about Evan Tanguy's chances in this semi-final. Kashy staring at a hand that contains stains of the red back, blue shred, pain in the backside, orb weaver spinneret. You see the pulsing, the bending, the thinking as we try to find a way to keep the boat at bay.
The question I'm having is how many back alley break lines are in Evan's deck. When we took a peek at the deck at the start of the match, I didn't look for that exact number. We've seen 1 expended. If there are 2, this is just game for him right here. This is an oppressive 12 more coming after this 8. If there's only 1, he's going to have to make something else work with that call to the grave, or optionally arsenal it to set up for a big future turn as well.
The realization of the scenario he finds himself in is dawning on Emad Kashy. A difficult matchup, an uphill battle, carefully navigated so far, dodged the chum activations, found a way for those front buffs to deal damage. But as the pressure is hit, back alley break line sent 2 rigor mortis swinging for his skull, leaves him with only 6 life to work with as Conqueror of the High Seas threatens to take away his dream of becoming a calling champion.
11 block total in this hand, I believe. meaning we can functionally put him around 18 life, 19 life with that equipment.
Does deploy 8 points of block value in the face of Conqueror. It will be called to the grave. Is there another back alley break line in the list? No. There will only be a Sawbones this time around.
This was my backup pick. No back alley, and it will be Sawbones. The reason is it insulates you against some of those break points on future turns because he has a multiple ally board, and it doesn't look like Kashy's necessarily clearing all of it. This Sawbones gets to stick around. It protects the riggers from dagger swings for 1. It protects you from flicks. It protects your face from a Leave No Witness for 4. There's a whole bunch of uses for it in this case, now that we have multiple allies on board. Definitely the best pick, and of course, you're just swinging for 6 no matter what you have on board, so might as well get this Sawbones that is a defensive ally into the grave.
Crunch is in with Rigor Mortis. Just 1 card in hand for Kashy. Staring at 6 more damage. The most efficient ally in the Gravy Bones toolkit. Almost laughing at the assassin.
This is a really tough board state to come back from. The Sawbones is really doing a good job of protecting those riggers as well, because the best way that Kashy can clear is throwing a Graphene for 1 at rigger, and that doesn't work well enough to clear Sawbones either. He needs to commit an entire card to clear Sawbones.
Good by Flick Knives. Kashy falling to 1. Evan at 5 here. Players just confirming that was correct. We did acknowledge it. It wasn't updated. Tunic up. Meat Madness thrown upstairs.
Interesting. I think he knows that this board is just too insurmountable, and by throwing this into Sawbones, it just means he still dies to rigger. So what he needs to put the fear into Evan of is, can I have a reaction on top of this? If you block this, and I get a card over it, and then I steal a card with the choose a card out of hand, if I roll a 1 or a 2, that top effect, maybe that's my way back into the game. Could clear Sawbones, but it feels sometimes like doing that at this stage is just damning you to a slower death, rather than trying to find the out of certain death.
Dead Thread's base of the mountain, which will suck a cheating scoundrel onto the combat chain. Blocking for 5. Kashy says, fine, I will park my remaining card into the arsenal and pass back to your awaiting zombie army. And there are 2 blues and a Conqueror of the High Seas in the grip for Evan Tanguy, and you see the resignation, the chuckle, the laughter, and then ultimately the pain hit the face of Arakni, Marionette, and Emad Kashy. The Bone Boat would like a Conqueror to be found, and it would be Evan Tanguy.
Going around in the deck.
Playing around Shred specifically on that turn, I think might have actually just been... it wasn't a Shred, but oh my god, Fist Bump just comes forward. He realizes the situation is just too hard to deal with.
Tough stuff for Emad Kashy, but it will be Evan Tanguy, the conqueror of this game, the conqueror of the high seas, and will be awaiting in the finals for whichever player can vanquish our second semi-final.
The rumors of Gravy's demise have clearly been greatly exaggerated, and I think this is like the 4th time we had a tournament where you can validly say that as a response to some tournament game late in the day. Evan showing why he has been playing Gravy through the entire year. He has even voiced some discontents with the direction the hero has taken online, but he still backs it, and he still shows up, and he still shows why when you understand the hero well enough, and when you're in the right room for it, you can just take everything down.
Just a stone-cold killer. We know our first finalist. Let's double-check who's on the other side of the bracket. I'm gonna play my role here. I'm gonna claim that Evan Tanguy is the bad guy, because the other side of this bracket has 2 incredible stories that can still unfold. In the red corner, Daniel Correas on Tuffnut, Bumbling Hulkster, the most impressive finish for this hero so far, still leading the charge and trying to take down a calling. In the blue corner, for the 4th week in a row, Jacob Clements has the chance to become a champion and rip the dreams apart of every brute watching.
This will just be one of the most surreal, it'll be the most surreal run we've ever seen in Flesh and Blood, especially condensed into such a short period. But crazy run from Jacob, even if he doesn't manage to take it down this weekend. Just so impressive. I could accept that Evan looks like the bad guy here. You could also even frame that Jacob's the bad guy. He's already climbed the mountain, surmounted everything. Now he's just picking everyone off, not letting them get a thing in terms of results. And he wants more blood, and he doesn't want to let Armory, so it doesn't want to let Tuffnut, the people's champion, get anything done.
I kind of agree with you. I think it's insurmountable at this point. Undeniable, in the words of Jacob Clement himself. I just think this run is unprecedented. Even if we don't get there this weekend, the top 4 after those 3 results just really cracks the nut. And hopefully that's not what we see when it comes to that semi-final. Before we get stuck in there, I do want to talk briefly about one of our favorite upcoming products, Armory Deck Olympia.
Wielding a blade seasoned by hundreds of battles, he's the undisputed deathmatch champion. Prepare yourself for a spectacle of excellence. Olympia, the prized fighter.
I'm teeing you up with a tease on this one. Armory Deck Olympia was the subject of our card reveals yesterday. We'll talk about them a little bit more in just a second. But after our second semi-finals, we have another spoiler card for all the spoiler that we have in chat throughout the entire stream. Fear not, some Mastery Pack Warrior goodies coming at you after our next game. But before that, some really cool cards we saw yesterday. First of all, prize-worn Pathfinders. Can't seem to get a consensus out of people if this is good in Betsy, but it's certainly good in Silver Age.
Certainly good in Silver Age. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy to me that this is at rare rarity, but maybe we're looking at a slight powering up of the Silver Age format over the coming sets, which is kind of exciting in its own right. But yeah, this is definitely the Valiant Dynamo for Olympia. I know there were some people who were even looking at ignoring Golden Grail altogether and throwing one-handed weapons on Olympia just to get Valiant Dynamo, but now you kind of have your fix. You're able to run that ridiculously efficient 0-card 4-damage weapon and also have this 1 block per turn in the matchups where you want it.
Impressive stuff. Our second reveal was visit the prize room. 1 cost 2 block that lets you equip those prize Galeas from your inventory. Also at rare means that effect will be entering Silver Age for the first time as well.
Yeah, this will be a good one to buy back cards in Silver Age, but I think this might just make it into the CC decks. Prize Galea is one of the ones you want to be buying back the most. It's functionally 2 block. Eventually you get it into it, turn into 2 gold as well. 1 resource becomes a gold, and then when you win from your Olympia trigger, you get a second. So just really advancing the game plan of creating as many goals as possible and turning that into incremental advantage, like 2 more block and a vigor and a courage like this card does.
Yeah, this one kind of paying for itself. If you front the bill, the 1 resource quickly refunded in a vigor token does mean the 2 block might be less of a liability one way or the other. The Majestic of the bunch. Heads up, 1 cost will provide +3 to a sword swing, and if you wager, it will give it dominate in the process.
Definitely a role player for certain matchups where you're going to be finding your wages often shut down by defense reactions that won't work so well when we've got heads up and some of those other reveals that we saw from other content creators yesterday. There's some good anti-defense react hate in this set coming up. So these decks that rely on getting on hits like wagers through using attack reactions, you've now got some new tools to be able to guarantee that.
Good chance that Olympia will be one of the golden grails of the format by the time the Mastery Pack Warrior and his corresponding armory deck finally hit shelves. You've got a little bit of time to get those predictions in for the Mastery Pack Warrior spoiler. I'm watching chat, you know. If anyone guesses, maybe I'll confirm someone got it right. I don't know, maybe I can play to the crowd just a little bit. But we're going to take a real quick break before we dive into our second semi-finals for you. It will be the story of the event, one way or the other. Jacob Clements, Daniel Correas coming at you next. most unbiased casters in the industry. Welcome back to the Calling in Edinburgh. Semi-finals number 2. Tuffnut, Bumbling Hulkster needs to get through Jacob Clements on the run of a lifetime. Daniel Correas has already vanquished Pablo Pintor on the way to get here. Do you think The Rock can make its way through one more Pro Tour champion?
If we're talking GOATs, Jacob is quickly assembling himself into the conversation of the greatest of all time. The other person, or one of the other people in that conversation, is Pablo Pintor, and Daniel has felled him. Now, let's be fair. Easier matchup, all things considered. Jarl as opposed to Marionette against the Tuffnut is going to be easier for the Tuffnut side. But Daniel seems like getting through the GOATs, throwing them off to the side, playing the role of Polyphemus. Is that the character's name? That's the character's name, right?
That's a deep cut.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
What do you mean deep cut? It's in cinemas right now.
Yeah, but for non-Odyssey nerds, okay, fine.
Tuffnut definitely is the closest we get to that Cyclops in Flesh and Blood. So I think it's a fair comment. Anyways, let's see if he can throw another goat to the side and get through to the finals.
Enough goats, more rock. Let's get down into the feature match area and see if it is ROK over GOAT. Daniel Correas, Jacob Clements, 2nd versus 3rd. No surprises to see Clements here choosing to go first. Arakni Marionette, Tuffnut, Bumbling Hulkster.
Not much to discuss just yet in terms of the matchup. I think it should be generally favored for the Arakni side, but let's see what he has gone through so far. What I can tell you is he has not... He has played a Tuffnut already. I was so expecting to say he hasn't played a Tuffnut yet. They played in Swiss, and he did get the win. So if we're putting this matchup generally in Jacob's corner, it looks like history is also on that side.
I do want to acknowledge that Jacob has murdered 6 Oscilios on the way here. Did fall short to Kieran Lee, so 5-1 in that matchup overall. But for an event where we've seen so much variety down the pathway of every player we've featured so far, this is the opposite story of whatever that is.
Yeah, this is taking down Oscilio time and time again, and sometimes I would say the Marionette players consider that not the best matchup, but Jacob able to navigate it the entire way through the weekend, coming out on the positive to end up in this semi-finals position.
On the other side of the table, we've seen Daniels score a little more than we have done Jacob's. Worth noting, lost to Jacob Clements, lost to Evan Tanguy, the only 2 players remaining in this event alongside him. Hard not to call that a slog.
Sorry, buddy. That doesn't look so good for you anymore. He was able to beat another Marionette in Swiss in Matt Brown, who we saw on stream earlier in this tournament. The only gravy he played was Evan, so he's definitely in the position of uphill battle to make it to and through the finals.
Knock, knock. Deck list the clock. Let's check in with Jacob Clements' Arakni Marionette list. And I'm going to take a glance. At a glance, I cannot see any differences from Vegas last week. Anything standing out to you?
Nothing standing out in terms of differences or deck decisions. If we're talking cards for this matchup, some things I'm paying attention to are probably Inertia Trap and the Den of the Spider. Den will be a decent way to mark, and Inertia Trap, of course, can take Daniel off of an arsenal. We've seen him in the past sort of sit on an arsenal for quite a few turns, so being able to take away that sort of backup plan to a rock on some of those turns where the pitch doesn't reach enough to create rock could be quite strong for Jacob. Otherwise, I'd say this is a generally normal list, and he's probably approaching this as a mostly normal matchup.
Over to the green bean on the other side of things. Daniel Correas, Tuffnut, Bumbling Hulkster. We've seen this deck on camera once before. The full list now available for folks in the dark. What do we care about to get through Arakni Marionette?
I think we are probably trying to be the beatdown. He blocks relatively well, but his blocks are all face up, so he doesn't have access to defense reactions or anything that will get against this big attack reactions that get pumped into a dagger. So I think he wants to be able to be the one throwing damage and putting Jacob in an uncomfortable position, because I think they block relatively similarly, which means good but not great.
A card I do want to acknowledge in this matchup: no hero stands alone. You think Overcrowded is good off a Codex of Frailty? Boy, howdy, do I have the target for you. Expecting that one to be blunting numerous assaults on the side of Daniel Correas, and a card you should definitely watch out for as the smoke clears. And the tune settles, and we make our way down into the feature match area. Hunter's Clave, traditionally unsleeved, making its way into the red zone to start us off as Daniel Correas attempts to steal history away from Jacob Clemens.
Unsleeved with some, you know, crackles along the side from being unsleeved this whole time. Already starting with the clashes and already going Daniel's way. That will be the majority of them. Of course, there's a couple non-attacks in Daniel's hand that, or in Daniel's deck, I should say, that will turn into losses for him or ties for him. But anytime there's an attack revealed, he'll be beating Jacob, unless Jacob brought in one death touch, which I don't believe was the case.
We'll see the flick, this time nice and early on turn 0, because we're just good enough to open on Orbweaver Spinneret. Kalissera already assembled on turn number 0. We'll see this one marching in for 4-5 points of damage as well. We'll earn 2 Buck Wilds from Daniel before jumping up to 8. 4 additional damage leaks through the wall of Tuffnut on turn 0 here. More importantly, Scar Tissue means that Mark is sticking around.
Yeah, that attack doesn't come forward if there's no Mark there. It definitely wants to maintain this Mark ability to be able to keep offense. In this case, keep up defense and offense. Rolls a 6. He's going to be able to get a defense reaction out of his deck and probably then use his mask also to turn into a more offensive version of Arakni. What a first turn, taking Daniel down to 35, but also taking him off those Buckwilds, meaning he's at the mercy of his deck to draw up a good offensive hand. And even if he does, we are trapdoor, and we get to take a couple points off of you that way.
Jacob will go digging for the trap of choice here. Some real free value from an exceptional first turn of the game. Will get to park a card in Arsenal for the trouble. You see 3 cards ready to be drawn up by Correas. The dice being twiddled around to make sure we don't forget our Findle Spring Tunic. Jacob taking a moment to apologize there while on trap scouting duty.
I wonder if he's debating, is this the time for Inertia to prevent Daniel from setting any Arsenal when Daniel has free choice at a 3-card hand, thanks to the fact that this is going into turn 1, or should he just take, you know, any of the other traps and just get them out of the deck and turn them into a 3-block?
Sorry about that. No problem.
No problem at all from Daniel. Of course, these rounds untimed, but we prefer things to swing along in a timely manner, so happy to see players communicating that nice and cleanly as we'll shuffle on up. Daniel really insistent about not forgetting that tunic. Would be a pretty embarrassing way to go, so can't say I blame him. Good looking dice, though. Arsenal parked for Clements. Unmake the Underlings will go down as the bottom card after the shuffle is finally done. 3 cards drawn up from Correas. Let's see what they are. Buckwild, no hero stands alone. And a blue copy of Battlefront Bastion. That's looking pretty premiums to me.
It's looking like he traded the great cards for just other copies of the great cards, so pretty good outcome for him here. Obviously, losing those on the game scale is not great, but he's not looking to go to fatigue in this matchup, I imagine, either side, and therefore you can rely on drawing other power cards later on. You don't need to count your entire deck density of them.
We'll see a Tuffnut activation to start this turn. Finds Rip off the top. Looks like that may, in fact, be a yellow Battlefront Bastion. So instead, we're going to take it slow. And I actually like this a lot. Get this copy of No Hero Stands Alone down into the graveyard. Hold the Buckwild. I can have my big turn later on. I'm going to need this thing when you start sending Codex of Frailties.
And more important than, well, as important as protecting it for the Codex of Frailty is saying, I don't want to go super wide on this turn where you've just gotten a trap out of your deck, because I know that that trap is at least 3 value. In this case, if he had played a Go Again card, that trap would have been 5 value, -1 on the Go Again and -1 on the Rock. So didn't want to give Jacob the opportunity to either throw a Frailty trap at him with an effect. He even didn't activate Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex in case that was an Inertia trap that was gotten out, so he could still arsenal it. Like, very heads-up play around the options that Jacob could have selected, given that he was Trapdoor, to force that turn to go that way. And also make it sort of inefficient to block with Mask so he doesn't turn into anything else. And now he just plays this turn as Trapdoor, which makes Daniel more comfortable than he otherwise would be.
Kalissera met by a block for 4, thanks to the toughness token. Codex of Inertia will be the follow-up. Will no doubt force the issue on that Buckwild in the coming turn. I'm sure Jacob has some things to say about that, though. Will be Hunter's Clave to carry things off here, using the resource of that pitched card to enable a dagger swing for 1. Mark already in place. 1 card in hand, 1 card in the arsenal to keep this turn going.
That card in the arsenal, of course, came off of the inertia trap, so it's a random card off the top of the deck, but also having a card in hand means between the two, he should be able to play it out. Or it's just a card that is always playable.
That's a good, well-designed deck, if you ask me. Pain in the backside was the find. 3 go again, threatening another point if it makes itself connect with the face of Tuffnut. We'll make ourselves happy to do that, I guess. Down to 30 here. Mark conferred 1 more time. Trapdoor gone. Ponder token resolved. That card in hand did not manage to find any value. Was a stain to the red back. Draws a cut from the same cloth off the Ponder. That seems to be the one that made its way down into the arsenal. Back over to Correas, who will be at least be able to get buck wild here. From the arsenal, we'll have 7 go again, followed by a rock swing.
Forcing the issue with the inertia trap, but this is exactly what Daniel wanted to be doing on this turn anyways. You don't want to sit on that buck wild too long because of these inertias, and you do just want to like advance yourself into the game further and further in terms of the damage. So far, he has dealt nothing to Jacob, and he needs to get the gas on, so that's exactly what this turn is planning to do. 7 into probably 8.
Jacob will pause, sees a hand full of reactions. Again, that stains of the red back still there. Looks like to the point. Also available at the front of the hand. Pretty happy to take the 7. Falling down to 33. We'll see that Tuffnut activation. We find a yellow on top. Means we can pay for Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. And then throw on in a rock swing for a nice and chunky 8. Jacob reevaluating here. Sees Save of Bloodshed in the hand as well. Makes me think it is just time to swing for the hills. Rock will crunch the skull of the assassin just a little bit. 25 now plays 30 in favor of our brute. But a full 5 cards to work with, cut from the same cloth, will start. Means perfect information for Jacob Clements. Knows about 2 more copies of Buckwild, and both of which happen to block 2.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. We saw those first couple turns be sort of jockeying for position on kind of on both sides, although I'd say Jacob got some damage advantage there. Daniel wasn't able to do it so much, but these last turn cycle is kind of more accurate to what I would have expected, with both players just throwing giant thwacks of damage at each other and taking it all the way home. Daniel would love to take this all the way home, but it's just so potent from Jacob. This is already presenting 10 go again. Any damage that comes through, which is probably going to happen anyways, draws him an additional card. Daniel has access to 2 yellows and a Buckwild, which means he's got a good hand, but then he's wasting the toughness value. So Daniel wants to take this so he can throw 15 back, but it's not necessarily the best move in the first place.
Oh, dearie me. Scowling Fleshbag needs to jump on in to try and stem the bleeding. The whole house goes in front of the Graphene Calicera, and we'll see one of these cards being intimidated away.
Jacob left with 2 cards. This is perfect block 10.
Codex on top, Thick Hide Hunter on top, means the Vigor smash up. Will at least provide a Vigor token, and that yellow token, a yellow card, I should say, on top of the deck will enable a rock swing at the very worst.
Wow.
But the 2 cards that were left are plus 7 damage. This is a Calicera for 17. Save a Bloodshed will be drawing a card. There's still a card intimidated away. If this one converts, which no, we know it does. The Vigorous Smash Up made us aware of it. Codex of Frailty kicking a man when he's down.
What an outcome. Of course, able to get No Hero Stands Alone, and you know that you have a 6 on top of the deck, so you know that that's going to block comfortably. You had the toughness this turn, so he can block any of the damage that comes off of this, but it's just, you know, continued pressure from Jacob. He gets this Ponder. He'll have 2 choices in an arsenal at the end of this turn.
At least gives you the information about the top card of Jacob's deck, I assume. Pain in the backside, a new one, so you know that one is coming down the pipeline. No Hero Stands Alone does as it does, decides you have no attack value. Please stop.
He took the die and he was looking for a 0 and just decided, I'll put it away. It represents 0 power.
Yeah, that's good.
Jacob happy with the way that played out, to the surprise of 0 people. Ponder will resolve. One of those 2 cards is going in the arsenal. The intimidated target was Leave No Witnesses. That turn could have been even better.
Yep.
So we are going to see Correas make a resource from the Vigor token. Thick Hide Hunter will foot the bill on the rest of this rock swing.
Rock for 6. That's so sad.
Frailty token doing as it does, knocking the breakpoint off of everyone's favorite trophy room piece.
I do have to say, that looked like it could have been scarier. Daniel only ended up taking 7 on that turn, and he's throwing back a rock still, and he had that guaranteed rock with that information from the Vigorous Smash Up. You know, he's not necessarily ahead, but he's not as behind as I would have thought when we saw the cut from the same cloth and the Savor Bloodshed hit the table at the same time. And showing that I think he, maybe more than Jacob, has the ability to convert his deck defensively. Of course, Jacob still has defense when he wants to convert it. But Daniel, as long as this damage is up front, is very good at saying, all right, screw it. Block with 3 cards, it's probably minimum 9 block, and I can probably still swing with my rock. So the power of rock evident in Daniel's deck.
Only such a shame to see so many Buckwild copies forced to play defense early in this game. Hunter's Clave will be the way the turn starts here for Jacob Clements, who is looking at another Savor Bloodshed, another Leave No Witnesses, and an Orb Weaver Spinneret, which would explain why that Glycera is going straight at the dome, courtesy of a Flick Knives activation. We'll have a replacement coming in 3, 2, 1. Orb Weaver Spinneret. Locks and loads the dagger. Savor Bloodshed will join alongside it. The mark now converted means I would like to draw a card, please.
And I would like to do it again after last turn. Savor made that turn look scary. Now Daniel's facing the same situation, and importantly, this time he does not have the Scowling Flesh Bag.
Persuasive Prognosis will not be winning a clash, thankfully, so bonus toughness token made by the Tough Smash Up. Currently defending for 6 on 9. He draws a victory, and crowd goes wild in the hand for Correas, who clearly wants to keep the pressure on. Will take the 3 damage. Mark will go. Card drawn from Savor Bloodshed is that Persuasive Prognosis we all know about. Pain in the backside. 3 go again. Wants to confer that mark one more time. A little bit of chip damage from these daggers without having to lose them.
Daniel having a decision to make whether he wants to continue to be just rock the deck or whether he wants to be go again into rock the deck, because he has the opportunity to go again, just like he was faced with last turn. Last turn he folded it, and this turn it looks like he's folding it as well.
Draws a victory, forced to play defense this time around. No extended turn for our hero. We'll see Jacob continue the turn. Thumbs the remaining cards in hand, 2 of them if I'm not mistaken. Will be that Persuasive Prognosis that is the follow-up. Says, give me the card one way or the other.
Daniel wants to give this card, no? Surely, if he doesn't give this card, he can't even rock. I mean, I guess he could just fire that card, so it's the same thing. Persuasive is going to hit a blue off the top, which means this card... Oh, that's why. He could probably have crowd gone wilded and maybe even rolled Scabskins to try to get a big turn there.
Yeah, crowd goes wild. Scabskins does do some stuff if you're looking to convert in a meaningful way. We will find the blue on top, which means rock will come free of charge. No tunic required. 7 damage conferred. This is 18 plays 19 here for how aggressive, offensive, and card draw focused from Savor Bloodshed Jacob has been. These life totals are remarkably close as the rock continues to slowly, methodically beat you with the force of a rock.
I started this weekend calling Tuffnut basically a Guardian in the way I expected it to be played out. And then we saw so many of its matchups where it kind of had these massive turns, and he was taking damage in order to swing 15 so frequently. And so I sort of adjusted my internal evaluation of what this deck is trying to do. But he's back to understanding that in this matchup, he needs to be putting those cards in on block. Otherwise, if he gets too low too early, he's just going to die to reactions or other tricks that Jacob's able to present. And Jacob is down 2 savers now. That was 2 very potent turns in a row, but Marionette is a very strong deck, but not able to do that kind of damage every single turn. So Daniel correctly reading, let's just block with my cards, even though they are my go-again cards, when I know 2 turns in a row he had information that he had guaranteed rock on that turn, and continues to walk Jacob down as he walks himself down.
You can see the small shake of resolve from Clements as he is forced to play defense. Lair of the Spider jumps in alongside. Staying to the red back and to the point, keeps the rock covered. Just a single sheepish leave no witnesses will be the return fire.
Song of Sinew in the hand as an extender, but that would mean having to block with the other two to find a convenient and reliable way to get the rock out.
Daniel happy to do that, it would seem. Will clash with our Vigorous Smash Up. Information, Buckwild on top, Kiss of Death on top. Both cards that are well worth being aware of. Vigor token will be generated, means the tunic will not be required. Buckwild of the yellow variety will be good enough to make a rock function. But of course, more importantly, it's a 6, which is what Song of Sinew is going to care about.
Yeah,
we'll see a flick. Clave will mark transformation acquired 5. It is time for Tarantula.
Song can go fishing for a blue here anyway, so if he's able to find a blue 6 in this top, it's actually Vigor converted for a 1 damage off of the Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. So it depends. Oh, he's holding on to the Song.
Looks like we are more than content to just fire this off. Toughness token being made. Chooses to sequence this the other way round. Wants to go deeper, looking for more important cards.
Setting up the next hand, picking which cards are going to be on top for the next hand and which cards are going to be in hand for the next one, as opposed to just firing one and then getting information on what your next hand is. This is really cool because now he has a way to try to guarantee there's maybe a blue 6 on top for the next one, or at minimum a yellow 6 on top, so that he can rock again next turn. I dig it.
Sadly, just 2 6s found from this Song of Sinew, so converting slightly below rate, but still extending. All that feels like it's important right now. Rock swing for 9.
Take 9, down to 10.
Down to 10. Clements says it is time to race as 3,500 of you join on in to watch the ascension of either Jacob Clements, King Clements, on the run of a lifetime, or Tuffnut Bumbling Hulkster stealing away history. Toughness token pops. Kiss of Death to start the turn here. 3, just 3, I promise.
The Song of Sinew found a thick Hide Hunter. Daniel decided to leave that one on top. He didn't want to take the risk of having a go wide turn from Jacob and being forced to sort of block with it too early, or losing to an undertuck with the Stalker Steps and having blocked with that in the wrong spot. It is a 6 block, but it's a 6 block only if your hand is empty. Otherwise, you're going to be giving up 2 cards anyways.
Deploys Vigorous Smash Up, and no hero stands alone here. Doesn't want to take the risk of a wayward clash, sinking his hopes and dreams. How do you want to stack these, Daniel?
We know that there's a 6 on top for Daniel because he put it there.
So Daniel will thumb through the yard before informing Jacob of what's going first. No hero will be the choice. It's Kiss of Death versus Thick Hide Hunter once more. Means a bigger token will be generated from the Smash Up as well. At this point, we are currently blocking for 7 on 0, which is a pretty good way of making sure Kiss of Death stays out of your face.
The thing is, there's Stalker Steps, so we can just go Stalker Steps Graphene and throw all of the reactions that would have been able to throw in on this Kiss of Death. They can just go in on Graphene anyways, thanks to the Tunic and Stalker Steps still existing.
Small pain point on that one. 2 front buffs in the hand means that we won't be flicking the Kiss of Death while being a Tarantula, but I'm sure Jacob will be fine. We're going to leverage it the other way. Going to hold on to those thanks to pain in the backside, which actually means we get to do it all. Stalker Steps here will enable this turn to continue. The Kiss gets to be flicked away, and then there is 8 more value in buffs waiting in the hand for Clements to go alongside that Calicera swing.
Important to block this pain in the backside as well, because that flick also gets 1 more life loss from the Tarantula version of Arakni. So this Kiss of Death flick is 1 damage from a flick, 1 damage from Kiss of Death ability, and 1 damage from the Tarantula ability. Now 3 cards left for Jacob to still go all in on this Calicera if he wants to. Oh my god.
Close the chain. Cut from the same cloth reveals that Battlefront Bastion that normally would be so good at denying a flick on defense. Part of the reason the card is even in the deck list of this Tuffnut list decides to hold on to Up Sticks and Run. Scar Tissue will jump this up to 8. Means we have 3 on 8. 5 bleeds over. Correas down to 8 as a way to rebuy the Clave is parked in the arsenal and at least 4 damage attached to it. 4 fresh cards coming for Clements. Resource made from the Vigor. We'll see a Tuffnut activation. Thick Hide Hunter will foot the bill on this rock. Tunic available resource. Tunic resource available, I should say, if Daniel wants to race a little harder, but with only 7 or 8 being presented, doesn't force the issue on cards being given. Decides the fail-safe of the Tunic more valuable in this spot. Going to take a moment of pause, review the graveyards in a game that is tight as Clements has control of the scenario. We know there is walls of damage still to come as Correas desperately tries to keep the Arachnid in check.
Probably thinking or expecting, I should say, that he will be able to survive this next turn, just throwing his hand on block. So rather hold the Tunic to make sure one more rock can come after that. And that one will be threatening lethal. So that one will starting, well, most likely, assuming Jacob doesn't full block this, that one will be starting to demand cards. So Daniel playing it safer with this rather than just throwing 8, as you say, when it's inconsequential. Jacob having a longer think than I thought. I mean, of course, he wants to make sure he's not wasting cards. So if there are cards he can't really use in that hand, he should be throwing them on block.
We know there was a Kiss of Death on top of the deck. Looks like pick up the point in that mix as well. Can't quite catch the other two. Jacob says, fine, send me the bill. Down to 3. The hurdle is 8 life. Up sticks and run will be the start. It lines up with Kiss of Death from hand. This one is going to be a minimum of 8 damage at the moment. Mark already there means we are a little bit bigger from the hero ability. It's 3 cards in hand and a near impossible question for our Tuffnut to successfully navigate.
I think the big thing to count is Stains of the Redback, because without the Stalker Steps, this has to hit to get go again. So if he just throws his whole hand here, which includes a No Hero Stands Alone, he could potentially be stopping him from getting any go again and doing the Undertuck if there is no Stains. And even a Stains would have to commit the whole card, which means there's only 2 left to do the Undertuck in the first place.
That's where we are. Clash reveals Rockyard Rodeo. Toughness made. No hero on shrinking duty. Means we are blocking for a total of 10. Currently on 5 from this Kiss of Death.
That'll be good.
To the point and double pick up the point in the hand here for Clements. Took the line that got to bluff. Might be getting punished for it.
I thought he would have made this decision with a bit of a different plan. I'm not sure bluff is that good. I think in all scenarios, Daniel is folding the hand here. Maybe he thought that he's kind of guaranteed to get over. He didn't play around the 3rd copy of No Hero Stands Alone specifically. But there's so many 6 blocks in this hand.
There is.
In
all
this
these
deck,
good Nature's Brutalities, all of these
Not
Thick
even
Hide
seen
Hunters, numerous cards that had this result. IP3 transformation into Orb Weaver is the name for Clements. A back-breaking moment that allows Correas the ability to swing rock and start taxing cards from the hand of our Arakni. Rodeo.
Now this time he's debating.
This is
because
tough
this time
now.
it's real damage.
Tunic resource hangs in the balance. 7 is enough, decides Correas. Rock coming through. Clements stuck with those 2 blocks in hand, though. Pick up the points will be great on offense, but a liability next to cut through the same cloth. And the Reaper's Call we saw revealed to the Clash. The hand blocking 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 does really lead to some tense decisions here.
Well, this allows Mask to become Trapdoor to do a full block on its own. If we were 8 with the Gauntlets, we would not have that out. Maybe Daniel saying, I don't think you have that many traps left over, or I don't expect you to at least. And also, even if you do that, then you're Trapdoor mode. And I feel quite comfortable knowing how your turn is going to play out if you're Trapdoor mode, especially with those Stalker Steps gone. So I don't expect to die if you do choose to flip into Trapdoor. Jacob not doing that because of this, and instead just going into the more resource-efficient Arakni Orb Weaver and blocking with an actual card out of his hand.
Down to 2 goes Clements. Orb Weaver was the choice. Calicera waiting. Will have go again. Costs nothing due to the mark. And now this is painful.
Yep.
Correas needs to block. wants to block, does not want to allow this Calicera to take his life, but there are 3 toughness tokens in the way. If Clements can sidestep, all of your defensive value goes up in smoke. Reviews the graveyard, funnels through. We're looking at unexpected backhand, jaws of victory, and wind up the crowd.
The sidestep is guaranteed. This is go again, and flipping into Orb Weaver means he can just create another Calicera and present the exact same question, this time with 4 front up. The question is, if you no block here, do you die? And the answer is there's a lot of things you die to the point, and any other reaction kills you. To the point, any 2 reactions kill you because the next one has a guaranteed flick, and that will be the 8th point of damage. So there's so many ways you die if you say no blocks, but if you commit a card here, sure, you block 6 against 1, and then you only have 2 cards left over for whatever comes down the rest of the pipeline.
Welcome to the mental blender, Daniel Correas. Too many permutations to even consider as the Graphene Calicera lures yet another victim into its maw. He's thumbing forward. That wind up the crowd. Base 0 block value on that one, but will benefit from the toughness. Does let us hedge our bets ever so slightly.
Really would have loved to have a 6 block on this turn, so you can block comfortably here and still hold a 6 block forward to the next link.
Almost 4,000 of you are here for history. Daniel Correas, Jacob Clements, the run of a lifetime versus Tuffnut Bumbling Hulkster in the top 4 of a calling, and with thousands of dollars, potential prize cards on the line, Correas reaches for wind up the crowd, and Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex says 4 block is the point I am comfortable presenting.
He says, I want it specifically to live around T-Talks and some other reaction, or to the point and some other reaction. So 2 react scenario he wants to survive through.
Cut from the same cloth will give Clements the information. It's 2 block 3s he has to beat. Will discard, pick up the point for another Graphene Calicera. It's going to cost nothing because of that Orb Weaver. It is coming in for 4 + 4. It's 8 physical damage here. 6 block being thumbed forward for Correas. 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal for Clements, who is under the unrelenting pressure of the rock. To the point, makes this 12. All of a sudden, 2 plays 2. Pick up the point. There is no cards left in hand. Only 1 block on equipment, and Clements will sink the dream. Tuffnut falls at the hands of King Clements, who for the 4th week in a row is in a premier tournament final. He has won the other 3. There is only Evan Tanguy in the way of this man continuing history.
Daniel did everything he could to navigate his way through that match and end up with the win. He got blessed by Jacob making a bit of a misread of the way that Tuffnut blocks on that second last turn, getting that last breath and taking Jacob down to 2, but it just wasn't enough. Not able to crack him, and Jacob's last tricksy turn, presenting a sidestep 1 more time for the 3rd time in the game, was simply too much for Tuffnut to be able to deal with. The damned if you do, damned if you don't nature of Arakni Marionette shown off in that game to get Jacob that win.
So we know our final. It will be Evan Tanguy, Jacob Clements. Let's look at how they got there one more time in this bracket. A top 8 that was a murderer's row from the beginning. Some breakout stars, some all-star deck lists, and ultimately our 1st and 2nd seeds making it all the way through to the finals.
great names in this top 8, great battles in this top 8, great heroes in this top 8, but then it's Gravy Bones and Arakni Marionette still making it out the other end. It looks like we've been here for the entirety of 2026. The background always changes, but the top dogs have been constants. And will Jacob be able to put more LL points to the name of Marionette and waltz them closer to the end of their lives?
King Clements already responsible for almost 20% of Marionette's LL points this season. Infamously got through Noah Clark's Gravy Bones in Vegas last weekend. Will that be a spoiler for our finals? I have no way of knowing, but I do know that I have some spoilers for you. Let's check out some shiny new cardboard coming at you from Mastery Pack Warrior now. I want to temper expectations. There are a lot of slides here. Some of these cards you're going to have seen before from content creators, from other showcases, but I assure you there is at least one you have not seen previous to this presentation. August 7th will be the date on Mastery Pack Warrior as it releases in stores near you. These ones we're kind of familiar with at this point. Dorinthia Quicksilver Prodigy making her way into Silver Age, and Dawnblade making me drop my jaw on the damn floor.
Yeah, it's a pretty sexy version of Dawnblade with that beautiful art treatment on the back of the card. If you want to bring that with Dorinthia into any deck, of course, Dorinthia Quicksilver Prodigy probably isn't running this deck, this weapon, but Dorinthia in CC is. On the other end of that set, we have a couple other heroes to show you. We have Harle entering her way into the basic rarity, now legal in Silver Age with her classic Zenith Blade. I know a lot of Harle fans who will be looking specifically to get this Marvel and add it to their collection.
Something I do want to call out again about these weapons, I love the fact that these are different pieces of art on the back each and every time. Gives a unique and important vibe. It's all about the blade. That's the warrior class. And giving them that premier treatment feels very, very special. Olympia, of course, picks up gold and Grail. Lovely backside on that. I'm going to be losing so many games to this sword at some point in the near future.
I'm going to be winning so many games with this sword at some point in the near future.
Glad we're on a similar page. Let's take a peek down at some of the cards you have seen already. Sharpening Spark, Stand Tall, and a Valiant Dynamo reprint shown off all the way back in Yokohama.
These cards have been known for a while. We're getting a slow burn of cards from this set over the last couple weeks and couple of months. These are some hints at the power that was going to come, and I think we've just gotten stronger and stronger cards as we've gotten further into the very slow drip release or preview season for Mastery Pack Warrior.
Big fan of all these, have been since the start. Harle's Marvels are also a big part of this set. Young One will be a fan favorite for Silver Age players, but we saw Harle do some heinous nonsense on camera this weekend in the very first round of the event, and I'm sure many of our players will be hoping to get their hands on that one as well.
Of course, we saw this sword added to the Warrior inventory, the Warrior arsenal recently. Durandal, an additional sword as an option, basically seemingly for a sideboard maybe option for most Warriors. If this has a +1 counter, reaction cards get -1 while defending it. Stop those Warrior mirrors. It's a classic Warrior kills Warrior card, but also be able to get around some of those defense reaction blocks. Now all of those 4 blocks are just 3 blocks, and you can get your damage dealt more efficiently.
Worth noting that one's sinking attack reactions as well. Makes it such a big deal in the Warrior mirrors. Also makes those shreds and scar tissues look a bit anemic on the other side of the table. Brave Forge Bracers, Grains of Blood Spill, both of these confirmed to be reprinted a little while ago.
Yeah, we're getting new versions of all of the classic legendaries for Warrior in alternate art. If you haven't got them yet and this set is getting you excited about playing up Warrior, and you want to pick up Warrior in Mastery Pack Warrior, that's a lot of Warriors, then get these Warrior legendaries in their new format coming up in the set.
A natural salesman in his natural environment.
Oh, so good at
you have seen this selection. They've been revealed. Cross-content creators. Ray's Blade's gonna be disgusting in Kashy, as far as I'm concerned.
Kashy is definitely going to be walking herself over the LL line soon thanks to the introduction of this card, and I'm sure plenty of other in the set. Overwhelming Swing and Rakeback, also interesting additions to the various warriors' various kits. I'd say Rakeback probably making its way comfortably into the blue base for any Olympia deck. But we've talked a lot about cards we have already seen.
We certainly have. I can feel chat on my shoulders. I've seen these. I know what these do. Where's spoiler?
Spoilers.
Spoiler?
Spoiler.
Spoiler?
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 Spoiler.
Chat, I have a spoiler for you. Bluff Catcher, 2-cost warrior action. Does block 3. If you don't fancy paying that cost, fear not. You can destroy a gold rather than pay for that. Your next sword attack this turn will get +3, and when this attacks, wager with the defending hero. The winner gets +1 intellect during their next end phase.
That's disgusting. It's like such a risk to give your opponent +1 intellect, but also you have so many ways to guarantee it in some matchups with reactions, with those dominate cards we've already seen, with the cards that make defense reactions harder to play. And sure, 2-cost prohibitive, I don't care. I'm Olympia. I have 20 gold on the board already. Next turn, I get 5 cards to do it all over again. This is dirty.
Nourishing emptiness. Eat your heart out. We'll be getting smarter as we wager our money after Mastery Pack Warrior releases on August 7th. Of course, early access to this set will be available at Gen Con. If you're unfamiliar with that event, where have you been for the last several decades?
Yeah, one day I'll make it out to a Gen Con. It's pretty exciting. We have several representations from LSS who are going to make their faces known at Gen Con and be able to be there at the LSS or Flesh and Blood booth.
Well, maybe I need to book a flight if I get a chance to whip Brian Gottlieb in a Mastery Pack Warrior crack shuffle and play. That sounds like a darn good time to me. Of course, Three's Company, Golden Company, a lovely staunch response adjacent defense reaction that we have seen revealed a little while ago, will be a gift with purchase in full Rainbow Foil EA Extended Art if you pick these up at Gen Con. Head to the Flesh and Blood booth, or as I am doing, send someone else to the Flesh and Blood booth on your behalf to make sure you can claim your set of these. Mastery Pack Warrior, not far away now. It is about time to get excited for that one. But first of all, we have something else that you should be excited about. A calling final between Evan Tanguy and the unstoppable force that is Jacob Clements. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Seeing those cards back to back.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain. I can't hear you. It's time for the Pirate Overlord to bring an end to the reign of King Clements.
Just gonna assassinate you and kill him anyways. Arakni Marionette taking, hopefully, or not hopefully, but taking on Gravy Bones in this upcoming finals. Two great players, the top 2 seeds of this tournament, 2 great friends. Let's see how they got here.
You want to cast this one alone? Is that it?
Apparently, I mean, you're dead, so I got to do the whole job. Yeah, we had Evan taking it down first seed after losing the very first round of this tournament. Hasn't lost since then, just on a win streak all the way to top seed, all the way to the finals. But on the other side, oh my God, Jacob Clements, run of a lifetime. You just can't deny the guy.
You certainly cannot. It started with UK Nationals. It continued in Shinjuku. It continued again at Pro Tour Las Vegas, where he became undeniable. And Jacob Clements now sits in a 4th straight final. The only person in his way, 2-time calling champion, Gravy Bones aficionado, Evan Tanguy. Let's take a look at what they're playing for as a reminder for the stakes here. First place, $5,000, 10 World Tour points. Second place, half of that. Not quite half the World Tour points, but still pretty steep fall-off.
You could call Jacob the Smaug of this scenario. You know, I think Evan could do with those points a little more. Jacob's locked in at the top of EU, relatively close to winning the entire world, locked in already mathematically. But Evan needs to get his way onto that the top steps of that podium, or the second and third step of the podium in the EU region. He would really appreciate these 10 points. Of course, these players always after the money, but it is, at the end of the day, the trophy and the pride that we want.
Of course, these players already had their tournament packs. It is going to be the quick dodge flexers running out of opportunities to win these. Thankfully, Jacob is prepared to play Olympia because he does have 3 of them.
You can just continually buy back quick dodge flexors is a crazy thing I hadn't considered. Yeah, these players are both not unfamiliar with that trophy we have in the middle of the screen. I'm sure both of them have several of them somewhere in their house, and they're vying for
just coasters.
Extra copies.
We put drinks on them at this point. That is how these 2 players feel. Those hefty champion trophy, the cash, the World Tour points, the Pro Tour invitations, it is all up for grabs as these 2 players join us for our final dance. It is a notoriously unfavorable matchup for Arakni Marionette. But I said it in Vegas, I don't bet against Jacob Clements.
Now, we already had Evan Tanguy show off why this is an unfavorable matchup for the Marionette, because he was able to win that semifinals against Kashy. Kashy sort of the sensei to Jacob's Grasshopper with this deck. They built the deck together. Kashy had been trying to convince people for so long to get on it. I heard Kashy say at dinner last night, the reason his deck is so good, even though he's the architect of it publicly, the reason that it is so good is because he tests it with Jacob Clements.
Goes a very long way. So, one more time. Are you ready, kids? I can hear you. Let's make our way down into the feature match area. It is time for the finale. Will King Clements continue to make history, or will Evan Tanguy vanquish the king, usurp the Shadow's throne, and claim glory with Gravy Bones, shipwreck looter? Gotta imagine Jacob was hoping not to be second versus first here. Would love to have had choice over seeding in this scenario.
Unfortunately, wasn't able to take down that last round of Swiss to get that win over Evan in terms of the seeding. So Evan does have control over the situation here. Both of these heroes, mainstays of the meta since Gravy Bones' release last year. I feel like we've seen way too much of these. Maybe there was a brief period where we saw Slippy instead of Marionette, but since Bonds got banned, it's all been Marionette. Both these 2 heroes having quite a couple living legend points on account of that continued presence at the top end of the meta. Marionette significantly more with that extra half year of having been around and on the verge of dying, not this weekend, but certainly soon, especially with a win this weekend.
Coming down the pipeline, looking at that most recent result, hey, I know
recognize
that guy.
that name.
Pro Tour Vegas, Jacob Clements, just a week ago. Similar story for Gravy Bones. It was in the hand of Noah Clark. It is 2 Goliaths of the game, 2 Goliaths of the format, but only 1 finals here in Edinburgh. They're shuffling up, they're drawing up, cards are turning over. Let's get ready to play. Lone Shark to start things off here for Tanguy. Will make the 2 gold nice and clean. We'll have a moment of pause with the remaining 3 cards here, desperately looking for some allies either to deploy or send on down into the depths to get that stockpile started. Will be a rigor mortis the hard way before setting up an arsenal and passing to Clements.
Not the best thing to do into 2 Hunter's Claves on the other side of the board. Those have guaranteed go again. But what it does do is it helps prevent Jacob's ability to hit you with one of those daggers, forces him to have a blue and throw one of those daggers into rigor, or just continue to respect or not respect the rigor and keep it on board like we saw in the semifinal. Of course, no onboard prevention from Evan. We saw him do this base of the mountain plan in the semifinal as well. It's sort of a get me out of jail free card with some of those bad hands you can draw in the middle of the game. It gets some allies into the graveyard, and more importantly, he maybe just doesn't feel like he needs to have prevention on board with the modern versions of the Marionette lists.
Bit of a stinker here for Jacob. It's double defense reaction. One of them pitched away for Hunter's Clave. We'll send that in the general direction of Rigor Mortis before activating Flick Knives to flick away and try and convert the mark. Evan here debating a compass peak. Got to wonder if Fearless Confrontation is on the radar. Has a chance to keep that Rigor Mortis alive if it can be found. Takes a peek and will let Rigor Mortis sink on down where, as far as I'm concerned, it belongs.
The debate of that is probably how much of a gain in value do I get if I use this compass to try to protect the rigor, which is also just a small chance because you have to hit the Fearless on top, and we've barely spin through the deck, versus getting information like what's on top during the middle of my turn because he's probably going to be cycling a couple cards here, given that there's an ally in the hand. And a port side. Wow.
You can see how Jacob keeps ending up in these finals. Natural Orb Weaver found on the first transformation. Porkside Exchange will cash out Sawbones for Evan. Finds a fresh card, makes a gold. We'll keep that Lone Shark in play for now. Players deciding where they would like that large red X to be. We don't mind, as long as we can see it.
This time, Jacob doesn't have to ask because they're friendly enough that they just discuss, where do you want me to have this? I mean, these guys are very familiar with each other. They've tested together for Pro Tours. They are very familiar with this matchup, too, having probably played it against each other, I would bet, at least hundreds of times.
We'll deploy the Chum that was discarded to Gravy's ability. Will be Loot the Holes that joins it. Hook activation. Gold has been found. You hear a somewhat painful screech exit the mouth of Jacob Clements here. Will be 4 on hit. Ow.
Another question, do you think it meaningfully changed?
Card discard, hook activation, so gold there as well. Happy to see these players being so jovial with each other with so much at stake. You can tell they are clearly very good friends.
I mean, they're discussing whether the addition of the gold-baited hook activation meaningfully changes Jacob's blocking decision when Loot the Hold is already on the table, and then having some chuckles about it. Very cute. I mean, again, familiar players with one another, but also familiar with being in this situation. I think a lot of people would be very nervous, almost too nervous to joke when you're in a literal calling finals, but calling finals, that's kind of like any other game to these guys.
That's a Sunday. Yeah. It's just
it's literally a Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a Sunday to these guys. Lair the Spider does play defense from the Arsenal to cover bases and make sure those on-hits don't go getting to work. Tunic will tick up for Clements. Looking at staying to the red back, Codex of Frailty, and to the point in the grip. We expect a Graphene Calicera to appear out of the smoke. The question is, which card will be biting the dust to do it?
I'll discard.
It will be to the point. On the way down, Calicera generated.
That has to say he has some pretty good damage cards elsewhere in the hand, because that one helps clear Chum.
Will indeed send the Calicera that way.
All
Stains
right.
of the red back, double dips. So no fear of Fearless as we're coming in for 7. Clears away possibly the most problematic ally in the matchup.
So I go to base.
I was
Clements
going
moving
to
back
say-
to base form.
Niche thing to know if you're not familiar with the matchup, that's actually the way to get go again there, because Graphene doesn't get go again when it attacks into an ally. But then Jacob says, I don't need to go again. I'm just going to pass my turn anyways.
Evan will start by breaking a gold. Goes spinning for a fresh card off the top of the deck. Finds Scuba by doing so. Cheating Scoundrel from the Arsenal. Murderous Rabble will reveal a Call to the Grave on top here. So this is going to be a whopping 6 damage on this Murderous Rabble. On hit, make a gold.
And on not hit, you can discard a card to make a gold anyways. The important part of this is he can just ditch that ally. So it's one of those ways to sort of trick your opponent into letting you get an ally into grave. It's inverting that damned if you do, damned if you don't sentiment, where this way Gravy wins both times.
Gotta love the charm again from these players. Please, may I have gold? No. Oh. Yeah, I've been there once or twice on the other side of the table. Gold accrued for Tanguy. Will dump the scuba down into the graveyard. Clemens will funnel through the rest of those tools as Evan decides how best to continue the turn. Gold-baited hook activation will line up with Saltwater Swell. Going to spin that Call to the Grave into the pitch zone. 3 bonus resources for the trouble. 1 on hit. Make a gold.
It's a good way to just be efficient with your turn. Hold on to an arsenal card while still being able to swing one of these allies, and hook on a 1 is always good against a class that has no, battle worn or temper equipment.
Oh, it was the problem.
Players just confirming that should be 1 go again. We're all good on that front. Jacob committing to more blocks here, soaking up the heat where possible.
He's respecting the gold stack. I know it's sometimes appealing to stop denying your opponent gold and just go aggro once they have already created a couple gold. But this is twice this turn he tried to play around Evan getting any gold. I mean, obviously with Cheating Scoundrel, he has a face-up out to get that gold, but Jacob forces him to discard a card in order to enable that.
Codex of Frailty was the last card in the arsenal there. Will volley back, leave no witnesses, which volleys directly into Sawbone's dockhand. Definitely feels like Jacob leaning fatigue in these early stages. Might simply not have had the ability to convert to damage, but pretty deliberate blocks and pretty deliberate clearing of the allies. Transformation will happen. Dice is on the side of the graveyard.
Are we going to call a judge this time?
Let's not. Or with a spinneret
I just didn't want to be the one to make
found there. I appreciate Jacob checking. Judge clearly fine with it, as long as both players are.
I mean, you raise a good point. Last turn did not create that much damage, and that is part of why he was like, okay, well, I can block out some gold, so I just will. I think the best turn he could have done, other than the Codex, is just daggers into Codex. So it's benefiting the fatigue plan in that this is his approach in these first couple turns, but it's not necessarily hard committed to the fatigue plan. It's just the way it has shook out so far. This is a pretty dynamic matchup, I'd say, on both directions, with a little bit of a burden on Gravy to set the tone, but Jacob can be responding to the way that Gravy's hands have been going, whether they've been going poorly or well, and also the way that his hands have been going to adjust his own game plan in the middle of the game.
Portside Exchange discards Anka to make a gold, finds a fresh card. Prismatic Leyline will be the follow-up. Lines up nicely with this blue copy of Golden Tipple. No trigger declared on this one, so no interest in discard a card, and no interest in drawing a fresh one, much like what we've got in the hand already.
It's probably just not a yellow, or it's a good leader in the arsenal for next turn. This way we can still scoobs if we want to get that Prismatic Light. Oh, we wouldn't have the resource available. Oh, we would.
Anka will do the job. Gold bait hook, dead threads. Send that one in, keeps the card in hand. 7 damage, thanks to Prismatic Leyline here. Clemens at 33 after eating the hit on that Golden Tipple will continue to fall as Anka connects for 7. 39 now, plays 26.
Evan finding one of those beat-down turns that should send a signal to Jacob the way the turn is going, the game is going, but Jacob has found or has chosen to not block at all. Clearly has something going on good in this hand off of those free Calliceras, thanks to being Arakni Orb Weaver.
Cut from the same cloth provides perfect information. Portside Exchange. Cheating Scoundrel in the grip there. 2 more blues in the back. And again, you can tell players are friendly when the hand just stays face up on the table.
Unfortunately, face up in the table in a way that we can't read some of those cards, but...
Well, turns out I lied to you anyway. Evan was happy to keep it revealed until blocks needed to happen. Compass will take a peek at the top card. Does make some sense after all. Gravy plus gold means this hand has the context to change within a heartbeat pretty quickly. 5 go again from the Callicera, notably sent upstairs at Evan Tanguy. Not clearing away that Anka just yet.
Wondering what the top end of this Arsenal piece could be. Probably a Conqueror of the High Seas, given the way he acted last turn, not discarding it to Tipple and wanting to protect it into the Arsenal. Could just be a defense reaction, of course.
So a moment of pause for our Undead Buccaneer, who will fan through the graveyard. Flicks Tarantula Toxin to the front briefly. 3 cards remaining in hand here for Clemens. We see the power again of Arakni Marionette, just unclear exactly where those resources will be going as the turn continues. It might be 5, it might be 15, it might be 2 more attacks. It's hard to tell.
Reaction.
Evan says no blocks. Jacob's in the driver's seat for reactions now.
Scar Tissue will be deployed from the Arsenal. Up to 8 go again. Mark will stick around as a result. 26 plays 31 now. We'll see Under the Trapdoor pitched away for Command and Conquer here. Not a card that is always commonplace in these Arakni lists. Has been a one-off for both Jacob and Emad Kashy this week. I believe in Vegas as well, if I'm not mistaken. Will earn some respect from Tanguy, who is interested in keeping that Arsenal card around, not even crowning it away. So, Cheating Scoundrel, Jittery Bones, both blocking 3 here, keeps the Command and Conquer away. Back to the Necromancer we go. 2 cards in hand, 1 in Arsenal, and an Anka still sitting on the table for now.
Jacob also prioritizing that Arsenal card over the potential of converting it for 3 damage on that last card, because on that last turn, assuming it was a non-generic, he was always able to convert it for 3 there. So not afraid of a Conqueror, or maybe assuming that if it's a Conqueror, he can just block it out. Not going to lose that Arsenal here, wanting to hold it on to power up the next turn.
A Vast Yi from the hand, Call to the Grave from the Arsenal. Will dump on down Sawbones alongside that Scuba that was already lurking down there. 1 card remaining in hand, no doubt capable of deploying that Sawbones.
We talked about this in the semifinal, but Sawbones is just one of those great cards in this matchup thanks to its text sort of being flexible, especially given that this Anka stayed on board. It's the greatest second ally you can have, not just against Marionette, but especially against Marionette.
Will be 6 go again on hit gold from the Sawbones, thanks to the power of Avastii. Jacob looking at a hand that contains Blue Shred, Mark of the Black Widow. Pick up the point. And up sticks and run at the back. 2 of those deployed on defense here. 6 will cover the Sawbones. 5 more from the Anka. Evan interested in leveraging that lead. Pushes 5 more damage. 31-21. Clemens keeping 2 cards in hand. 1 available in the Arsenal as well.
Things going relatively swimmingly for the Shipwreck Looter. But Jacob's side of the table is like seemingly still not controlling the tempo, but I'm in a weird way leaning to like he's choosing to take these turns the way he's choosing to take them. He is killing allies when he has the space to, and not always. Here he's taking this turn to double clear, so he's lost some amount of life relative to Evan, but if you have this fatigue plan, this is kind of something that happens as a... You are expecting to have turns where you just get thwacked for 11 and you need to keep some cards to fight back, and so you take a couple points of damage.
Punch in the bones, and then Kalissera, alongside the up sticks, will take care of Anka. That mark is still there. Transformation incoming. We will orb weave some more.
The 3rd time he's rolled that.
Sutherland beats.
Going to see the Gravy Bones activation here. Cashes in a gold, finds top card into the hand, will discard Rigor Mortis in exchange. Was clearly very happy with what was found, as Call to the Grave will be the follow-up. Another ally going down there. No surprises. Chum-friendly first mate, ready to be leveraged at the hand of Gravy Bones.
Jacob made a chuckle about Evan being on the Sam Sutherland beats because Jacob keeps rolling 3s. I guess this has happened on stream against Sam before, where Orb Weaver was the constant. Not super effective this game in terms of how it's worked out for him. Like last turn, he just CNC'd with an extra floating anyways. So Orb Weaver hasn't been the best for him.
Murderous Rabble will be the follow-up. Going to see ourselves coming in for a nice and hearty 1. Blood in the water on top of the deck there. Not exactly what we were hoping to find.
No.
Dead Threads will, however, allow Chum to emerge and swing on in for 4 damage. Double down on that Sam Sutherland beat. You have Eugene C to thank for that one.
Oh, it's just about rolling dice
Just
poorly.
about rolling dice the way you'd really rather not.
They had to attach some catch.
Yep.
They're like, you can have infinite blues and they can all convert as reds, but you can't be putting any reds in your deck. That would be cheating.
I can
If you wanna
see
do
how
anything with all the
Jacob
blues and reds,
feels
then
about
you
Gravy
only play
Bones in
blues.
general. Chum in play.
Biggest one.
Tuning the 1. 16 now plays 29 as the king attempts to keep the story going, and it's a painful one to do. You see the side eye from Tanguy, the jaw clenching. Will there be a Chum activation in response to save a bloodshed? I'm going to go with no based on the side eye.
He is really the king of not drawing allies after the Chum. Why does this keep happening to him?
Apparently that's how you win. I don't know. Seems to be working out all right. 5 go again. Of course, Mark's still in place right now. So Save a Bloodshed is threatening to draw a card. Some friendly banter between the two as Evan decides how to deal with this rather pesky dagger.
I mean, on 29, maybe he's thinking I can take a massive turn if he's just going to ignore my Chum, because sure, the Chum won't get me a disruption this turn, but it could disrupt the target next turn instead.
So the point makes it 9. That blood in the water was a known quantity for both players after it kind of ruined a murderous rabble. So emerges from the arsenal. Compass means we know there's a Chum on top. And so Tarantula Toxin will jump on down to make this sway back in the other direction. 3 block on blood in the water now. 12 points of power on the Calicera means 9 damage currently being forced through the eye socket of Evan Tanguy. 16 plays 20 now. 2 cards remaining for Clements. Mark is gone. Card will be drawn. So third one coming. Finds Kiss of Death. Joins Orbweaver Spinneret and Pain in the backside in the grip.
Man, this deck is nasty sometimes.
It does some stuff. Jacob now reevaluating how to navigate this turn going forward. Is this a case of Chum needs to go? Or is it a case of Evan needs to go? 3 go again. Upstairs. Tip the Barkeep. Will indeed block. Going to see a Flick Knives activation. Chuck that Calicera into the nearest sun. Brings Evan Tanguy down to 19. Clears a space for another Graphene Calicera to be generated. We know the Spinneret is there. Obviously, we are Orbweaver ourselves. And Kiss of Death also available to keep this turn going. Jacob doing some math right about now. Obviously doesn't want to pitch to a Calicera, so we'll see the activation of a Kiss of Death discarded. We'd rather keep it around, make the Calicera much larger, and take care of the Chum. At least we'll try to.
We don't have to be pitching to it on an Orbweaver turn, of course, so this is not the greatest throw damage at face play. And of course, he also could have just gone Orbweaver Kiss into the Chum, but if you're attacking Chum anyways, you might as well make sure this is a 7 to play around. The
Bingo.
Fearless Confrontation. So well done from Jacob to navigate his way to make sure that Chum dies and still get quite a chunk of damage into face that turn.
Dodged the second blood in the water that was also in the hand there for Evan, but it will be parked in the arsenal as Chum emerges alongside Ivasti. Eye of Ophidia being pitched away. Top 2 cards being peaked. 1 on top, 1 on bottom. As Chum will get to work once more. 4 go again. On hit, make a gold.
What are the allies? That's Scuba and Rigor Mortis, right?
Certainly
We have
is.
no float, I believe. So that blood in the water right now, which is the last card left in hand, doesn't look like it could go into Arsenal if he wants to swing with the Rigor. Oh, Rigor's not going to have go again when it's developed. This Chum was played this turn. Getting confused by all my Chums that are on board. Just dead threads to play out the Rigor probably on this upcoming turn, and then Arsenal a defense reaction, which he's probably happy. Last turn it just would have been a 4 block. This turn it could represent a 6 block on the upcoming turn.
Under the trapdoor, 4 layer of the spider will help to soak the heat from Chum. Will just be Scuba deployed as a free of charge ally onto the board here. Rigor Mortis kept safe in the graveyard. Meat Madness will be the play of choice here for upstairs, it would seem.
I see a Conqueror in hand. I see a couple blues. We know there's a blood in the water in the arsenal.
Compass Peak checks the top card of the deck. Evan going to reevaluate based on the information found. Looking promising if that Conqueror is there. Blood in the water will not be destroying any friends this time.
Block good, go to end.
Block is good. Go to end. Marionette transformation will need preferably a non-orb weaver form to start really getting to work with some of those spare cards. But Chum's still here.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
It's their dice.
Orb weaver coming back, just eager to get friendly with Jacob Clements.
Blaming the stream dice, Jacob says. It's their dice that are doing it to me. Well, it did it to Bartosz the other way around earlier, Jacob, so it's not married to a 3. It just likes consistency.
Anka drag under, discarded to Gravy Bones here, and we will see Murderous Rabble coming out. Tip the Barkeep revealed on top means this is going to be 3 go again. 3 cards in hand, multiple allies already on board means it is almost time to usurp the throne for Evan Tanguy. 19 plays 13 now as the pressure starts to mount. Conqueror of the high seas. 8 go again. On hit, take the Arsenal, make a gold.
Threatening not just Jacob's arsenal, but at this point threatening functionally lethal on board with that Rigor Mortis available in the discard zone. So this is still 14 more damage maximum this turn. Of course, he could choose to swing with other allies if he'd rather develop an Anka and play around that last saver or anything like that. Quite potent here as Evan comes for the throne that Jacob has been sitting on his helmet for the last month, basically.
Clemens scanning through the graveyards,
Yeah, I mean, 6 would have
gaining information.
No, no,
A
no.
sly giggle.
You get 3.
Okay,
Get
okay,
3 all
that's
game.
3-0 game? You know, I wouldn't mind 3-0 game. I present a different chess piece if I'm going to be 3-0 game. No, I mean, there are tons in between.
Yeah. Just one turn. That was really good.
Stains of the red back and Mask of Deceit deployed on defense so far. We will thumb out Trapdoor. Going to need a trap to keep the Arsenal safe from this Command of the Sea.
That's a way to refer to this card. I think the motion for here, of course, this card is just, well, Inertia Trap doesn't have a real trigger because there's no cards in Arsenal for Evan, but this is just a 3-block that he's searching out using this hat. So he could have given extra cards from hand. He just wants to be able to have clapback potential. So he needs to go into Trapdoor mode here just to be able to probably try to clear through some of these allies. I'm asking the same question I asked in the semifinals of, like, once there are this many allies, do we still try to play around them, or are we just going face?
Dead Threads enables Anka. Jacob says, yep, gotta take the damage, falling down to 8. 19 on the other side. But a fistful of goodies to work with for Clemens. It starts on cut from the same cloth. Reveals 4 blues. Double tip the Barkeep, Sunken Treasure. Loot the Hold in the mix there.
That hand looks a lot less bad when you consider his board state. It's actually pretty crazy with his board like this.
You'd be right. Kiss of Death lining up with cut from the same cloth here. So 7 as things stand. Stalker Step's still there. Can provide go again if required, even though we are not in the base form of Arakni Marionette. No block declared. It will be the steps that are reached for here. And so 7, point of life loss, assuming Evan doesn't contest it, will bring Gravy Bones down to 11. Persuasive Prognosis pitch for Hunter's Clave here. We'll make sure this Kiss of Death can get its flick on.
The maximum amount of damage that could be presented here is functionally 7, I believe. Oh, no mark right now. So I think that brings it down to 6.
Crown of Providence jumping in front of the Clave. Would like to deny that mark. Turn a card in hand into something else. Like a magic trick. Down to the bottom it goes. Fresh one coming. Couldn't quite catch it with the speed that Evan drew it up. Kiss of Death will be flicked away. 2 more damage dealt as a result. Now 8 plays 9 as Codex of Frailty is the final card. Will rob a card from the hand of Evan Tanguy in exchange for 1 from the Arsenal, but there are 2 resources available thanks to Fionnual's Spring Tunic, which means Command and Conquer will come clattering in. That Crown of Providence just jumped in the way. Your Arsenal is not safe. Mr. Bones.
That was an unfortunate moment for that. I mean, he wanted to play around the block, and obviously there were other things this could have been, but maybe not super careful given his life lead, felt quite comfortable, didn't play specifically around Codex for CNC. He has the ability to block with a card using the base and then the 2 other pieces of equipment, and it can be just a 1-card block to get around this.
Does have to discard Blood in the Water, as it would look a bit unimpressive in the face of Command & Conquer, but you are very right. Dead Threads, Gold-Baited Hook, and Base of the Mountain, which will suck a Tip the Barkeep onto the combat chain to block out the Command & Conquer. Fridge is expended. Tanguy still with the life lead, a gold available, and a board full of friends who would love to watch him take home yet another calling title. Sunken Treasure in hand of the blue variety. Another blue next to it in the form of Tip the Barkeep. Conqueror in the arsenal. Adds some permutations to this turn. No arsenal from
Reaper's
Jacob
Call
Clements.
that he has at the front of the hand there that he drew up at the end of that turn, and it looks like he drew another one, so a really impotent hand with a defense reaction, 2 Reaper's Calls, and Shreds available to him. Good timing to be able to block with those cards, but not necessarily to be able to threaten Evan back after he bought some tempo using this Codex of Frailty.
Boat for 7, quickly met with the Tunic. Anka for 5, will bleed 2. Clements falls to 6. 1 card in hand as Gravy Bones refills. The Gold-Baited Hook is gone, but is it far too late to play Denial for Clements? It is just an arsenal, a full hand, a full army, and another Conqueror of the High Seas in hand for Evan Tanguy. The gold cashed into Gravy, draws a fresh one, spins the wheel. Anka going under. Will be Saltwater Swell. Got to find resources the hard way. Riches of Trouble Darnay pitched. Will make a gold and spin the top card of the deck. It is back alley.
Oh, look
break
at the
line
faces.
in the dark for Evan Tanguy. Extra action point will be generated, which means all of a sudden this board of buddies is ready and ripe to rip apart Jacob Clements.
FYI, the hand is double Conqueror. That's why he had to go fishing in such an awkward way. The second Conqueror we saw last time was off the Codex, so this is Conqueror number 3, while he's setting Conqueror number 4 into Arsenal. And he has the extra action points to swing in with Chum and Anka because those are cheap to attack with. So he got this blue off the top of the gold draw. Conqueror into more swings.
Blocks the boat as best we can. 6 defense. Anka comes in. Action point remaining. Jacob only at 3. Staring at a hand that finally contains Unmake the Underlings. Forced to play defense as Chum comes cracking in. Another block forced. Does this work on defense? Bad news, my friend. It does not. Clements falling to 1 as the army gathers around him.
What a hit on that back alley break line there. What a hit.
Don't forget, folks, giveaway on the way after this game. Make sure you stick around. Clements transforming into finally something not Orb Weaver shaped. Black Widow not going to provide a trap.
Unsleeved Marvel, FYI.
Of course.
I think he was looking for the 6 there to go into Trapdoor when he was praying to the gods as he shuffled those cards, but it's Conqueror number 4 coming onto the table.
If you want the throne, you have to take it. You have to conquer. 3 cards and flick knives means that Jacob Clements falls down to 1. Golden tipple from the hand will earn the fist bump from the team, and they hug it out, and you can tell how much it means. The friends may party, but the king is dead. Long live the king. Evan Tanguy is your calling champion here in Edinburgh. Jacob Clements, history ripped away at the hands of Gravy Bones, shipwrecked loser.
Not to take anything away from Jacob, history ripped away in terms of being able to win every tournament he attends in a month. And by the way, those were some very big tournaments.
Just a
but
few.
Still, quite an impressive run for him. I don't think a crown has been snatched in any such way in ever the history of Flesh and Blood, because a crown has never been held such like this in the history of Flesh and Blood. What an amazing run for Jacob to make it back to the final finals after all of these, but what an amazing play by Evan. 13 wins in a row after a round one loss to take this entire tournament down.
As you say, to take nothing away from Evan, Tanguy decided to lose the first round of the Data Syndra and said, no, actually, that's enough. I'm good. Let's check in on the fall story one final time. Our top 8 bracket was a row of kings who eventually had to be dethroned. Walk us through the matchups we saw one final time.
We saw in that quarterfinal Gravy take on Brodie in the Vynnset. That is generally a Gravy favored matchup, and Evan able to navigate it to his success. Those two also have tested together a lot and played together and are good friends, so I'm sure that Evan knew what he was doing. Brodie must have had a plan, but wasn't able to take it down. Then we saw Kashy getting a revenge against Fang, who he lost to in the Swiss. This is a Decimator Great Axe Fang that has been much rumored in the last couple weeks, finally making its entrance onto the big stage in a calling top 8. We didn't get to see it on camera, but maybe that deck is real. Do keep paying attention to it. The man of the weekend was probably Daniel Correas with that Tuffnut deck, and he took down the man of the history of Flesh and Blood in Pablo Pintor in that quarterfinals. And then at the bottom, of course, Jacob had that mirror match that brought him all the way to the finals, taking down the Tuffnut, but eventually losing to Gravy Bones, taking down back-to-back Arakni Masters, taking down the 2 dads of this Arakni Marionette deck to win this tournament.
Talk about callings. What a top 8 cut. I expect to see another in the near future at Calling 100 over in Atlanta. It has quickly become apparent this was the most hotly contested event of maybe the entire year. The calling tickets, they're sold out. The Go Again packages, they are sold out. Everyone wanted to be at this thing. You are gonna have to keep your eyes peeled if you want information about how to get involved for those side events. Because at the moment, that's the only way you're gonna be locking up these sync below promos.
Those are going to be much wanted and much revered promos, and I'm not sure how many of them are going to be in the world. I'm sure we're going to find out soon when we find out how much capacity there is at those side events as this gets announced for registration. But yeah, what a card, and it's clearly gotten people out of the woodwork to Atlanta for this 100th calling celebration of Flesh and Blood.
Will be an incredible event. Hopefully, most of you have managed to make your way there and you find something worth playing in that side event schedule. Alternatively, come and join us for the Living Legend Championship. If you think you have what it takes to grab the entire history of Flesh and Blood, shove it into some card sleeves, and kill some people, there is $5,000 up for grabs if you can prove that you have what it takes to sink them all. Calling 100 in Atlanta will be quite the special event, and hopefully I'll have the pleasure of watching everybody from home.
We had quite the special event this weekend, though all of these calling weekends turn into quite the special event, and I'm very glad that we were able to present this one as we had some amazing games on camera and some amazing storylines throughout the weekend. Some changes to the meta, possibly, with Tuffnut being a real deck, but also some stalwarts at the top with Gravy Bones and Arakni Marionette making up so much of the top 8 and quarterfinal and semifinals.
An incredible event, and I just want to take a moment to thank all of you at home that did choose to join us. We had some incredible viewership through this event. It is always appreciated, especially every time I get in the booth. I know it could be a little nerve-wracking sometimes for me. I'm sure you feel the same way there. So happy to bring you a great show, and thank you so much for watching. And as a result, we got a little something for you. Giveaway.
Giveaway. Gravy away.
It's gravy away, please. It's been a long weekend, feeling it in my bones. It is time for our giveaway of that drinking buddy hot stamped cold foil. We got a name coming through me. Virus Blood, probably not super effective against the undead, but very effective at winning cold foil copies of Drinking Buddy. Very happy to see. Congratulations to you, and we'll make sure that you're here in the chat one way or the other. You should check out the details over there. Respond if you are, otherwise somebody's going to get your cardboard square.
Virus Blood, you there? Mr.
Oh,
Virus
okay.
Blood?
You got some time, otherwise we're going to have to... Okay. No, I got everyone's hopes up for no apparent reason. Congratulations to you, Virus Blood. Very, very well done there. Enjoy your cold foil Drinking Buddy. Pretty incredible stuff. Going to take a real quick break for you, but we'll be back with all the goodies you would expect from an end of show in just a few moments. Bear with us. king is dead. Long live our new king, Evan Tanguy. Congratulations
Thank you,
on another calling victory. Gravy Bones treating you well, despite some social media complaints about the deck over the last little while.
I mean, I feel like today it rewarded me a lot, and like I had some pretty good luck after the Syndra loss. But yeah, I had a good weekend.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, we saw it live and on stage. Only X1 player lost round 1. Decided that was enough.
I got like destroyed by a Syndra, and after that it went pretty smoothly.
Pretty smoothly from there. Lovely
Yeah.
stuff. Well, another quick dodge flexor is making its way into your collection as well, which is a good problem to have, I think.
Yep.
Going to be running out of those pretty soon, so a nice collectible. But more importantly, perhaps, another one for your mantelpiece. Calling Champion Trophy. This belongs to you.
Thank you very much.
I'm always a little worried with those. They're so heavy. They got some
I would have to like be careful with it. Going back
Indeed.
to France.
So, Edinburgh down, another calling in the books.
Yep.
Where are folks expecting to find you next?
I'm not sure. Definitely World Paris. Like I'm
I
going
would
to be there.
hope so.
Yeah. I probably will be in Hamburg. I'm not sure yet, but I'm trying to like go to the world premiere in Seoul.
It's going to be a really special event. If you can
Yeah.
get there, I would very much recommend it.
Would
I
like
guess
to
the
go
big
there.
question, given how there's a little bit of indecisiveness about Gravy right now. Is
Yep.
it good? Is it bad? How do you feel about the deck? Are you still going to be on it going forward?
I think so. Like I really enjoy playing it and trying to find each tournament. If like it's correct to play a different version of the deck. So yeah, each tournament like, I can present a different IT and have different game. So it still feels new every calling, every PT I play with it. So I'm not bored. So yeah, I will say with Malice, like maybe play a new Necromancer. But I still want to play Gravy, and I still enjoy it quite a lot.
Pretty stuck in your ways. Clearly, if you're looking for a deck that changes every event, then Gravy Bones is the deck for you. Anyone you want to take the time to thank, say hello to while you've got the camera?
There's so many people, right? Because even like in top 8, I played against Brodie and Jacob, and I play so much with them, be it for Shinjuku, the PT, so much testings, like big shout out to them, but there's also all the French player I test with. Also, big shout out to my boyfriend. Like he's been a big support for each tournament. But yeah, there's so many people I play with, and I'm always so happy to like meet new people each time, and I just take so much pleasure playing.
It's always the community, right? It's always the people that really make these events.
indeed.
Well, Evan, huge congratulations. Another calling in the cap. Thank you so much for joining us in the booth real briefly at the end of the day. It's been a phenomenal show here at the Calling in Edinburgh. We've crowned a new champion who may have robbed Jacob Clements of the best month of all time.
Yeah,
so
I cut down the streak. But they've been pretty awesome if he won also this one. But
well, a fairly impressive person to lose to nonetheless. Congratulations to you, Evan. From everyone here in the booth, Ethan, Gabe, myself, it's been a phenomenal weekend. Thank you again for watching. I have been HowlingMines. You have been amazing, and we'll see you again on the World Tour very, very soon. Take care. Thanks, Evan. Really appreciate that.
Did you miss me?
Insufficient again.
Now that was entertaining.
Let's do that again.
Our enemies will not grant you this mercy.
Eyes off the fragments, darling. I know, it's confusing.
Try to keep up next time.
Invigorating, a worthy attempt.
It is fun, isn't it? Blowing someone's mind.